It most definitely is. All right, so both unranked. What noobs? Yeah, I really miss Battle Aces, dude. I got home, I was like, Battle Aces. Oh. And I was like, Age of Mythology. Oh. All the games I wanted to play just aren't there now. Maybe I should take a gander zone on Stormgate again. I think it's getting close to that time, isn't it? Should check how they've progressed. But you know what? For now, I know what we've got to do. Yeah, dude, they should have stuck it up. I don't know why they got rid of it. They bait us as well. They made it sound like, yeah, we don't know when we're getting the beta. And then like, we're going to win it in a week and a half. Suckers! I was like, oh, come on. The best part is they just gave everyone all the units in the last 2 hours. And now that they're very crafty in the way they've done that. They just pull out last second like that. Like, yep. So now you know what it's like to have all the units, how fun it's going to be. Bye! Have a good time. Well, it didn't take him long, did it? He comes back from Milan and immediately knows he has to update his name because he is indeed the champion, the king of the North. One and all, welcome back to A4 Action. We are fresh on a new patch here, and what a way to begin it. Dimu on the good old signature English going up against Anathan. Anathan on the HRE, the newly nerfed HRE. Surely now they are a balanced civ that can simply be beaten by all. Except the issue is the English also got nerfed as well. Okay, let's be totally real, guys. The patch really didn't change much. The patch changes for the grand scheme of things was kind of underwhelming. Although I say that, Dimu doesn't want to be going for the King Boy. Interesting choice here. So he's playing Council. I was about to say, I don't know if I'd say the King change hurt that much because the reality is the English build into Fast Castle with the ridiculous White Tower. I'm trying to be polite about it. I was going to use some very cursey type words. The White Tower is still not reasonable. It's way too good of a defense and it allows you to get away with the 2TC play. So don't be surprised if you still see a lot of English players going for that 2TC meta because I think it's still going to be very strong. Other side of this, Archon Chapel is, of course, going to be the go-to. I'm a little bit surprised by Dimu's choice to build the Council Hall here simply because this matchup heavily favors the HRE when you both play Feudal Age. Dramatically so. So I'm actually curious if this is maybe some kind of feigned aggression out of Dimu where he just builds a few Lombos, still goes for either a TC or Fast Castle. Because I don't think longbow spam works here. It shouldn't work here. Like 9 times out of 10, if you spam Feudal Age units into HRE, you will lose that matchup. And it comes down to just how much more powerful the HRE economy is. That is true. The English build did get buffed with the +1 to garrison spots. OP. Imagine how out of control the Abbasids are going to be. I mean, I'm telling you guys, the +1 to the garrison is OP. Now you're going to see Mongol TC rushes coming back in droves. Okay, I should really... I'm going to put a little asterisk and say sarcasm, just to... You're not going to see Mongol TC rushes coming back. But we are going to see the English rush. This is 100% pressure point coming out, so we are going to have racks plus the Lombos. Really? Do you actually need the racks here? I'm kind of curious on this one because I feel like Anathan could very easily just play into double archery range now and start spamming, right? And then you quickly crawl up to 3, 4. You know, I don't think you're really going to open spears ever in this matchup. Remember, like, building spears in Feudal Age against English is considered a cardinal sin. That's why sometimes you can play that horseman spam to catch them off guard. But yeah, this is 100% going to be the archer play. So first range coming down around the back. Anathan, how many sheep we got to work with? 11. More than enough for an archer build to just go deep into the night. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dimu struggling a little here. Down to 7 sheep already. And remember, guys, that is against the HRE that gathers from the initial sheep faster and continues to do so with the Archon. That is absolutely brutal. And yes, remember, the sheep have been changed. Only 200 food, down from 250. That means on average, you're going to be killing 25% more sheep in your game. Okay, that's not true. It is true if you're a Mongol player, though. Which fits, because Mongol mains are monsters. Scout does get the info. Nice little delay there as well. That cyber stagger point is really important for getting the initial archers together. And we are on double range already. Now, at this stage, it's very difficult for Dimu to keep maintaining the pump of Lombos non-stop, especially considering he wants to add in farms and will have to quicker than the HRE. The other side, with the Archon buff as it is, it guarantees you get more than enough wood, and the fact he's already gone Broadaxe tells us just how hard in Anathan is. Dimu, on the other hand, this is just a trickling of troops, and with a gold gathering behind it, I think he's looking for a blacksmith's timing that gives him an edge here. Although it will not begin that way. Remember, marching drills, for some ludicrous reason, is still a default factor for the HRE. And although it may have been nerfed in the Dark Age, we're now in Feudal, so these archer boys move at full movement speed. It's a huge difference, actually. 1.38 versus 1.112. This is one of the big reasons why I said HRE win in long feudal against English, is you just can't really get to 200 pop lombos. It just doesn't happen because the HRE just keep pressuring you. And with that difference in movement speed, they're able to gap close. With the difference in resource gain, they're able to bulk enough to get the gap close. I mean, hell, you can already see it in the numbers, right? These guys feel worlds apart. And you have to remember, this is with Dimmu going the build where he actually had the 2 archery ranges for free via the landmark. A little bit of a housing issue. It's going to slow him down somewhat in the lombo pump. Blacksmith's now on the way. So it looks like Dimmu wasn't actually prepping for a fast Blacksmith's play. It was just for the Ecotechs on a pretty considerable delay. I'm a little bit surprised the Broadaxe didn't come through sooner. Wheelbarrow can kind of be delayed if you're still on the sheep, but as you can see, it's the kind of muscle memory, the instinct, right? Like 50 food off of each sheep really changes your timings drastically. And it's hard to consciously register that, right? Like Dimmu will be used to looking and saying, okay, 9 sheep will last me this long with this many villages, right? Now he has to take that number and take 20% off of the time. It's very difficult to do that without actively thinking about it, because you have to remember, when you play as many games as a player like Ben does, when you play as frequently for so long with 250 food, 250 food is 250 food. It's instinctual almost, more than mathematical in your brain, right? You've already done the hard math to lock it in. You're not actively thinking about it anymore. Remind that. Archers in line formation chase on, and Dimmu may have overextended here. This could be all the lombos going down. In fact, this should be all the lombos going down. Anathan continues to dive. He can even just get on top so he doesn't have this little staggered formation from the sides. And that's expensive as well. Remember, these lombos, 90 resources each, and we are indeed seeing men-at-arms added in from Dimmu. I guess he wanted to have some pseudo front line because he had the racks, but this just ain't it. Against this many archers, those men-at-arms will melt. Dude, this game actually might be over quick. This is a really bad position for Dimmu. He has nothing. He's got 4 farms, no second TC, no fast castle on the way. He's just kind of hard stuck here. And with forward spawning wood lines like this, that's also an exposure point that Anathan could look to exploit. I don't know what the plan was here from Dimmu, man. I don't think this build really worked against players that were switched on with HRE. This build that Dimmu is doing only works against a fast castle build. So it feels like he assumed there was going to be a tech up. And credit to Anathan, by the way. Building the archery ranges on the back like this makes it less likely that you get scouted before Dimmu's invested. Now it looks like his one hope of recovery is going to be Steeled Arrow and camping underneath the TC. Of course, the issue of this undermesh is already on the way. Steeled Arrow already in for Anathan. And HRE, despite the fact they got nerfed in those patch notes, not looking at here. Now I know some people are going to argue, yeah, but KP, the English got nerfed too. True, but this is meant to be the aggro build. And this is just a reminder that no matter what you tweak around it, the outcome of this matchup is still meant to be the same. I remember Dom was showing this to us several months ago with the HRE, where I think it would usually go like even mine work. And the whole idea is once you got marching drills, you just ran into the lombos. Even if they have men at arms, you ran past them into lombos to kill. So bloody strong. Wrap around the back here. Ben. Slow on the pull away, doesn't even know. That's going to be at least 3 villagers going down, if not all of them. Nice little snipe there. Anathan will lose 2 archers for it, but more than worthwhile. Even goes in for the other pick. That is now a 5 eco lead for a Civ that is already eco ahead. Ben, not far from dead here. Undermesh is being prepped. He needs to be careful not to extend too far out, because to do so would invite Anathan to just wipe the army here. In fact, worse still, Dimmu starts to pull the troops in 2 different directions. Anathan sees an opportunity here. Needs to just get out. Like, you don't have the distance, right? You want to be, like, preferably about past this buried line before you turn. By the time you're there, realistically, your counter isn't going to be good enough to contest here. So, Anathan makes the right choice. The thing about what's happening here, folks, the Lombos are chasing out. And as they do, the second wave is now moving in on the north side. Anathan is just looking to turn this into a tug-and-pull game. Ben might be falling for a hook, line, and sinker. Has no clue what's coming his way just yet. I know, so far to run, and look at what's happening, guys. If you're wondering why is that archer count not swelling up, it's because Anathan is looking for an age up here. Oh, this is brutal as well. This group of archers might draw attention back towards the base. Movement in. One villager is going to get sniped out. Wheelbarrow get the rest away quick enough, and that immediately makes Dimmu hesitate for a second. He needs to be going now, because Anathan is playing exposed resources on the front. This is the one opportunity Ben gets to strike back in this game. Regnitz now on the way. Outpost is going to get an early warning about the longbow mass moving in, so Anathan can vacate the area. No wheelbarrow is going to make it slightly painful, but I think the rest of the HRE economy makes up for it. Archers line formation and chase in. Meantime, backside of this is going to be a stab out. Villager get idled on the goal. Dimmu trying to make a quick pivot in the castle here. Not going to be so easy. Lombos are at least winning the fight on the front for the time being. Only because right now, HRE are in the middle of a tech up. Regnitz is going to be coming in about 30 seconds. Other side of this, Dimmu still distracted at home as well. I mean, also, if you think about this, does this not have to be a white tower build? I think he's going to try for a King's Palace, but that feels like it's going to give an overwhelming advantage across to the HRE here. Oh, big advantage number one coming in a few seconds. And I imagine, are we going to be looking at the standard night opening here? No. I think Anathan's just going to keep gunning it with archers. Veteran CQ'd up. And an immediate GG out. Dimmu not able to contest the Castle Age. And Council Hall not able to save you against the HRE's brutality. Just a fierce reminder that in this matchup, it's German favored. Yeah, you just can't play that, man. It's like such a hard matchup to try and play into in the Feudal Age. I think what happened there is Ben really thought that that was going to be a castle rush. And it was just a classic Feudal Age play, right? Because the English didn't get the HRE rather did not have to say Roofs. HRE did not get nerfed in that build. It's still as good as it was. So yeah, just kind of a curious one. I think he genuinely believed that was a castle build. I mean, maybe Ben just knows something I don't, but like in my experience, and I've watched a lot of HRE English games, if the HRE player plays all in Feudal, you can't beat him. Not without some sort of 2TC weird play. What do we call that one? They're at it again. Biz versus French. Ooh, we might give that a ganders. We do like some Anno chat gaming. I don't think Lou's observable as well. Let me quickly check who Lou's up against. Weigh our options here. 194 the Great Unicom. I've seen that name before. I don't think that's a notable person though, right? It's a known fella, but I don't think it's like a super high ranker, right? Yeah. They're often 24. Yeah. Oh, they finished most seasons at like rank 100-ish on average. Plus it's like, was it Chinese versus Malians? Yeah. Dude, like French versus Byzantines, I gotta see. Like I would have clicked on the Anathan one for French alone. They did get buffed. We're kind of curious on this one. Balance patches don't change hard counters. Alright, there we go. Oh, Ben's going to be on the French. Alright, dude. Anathan's Byzantines is like the scariest Byzantines. Because he just does weird and wonderful stuff. Alright, let's get to it. Whoa. Oh, these lads are going at it non-stop, aren't they? We're back for more Dimmu versus Anathan here. I had to check in on this. French have been buffed. Is it going to be enough? Now, French actually found themselves in an interesting place, actually. Some quirky changes to the late game, but especially a notable change to the early game. Because of the change they made, the French TC now produces 1 second quicker in the Dark Age, which is on average giving you 0.6 villages more when you tech up. Doesn't sound like a lot, but I have a more important question to decide whether it's worth it. Is it the top half of the villager or the bottom half? Jokes aside, it's a pretty significant buff to your income at an early phase of the game. That could lead to a slightly quicker tech cut timing and maybe a faster night timing of about like 6 to 7 seconds, which doesn't sound like a lot. But when you think about the impact that first night can have, it's definitely going to be something that could pay off here. Especially on a map like Cliffside that is notable for being so short of a distance between the two players' bases here. I imagine that has to be the goal for Dimmu. I don't think you play multi-TC here, because if you play multi-TC, the Byzantines can actually mirror it, or they can go for fast castle, and either one is a big edge here. And yeah, we should check in on the spawns, because this is kind of disgusting, right? Berries, gold retracted like this, triple tree line as well. This is a very defendable area. Does need to be a little bit careful the forward tree line up against Lombos, because I think this is the type of game where Anathan should be leaning Lombos. In this matchup, it just makes a lot of sense. You have really strong spearmen to deal with the Cav and the Limitane. You have these choke points to utilize the longbows with, and you have a short distance to your opponent's base to pressure early on with. And to be honest, the alternatives, I don't think they're much more lucrative. Javelins could be potentially useful because you can actually get your hands on the camels, which in this matchup isn't terrible. Oh, sorry, you were talking about Anathan spawn. No, Dimmu is going to be on the French, the Francais. Anathan is going to be the Byzantines. I mean, they both got good spawns. Obviously, Anathan's benefits him more because he's playing Byzantines and berries plus gold is disgusting like this. But I think both players got pretty damn good spawns, except if Dimmu was considering double TC. That might be difficult to fight for, but I'm not convinced you played 2 TC in this matchup. Like, it's been a while since it's in French, so maybe there's an innovation I just haven't seen, but I think it's just too punishable with the Byzantine timings. I mean, we've even seen games where you try to play 2 TC and they just mirror, and they still look better, and oh my god. You know, it's an Anathan game. We're on a map where the trade posts aren't close, so it had to be something else, didn't it? We've got Imperial Hippodrome on the way. Okay. So we're not going to have to deal with Lombos if we're Dimmu in this game. That has to be a really big relief. Horseman did get buffed, but I don't know if the buff was that good. I was watching Faye earlier, and she sounded completely underwhelmed with the buff to the range. Like, it barely made a difference. So I'm curious if we're going to see the impact here. Because in theory, if it did make even kind of a half a Sipahi worth of difference, the amount of horsemen fighting in these melee clashes should be superior. And that should allow, with the damage buff, a kind of overrun effect, a stack overflow effect between the horsemen versus the French knights. Damn, we have got though. Is he creeping out for the trade post now? Because I'm wondering, like, if there's any player in the world, what you guys need to realize, I can count on one hand the number of players that use the neutral trade post. I've counted to one. It is this guy right here. Anathan is coming in with a neutral trade post play, and it's gonna be French Knights. Okay, this is sick, man. So for those that actually haven't seen Anathan in action using the trade post, all you need to do is go watch his competitive series versus Vortex and Master of Realms to get an idea. Anathan is the only player I see that is able to consistently make neutral trade post play work. Usually it's due to Sipahi, but with this Hippodrome build, it's going to be all about the Knights. Tech ups coming through. Both immediately queue up the cavalry. And I believe Dimmu did see that, right? The scout should have been running by, so he should know about the neutral trade post play. In fact, if he runs the knight up there straight away, he might be able to punish this, because look at the timing for Anathan. He may have made a mistake. He doesn't have the wood. So the timing on this trade post is going to be really off in a way that one knight could easily immediately intercept, but it looks like instead Dimmu is heading for the main base. Okay, this has got me questioning now, right? Looking at the scouting rotation, it's feasible that Dimmu just about barely missed the villager walking out here. And that would have been big because Anathan, a little bit of a blunder, right? Gathering on the deer and then walking back home, lost a lot of additional time here. But still, no one can stop the Belarusian when he wants to go trading. Merkhouse now on the way. And remember, guys, this is going to pump out the French Knights 50% faster. That's the effect you get from building them on the neutral trade posts. Damn, what a cool build. In the meantime, Ben, has he been able to find a target here? Horseman is going to be there to block him out. Notice that Anathan has not added in any extra cavalry units just yet. System is going to go up. Needs to daisy chain those, but needs extra buildings to do so. Remember, guys, this is going to be a very disgusting timing. 53 seconds to get 2 knights out. You're basically mirroring the timing of the French knights. They have now been queued up. We are officially underway. And Ben, dude, he seems none the wiser. We just watched him get surprised in an HRE game. I wonder if we're going to see the same here in the Byzantine game. Could this be Dimmu's true weakness, the Roman empires? Horsemen now coming out. A perfect block into the scout. Remember, they move quicker, so they can hunt down. And it's important that Dumu doesn't lose his scout, right? When you're playing Ford like this, you're very blind and very at risk with expensive units. Nice counter snipe there. Anathan, I'm not sure what the thought process was there. Just maybe a miss micro. Looked like he was selecting the horseman to pull away, but not the scouts. So let's throw that one away. Can easily replace. He has got the Hippodrome, but it's still going to be 70 food down the drain. Meanwhile, it's now going to be 2 knights on the up in a flank position here. Ben not aware, and check this as well. This is wild. He's adding in archers, which would make sense if this was a regular matchup, because Anathan would have to add in spears to contest the knights. This is anything but. Knights now marching around the back. Remember, he has got the same damage buffs, so as soon as you charge in, it's going to be a 2-hit kill on a villager. But Ben seems to be aware that something's not right here. Playing against a Hippodrome player, he's anticipating a strike. He's got 2 knights in reserve, ready to push this away. Might see them a little bit late, though. It's going to be a charge-in attempt. Drags them round. Beautifully done. And Anathan will circle around the other side, gets the strike in. 1 villager down. We'll look for the second. Not quite able to find it. So a lot of damage actually taken there as well, by the way. He has got the Hippodrome effect to offset this with the Triumph. But that means he's going to have to save the knights, right? One of these guys can't realistically dive in again. It would be too risky. And so far, he has got those tickets pumping up, so we're not throwing it away. It's very important here. Remember, this takes a very long time to reboom after you activate it. It takes a ridiculous, actually, 30 seconds to get each charge that will only last a mere 1, right? It's not that impressive from that perspective. In the late game, sure, like, this is the weird thing with Hippodrome the more I think about it. It's like, if you read Hippodrome on paper, it sounds broken. When you play it in action, it doesn't feel broken unless you can bait a ridiculous fight, which is very difficult when your opponent is playing cavalry. What is good for Anathan in this game is his opponent's also playing archers. So if you time the fight right, there's no getting away, Ben's going to lose too much. The weird thing is, like, in theory, if Hippodrome ever makes it into the hyper late game, it could be busted because of how regularly you're going to generate those charges. Remember, it's either every 30 seconds or per kill. In the late game, a lot of units die. Well, Archer's getting added in. And he did force the Limitane reaction, so kind of interesting there that Anathan was feeling threatened. I mean, he hadn't been gathering extra olive oil, right? Without the Grand Winery, he wasn't getting as much impact, so wasn't looking to prime additional knights behind this. Has started to get some map control and has shifted out now, though. And that's the real reason for the Limitane, right? It's like, realistically, you can't plant into berry batches without them. And Dumu has gone pretty hard on archers, so his knight mass isn't overwhelming, right? If he wants to try and raid that eco line, it's going to cost him too many knights in return. What is Ben's timing here? I'm trying to figure out what his win condition is, right? It has to be in Feudal. If both sides rush Castle Age from this type of position, you've basically got archers to upgrade, your opponent will start pumping Varangian. Right? It's kind of different if you play into mass French Knights, because then you have this really powerful front line to kind of wallop with. And then you also get a lot of value out of the tech up, because you'll have Cantor saddles as well as potential Royal Bloodlines if you want to go for the Guildhall. If the Royal Institute over the Guildhall. But that's not the way Ben's trailing at all. Like, he's training towards mass archers, and that does ring of a Feudal all-in. One that might get overwhelmed here. Remember, as these horsemen mass up, the DPS value of Hippodrome increases. Nice snipe on one of the knights there. Big mistake being made. No one being targeted down. Just trying to get rid of the premium units, but needs a horseman. Can ride in deeper. We'll start to heal onto the eco as well. A little bit of leak over here. And Knight's a little bit slow to respond to this. Anathan gets some good picks. Not sure if he got enough out of this, though. I mean, realistically, he got, what was that? I think 2 worker kills in the end. He loses his knights. He loses about 4 or 5 horsemen. This is what was missing. Anathan needs to poke. He can't look for the direct engagement. The horsemen are not OP right now, guys. And we just saw exactly how, right? Like, they still suffer from kiting. They still suffer from disengage. What really Anathan needed was enough horsemen to go in and get past that front line, block the retreat, and punish his opponent. But unable to do so, now Dumu has some potential here. Anathan may have a bigger army, but most of it is in the spearmen, and archers could easily win that out, especially now that no Triumph is there to be activated. Yeah, Anu kind of has a little bit of a sticky issue here. He's still got a decent number of horsemen, but walls are coming up now. He's starting to run out of raid targets. As soon as I say that, though, we'll find a freebie jumping in here. Does force the garrison, but it's only a handful of horsemen, folks. They've at least got the +1 melee, so might be able to find a pick here or there. Credit to him, man. That's 2 extra kills on the board. Be able to make it a third. Shivs are going to come out here. Now, this is one of the things I thought would make a big theoretical difference, is that you can't defend with villagers against horsemen easily anymore, because they can essentially just disengage when you pull the knives out and waste your time. Textile's also on the way. So this is Dimmu just trying to lean everything into the offensive, right? And no, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have the bonus, right? No. I had a feeling when I watched that fight. So, like, he's missing out on gold, but what he's at least doing is not being, like, damage inefficient, right? Like, think about it this way. Dimmu did not get fitted levelworks, and with the +1 bloomery, you kill villagers in 5 hits. It is unfortunate he's missing out on the gold, though. Like, it wouldn't matter from the kill perspective of, like, how much damage you do to a villager, unless Textiles is there, which it now is. So this would be a point where it would make a lot more sense for Anathan to go in to Explorators. But so far, he's just neglecting it. With Triumph Maz? Yeah, but I don't think you should ever be activating Triumph to kill villagers, right? Not unless it's like 20 villagers out on berries, unguarded. You need Triumph for the fight. If you're playing like a baited build, like what Marine Lord does, where you Triumph to get attention and then you 2TC or Fast Castle, sure. But the build that Anathan's done is all about triumphing to win a fight. And this is not how you win them. Knight's getting picked again. We've got a big problem here for Anathan. His army is just inferior at this stage. I mean, like, yes, he's got a lot of horsemen, but with the choke points around here, it's going to be difficult to overwhelm with that. I would love to see Dimmu add in 2 or 3 more knights just to make sure he's got that solid front line. Maybe don't get caught out like this. Uh-oh. Dimmu, there's no way to run here. Triumph gets activated. This might be the fight that he needs. Knights are slightly out of position. Might start to leak over into the economy as well. Frontline comes in just in the nick of time here. And it looks like once again, Anathan is going to be swatted away like a fly. Well, there was raids happening elsewhere, though. So while Dimmu won the main engagement, Anathan won the raid game. We're now up to 12 working... Dude, this guy's a monster. I can't believe that. I was trying to wrap my brain on what the thought process was. It genuinely looked like he got baited by thinking Horsemen just win that. Instead, it's just Anathan thinking outside of the box. He's taking the box. He's crumpling the box. He's thumping and 2D compacting the box at this point. And then he's building something away from the box. That's how out of the box he is. To put it very simply, he's the box. How long can that work? Like, Dimmu, what he needs at this pacing is a way to attack. He has to realize the longer he sits here like this, the worse it gets. Especially now that he's playing more pocketed resources, a situation which, with Explorators now on the line, Anathan can easily exploit and get paydayed for. So this is getting more and more painful. Dude, this is wild. The fact that Anathan is just nowhere near running out of food as well. He needs to be careful not to take these type of engagements. This is the ugly area of the map, right? This is what we kind of want from Dimmu, is to take the central ramp and control the flow. Because if you're sitting here, when your opponent goes on the flank, you can just go down the center to attack. Which is what he's doing now, but wait. Dimmu, this might be a mistake. He realizes as well. The Knight's baited him out of position here. He's got so many chasing after 2 here. Horsemen, it's Rohirrim time. They're going to ride in. Dimmu can't get away from it quick enough either. Kind of stagger formation to pull it away. Triumph is going to be activated for the dive in. Anathan really needs a line formation play here to get on top of everything. We'll continue the chase through. And Dimmu, I think this is too much. It's going to work. Anathan with the breakthrough here. 24 horsemen and holding strong. And the entire Royal French army is gone. Nothing but knights left over. Oh, this is a problem, man. Anathan baited him hook, line, and sinker. That was sick. That was not a tempered reaction by Dimmu. Sending 7 knights to deal with 2 is him guaranteeing kills, yes, but it's also him guaranteeing an opening here, as Anathan is able to take full control of the center of the map now. And an important timing as well, as Anathan is moving out for the deer and the boar here. Might will also find a raid in. Oh my god. Is that 2 or 3? I mean, whatever it is, we're up to 18 worker kills now. Demo running out of time. He doesn't even have enough knights here to hold the choke point. Horsemen are going to leak in, and this is how they can beat knights. Triumph once again online, just for a few seconds to guarantee the damage that gets him the win. And Dimu, at risk of being out-knighted by Anathan now, everything is gone. Anathan rising, he cannot be stopped. He is Dimu's kryptonite so far on this new patch. I mean, in fairness, he is picking the OP Roman empires, but I can't take anything away from him, guys. This was really cool to see. The Hippodrome play is really based on tempo, timing, and you really have a limited runway to make it work, but I think he played this phenomenally. There was a questionable fight over near the deer, but it wasn't questionable, right? Dimu got baited into thinking it was a good trade for him, but the reality was he got so distracted by the push-in onto the archers, he lost 5 villages at that point. It felt like the game was starting to trend against him. And Anathan never really missed a timing from there on out, understood that Dimu had to make a desperation play, and was perfectly positioned to punish it. This is why I keep marking Anathan as my player to watch for 2024. This guy is an absolute Chad. I really wouldn't be surprised if we see him go incredibly deep in Rebel Wallow. Damn. Hutch is broken until they aren't. That's how it works, right? You say something is like busted or not, and then you just like when you lose with it, you go rant on Reddit. Wait, there's a show match? 13:30 GMT. Hold up. It's 2:30 my time. Hey, what's up, Nerazor? Hope you got home all right, buddy. How you doing? So, let me quickly check something. Because I need to check. Dragovan versus Anno. Ooh. Thank you, Ascalad. I think we might check that out. Wait, is Anno... I don't just want to, like, focus on one player if they're like, doing content creation. Let's check who's Louis Core, maybe? Who's Core got? Oh, well, okay. Dragovan wants us to check him out. Okay. He thinks he's seen all the moves that Anathan has. When I win. so wait. I should probably play and not type. I mean, dude, like, it's AoE 4. What could you possibly need to do in the first 3 minutes of gameplay? Unless you're a guy who likes building proxy bases, in which case, yeah, you'd probably focus on your game, Dragovan. The confidence this kid shows. I didn't notice him sending me private DMs while playing on stage in Norway, though. All right. What was I going to... Oh, yeah, I want to quickly double-check something. Give me a sec, guys. I need to... There we go. Getting old sucks? Nah, dude. You can still stomp the kids. Just like, you know, what you need is a physical event where you can like beat them up and then beat them in game. That's the difference. All right, should we do Dragovan versus Anathan then? Oh, wow. What an innovative player Dragovan is. I could have never anticipated an Abbasids pick. I love the fact that with this new patch, he really has evolved his Civ pool in a way that I couldn't have imagined, you know? Such a different player these days. Good old Dragovan. He walked away from that land. He's like, I'm getting hard counted on the draft. They always ban Abbasids. I'm going to learn a new Civ. Okay, I'm going to stop now. All right. Seems we've got like 2.5 minutes. We'll just double check in case Louis has a spicy matchup as well. Probably another Chinese player, right? Yeah. Yeah. Unless it's Baltoon secretly. Let me double check, though, just to be safe. You're going Camel Archer opening. Ooh. Really? Against the Byzantines? That's brave. That is very brave. Considering 80% of the games are Lombos and the other 20% are Javelins. Both of which slap you. Real hard. Unless it's him. Okay, now he's backpedaling. It's probably Hippo. I mean, the way you're meant to play this. Abbasids versus Byzantines. I think you're meant to play 2TC and then skirt castle as quickly as possible as Abbasids, right? Does that work? Frangian spam versus like Gulam crossbow. I think that's the best way to play it. Like, can you play this feudal all in? Need you for a min? Oh, for God. Is it a min, though? Because I literally have a min, Emma. If it's about moving the furniture, I already told you that doesn't work today because you need to let the paint dry. Just the mattress. The mattress that we can't easily move. Hey? All right, guys. I'm going to pause the game at 0, and then we'll play catch-up for the first 2-3 minutes of play, so we shouldn't really miss anything here. Because some people choose really dumb times to do things. Some people. All right. God damn it. I wish there was like a guarantee pause when the game starts, so I could have walked away like a minute ago, and then we wouldn't have to play much catch-up. But I reckon, she says 5 minutes max. Like, if you think about, realistically, the first 2 to 3 minutes is just going to be them doing the tech-ups. Abbasids don't do anything before tech-up. Byzantines don't either. So we shouldn't miss anything. All right, so be right back. 1 sec, guys. back. Alright. Sorry about it, guys. Because someone decided to be disorganized and everything. We took a little bit longer than expected. Who decides they want to paint the room when they're pregnant? Like, wait until afterwards. Sitting on your ass. The camel lover has returned. The question is he going to do it again? Former camel rider boy has promised me camel archers this game. But I'm wondering if he's going to keep his word when he's up against a guy like this. My insanity is Anathan going up against Dragovan in this one. Byzantines in the hands of Anathan. A guy who right now is in experiment mode. That's right. He's got his little flasks out. He's put on his lab coat and he is going hard into the horse meta to see what can and can't work. Will that be enough to actually push Dragovan away from his camel plans then? We'll have to see. Because we've already seen Anathan once today. He's pretty deep in the Hippodrome experimentation tank. Dragovan on the other side has been deep in the camel experimentation tank for much longer than the patch drop. We saw him actually almost pull off up against the likes of Abbasids actually just, I think it was about a week or two ago, where he simply built camel riders and camel riders only. And it was almost enough to actually get the dub. So he's definitely proven that camels do have their place. Question mark is, what's the limitation? At what point can they not do enough? Because I think that's what we're here to find out. We're going to hit the 2 times speed just to catch up. This is, of course, the early game. In fact, I'll go up to 4. It should just be scouting patterns, and considering the Byzantine Abbasid matchup, there should be an opportunity for the Byzantines to maybe get a slight edge here against the scout rotations of Anathan. Doesn't seem to be playing out as Anathan had hoped there. If this is going to be a horseman build, though, because we have got 16 sheep versus 10. Keep in mind that one side is going to be eating the berries, the other is not, usually. But in this matchup, because Anathan is going for that Imperial Hippodrome build again, he has already started munching the berries to prep for a Merc play. Now, he's checking the trade post, he's looking for the options, and I think he's got a good one in this game, guys. It's going to be the Sipahi. Dude, this is even better than the Knights. The Sipahi is exactly what you want when you're going to be up against potentially camel archers. Also works really well in general up against the Abbasids, considering they want to add in a lot of archer play and potentially horsemen. Sipahi are just better versions of that. And Dragovan nearly prepping that second TC. So exactly what you'd expect to see out of the Abbasids, right? They always love going for this 2 TC. Pretty much anything you do, in fact, is going to be 2 TC. It's very rare we see the 1 TC all-in type commitment, because this Civ just scales too so simply, right? Fresh food stuff makes it very desirable, very cheap. It lines up really nicely when you get these online as well, because you're usually trending towards Golden Age 2 about a minute maximum into your second TC build, because usually you add in 2 or 3 production buildings. Oh, Dragovan, by the way, I just realized actually this is Eco Wing. We had a big development there. So he didn't even try the melee wing to get the aggro going. And Anathan, what? Dude, he refuses. He doesn't want the neutral trade post. It's going to be Horseman Archers. Horseman Lombos to be specific. And Anathan also trying to get cheeky here with an outpost rush onto the gold to block this out. Wow. Dude, look at the spawn here. This is brutal. Dragovan got a double gold spawn on one screen. That's the only gold he has. All of his gold is west-facing. Look at this. It's like Hansel and Gretel left some breadcrumbs out in the jungle here. 4 gold veins, spelling out a giant L in reverse for Dragovan. Damn, this is brutal. And so far, he hasn't added in anything. He's going to try for the Camel Archer still. Wait, what? Okay, dude, the question marks are rising here. It's bad enough if you were just up against Horsemen. Now you're up against Horsemen Lombos. This is brutal. I don't know. I don't think this works. I mean, it shouldn't work. If it does, then camels are going to get nerfed, because realistically, this is A, too slow, and B, too expensive. And you don't counter anything with this camel archer play, right? Like, this is a unit that is not going to get bonus damage against Lombos. It definitely is not going to get bonus damage against Horsemen. Yeah, it's going to reduce their damage slightly, but it's going to feel negligible compared to what you're taking in return. Aris's also on the way to guarantee that there's idle time on the gold. A difficult situation now for Dragovan. The only upside is that Anathan isn't trying for an additional outpost. It's just going to be the one. Like, realistically, what Dragovan needs to do, and he might be doing it with this scout out here, is go after the eco. You can't do anything about this at home right now. Your win condition is stripping Anathan's eco power at home. There's a lot of options on way to strip it as well. Outpost is coming up on the 4th from Anathan, so being respectful there. I'm wondering, Anna, does he consider just going into Blacksmith Text and all-inning, or does he go Castle here? It's likely going to be an all-in Feudal game. I feel like whenever you play Hippodrome, you're leaning towards that idea right now, because otherwise Castle Age kind of feels like this giant gap in your economy. The beautiful thing when you go Grand Wineries, you have a very efficient way of scaling to permanent food for that castle up timing. You don't really get that same effect without the Grand Winery. Villagers are going to be pulled now. It looks like Anathan may have actually broken off a little bit too soon here. Horsemen are going to ride back across. I mean, you have to commit at this point if you're Dragavan. It's going to cost you, though. Damage has at least been reduced, right? That -2 is making it much easier for the villagers to tank here. Without textiles, it's still going to be losses. Lombo sniped down a few additionals. And Anathan does find his value. That's now 10 worker kills. Make that 11. And Anathan with a 4 eco lead completely offsets the villager advantages that Dragavan have built. And now, with a weaker economy, he has to continue this trend into camels. Yes, he took out some of the horsemen, but the Lombos, mostly unscathed here, are going to be just as big of a threat in these engagements for Dragavan. What worries me is, he needs to go hunting now. While you got a little bit of time, get out of the base, go after this. Don't hang around, do not get stuck here. And shout out to the man Anathan himself. I've got a feeling things must be going well for him to send through a confident raid like that. 69 viewers as well. He found the perfect number. Dragavan definitely does not have the perfect number here. 4 camel archers. Kind of just makes you want to vomit. This is pretty brutal. It's crazy as well, right? Like, the villager pool, in theory, in Dragavan's brain, it makes sense. You need to get rid of the outpost. You've got camel archers. You do not have anything else to torch down. You have got the unease going, so reducing the horseman damage by 2 means that you shouldn't lose many villages there, but realistically, it's still a run out that you have to worry about. It's still a quick reaction out of Anathan and one that punishes. Undermesh being preps. Anathan looking for a quick end to this game. Just really well played by him on the berries as well. I love the way that Anathan approaches Byzantines compared to any other player. Most players play a more defensive format of their economy, right? Because it's quite efficient and because you don't have to worry about it. But Anathan, this type of play, when you play in Hippodrome, you need to be out on the map. You need to be exploiting every berry resource to keep the pump going. Just a great read. Especially considering at home you don't have the Grand Winery effect to kind of replace, right? It's even more important that you get out very aggressively onto these resources. And Horseman Lombo just gives you that type of control, especially with the Rocky River design here, where you've got a lot of food around the center of the map. It's a bit more risky when you have to go on the flanks, but it looks like those flanks aren't going to be a problem. Anathan, actually aware that he was being watched, did pull away from the west side resources. That's unfortunate. That means Dragavan's raid attempt is going to be for nothing. And if he doesn't get anything out of this, he's just going to be 2 steps behind, because right now Anathan is looking for, at best, a trade. Oh, sorry, worse to trade. At best, a stomp. Carrier Siphon now being built. Oh, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. There's nothing happening here. So right now, half of Dragavan's army isn't here. He only just evened up the eco difference again. And he may be about to lose that second TC. In fact, this should be the TC going down. Horsemen right in. Lombos start to snipe on the villagers, enough for them to get the 1 hit. Dragavan will try to shift to safety, but not many make it. Several more villagers go down. More being sniped. The Lombo will find no value here. Cairo Siphon plus the Horseman will get rid of the second TC. And Dragavan is inevitably heading towards an undesirable fight. Camel Archers have at least found a target here on the berries. Anathan will have to pull away. Has got a few Lombos coming across now. Horseman will look to commit over there afterwards. Time being, though, TC is out. Yeah, nice little raid there, but I think this is the problem with Dragavan's build, right? If you want to play Camel Archers, you have to do that much sooner. The problem is when your opponent is inherently opening Horsemen with Hippodrome, you don't have the freedom to make that risk, right? Like, if you pull your first 2 Camel Archers and go raiding, if they run into 2 or 3 Horsemen, you're just going to die. It's a pretty grim position to find yourself in here. I think Dragavan's issue at this stage is Anathan could kind of just send it into the main. And the nice thing that Anathan's done is he just camped all the Lombos here, right? Like, Dragavan needs to catch those tricking Lombos as they come. Lombos leaving now. More villages to go down. Outpost is going to go up. But once again, anything in this game comes at a price. Second Kara Siphon now being built. The other one never got taken out. What? Oh my god, this is an oversight. Dragavan, I mean, he doesn't want to pull villages, right? But something has to deal with this or you'll have zero production. I think it doesn't matter at this stage. He's just a mile behind. He pretty much has this area, this spot of the map, and nothing else. And even that's not going to last very long here. The problem as well is, like, now trying to mass Spearman with a weaker economy doesn't work either because your opponent already has 13 Lombos, right? So, Dragavan at this stage, I mean, you know, Camel Archers is crazy, but I think he's so deep in, there's no other way now. Game's kind of over, right? So it's going to be activation on the Hippodrome, so Triumph does come out. Villagers will migrate the area, leaving the other side of the tree line, but there's nowhere to go here. There's nowhere safe. And there's simply no way home for those villagers now. So Dragavan, I think at this stage, he's just kind of going through the motions, right? He's done a good job of sneaking Eco out on the berries over here, and now on the wood line. The problem is they have been spotted. Horseman does see it, and it looks like there's a peel off. Lombo's moving across in the meantime. A dive into the main. Anathan says, if you won't leave my games, I'll force you out the door. Oh, Dragavan. He wanted to be a man of his words. He said to us, I will do Camel Archer only as long as it's not Hippodrome. But for some wild reason, gluttony, temptation got the better of me. He tried it against the unachievable. Anathan, another easy win off the back of these Hippodrome openings. Yeah, that went pretty. That was pretty brutal. I think, you know, to the whole point that is being raised by Core around like the lack of food on rocky rivers, I think maybe there's like a build where you do fishing instead to kind of temporarily inflate your eco. But yeah, it's pretty rough. Need to go camel before TC, but scared and very hard versus Biz. I think you just like the moment he does try, like the moment he's doing Hippodrome and he's building Hippodrome, you kind of just can't do camels first, right? It's just your hard countered. Like if he's doing if he's doing horsemen like that, it's going to be Lombos. I mean, even if it's not Lombos, it's jabs, right? But like it's, I don't know. I think you need to be able to flank and poke at eco elsewhere. But the problem is like if you send 2 camel archers out straight away to do that, your opponent could just find them with the first horseman, right? And then it's GG anyway. So it's kind of a gamble play is your issue to begin with. You need something more reliable like horseman maybe. I mean, Faye's not entirely wrong. Corvinus did kind of have a game where he made that work, right? Where you done eco wing and you scale farms. But I think you still need something else before you go full camel archers, right? So it's kind of like you need to trend in a direction towards it. You can't just rush into it. And that also then baits your opponent to react to something else, right? Like if you have horsemen, he's probably going to add in spearmen. If he adds in spearmen, camel archers are countering something there, right? Are players opting to do Hippodrome this season due to additional wood cost to build farms? No, it's more they're experimenting to see if the horseman changes make horsemen worth it. This game is still going, by the way. Because you have to remember that with horsemen, the 2 biggest civs to benefit would be Hippodrome Byzantines and like Mongols. So those are the 2 that you should be testing to see if like it's changed anything. And then you'll know if it hasn't really changed anything for them, then it isn't going to change anything for anyone, really. All right, who did Dragavan get? Let's have a look. Oh, it's the 194 guy. You guys want to watch this one? It is the pit. Or should we see who else is on the ladder? God damn it, it's so hot. Dimu versus Zertan's happening? Oh, hell yeah. Get me in there, baby. Sorry, Dragavan, but... Zertan Rising? Poogers? See if the King of the North can beat the King of Germany. Sorry, Core. You're now his squire. I think Core is nodding his head and accepting that. He's like, yeah, that's okay. The Roman Empire showdown as well. Oof, this is like a really good matchup for HRE, no? If they send it in Feudal, it's really hard for the Byzantines. Like, I feel like in this matchup, you just kind of have to get to Castle Age somehow if you're Byzantines. Wait, is this not... No, this isn't certain. Wait. Dude, this is... I'm pretty sure this is Wham. This is Wham or Poppypaw, right? Yeah, because they made... wait, I thought one of them made a fake German account. Wait, is it Ravane? They finished 9th. Ravane was really close to the top at Season 7. And they were 113, 125 before. No? It's... Yeah, I just said it's... Is it Ravane? Okay, yeah, so it is Ravane, okay. Yeah. Because Ravane had a really good last season. Like, he finished... 9th makes it... He was even 9th or, like, 12th at the end of the season. And then before that, he wasn't, like, a top 100 player, right? Whereas Wham... I think Wham had that Montesaurus one or whatever that he made, like, in Season 6. No, I think you might... I think Palpatine might be right in this. It does track that it's Ravane. Because Ravane's account was listed as Germany. And it's majority HRE. Yeah, this fits. New top player has 800 games in a single season. I mean, Ravane... Wait, did Ravane actually play 800 games? He played a lot. I'm trying to remember what he was at when I last checked 2 weeks ago. He was pretty high, but I think he was like 500, 600. That's crazy if he'd done that many games. All right, let's find out. The new A move? Oh, where it doesn't like so. Yeah, so basically, the new A move. The way it works is that when you like, if you A click on a farm, it wouldn't say it wouldn't take it that you're attacking the farm. It would just say you want to A click the ground. So anything that litters in the way, your A clicks aren't now going to intercept as. It's just gonna be like, oh yeah, you just want to attack in this direction. You don't want to go after that specific farm because screw that farm. It's time for King of the North versus King of the Rush here. That's right. We have got Team Liquid's Dimmu on the HRE in the purple going up against Pink Boy here. Ultimasaurus, who we think is Ravane. It kind of tracks. Shout out to Baltoon for dissecting that. 800 games played. They finished 9th last season. This guy has been on the rise. He is absolutely brutal to deal with. We've cast him a few times on this channel before. Really coming out of nowhere. You know, he was kind of known for some cheeky kind of rush type strategies, but it was only listing him in like the top 100, top 200 before. But now, after Season 7's finish, he finished 9th place, already clashing with some of the tops to try and prove why he deserves to stay there. And I'm curious to see how Ravane's going to play this. Ravane, a player from the Middle East, he likes to go pretty hard into these aggressive type builds. Like, for example, if he was on HRE right now, I already know what the strategy would be. It would be fast castle into Burgrave and then spam spears. He loves spears. Loves spears, loves horsemen to a lesser degree. In a weird way, he's kind of the Middle Eastern Fitzy here. I'm wondering if you could really try that with something like Limitane here, though. I was just saying this matchup is usually meant to be HRE favored when they go all in on Feudal, right? Like HRE kind of sends it with archer spam. They block your resources. And most of the time, Byzantines are trying to like gradually build up. Like that's a very big difference here. Is you gradually build a premium army of Byzantines, whereas you rapidly spam into kind of a Zerg dense mass with HRE. So curious to see if that's the way these two are going to play, where Byzantine player takes the defensive format, and then HRE player takes the offensive. If this turns into a Castle Age race, on the other hand, I kind of favor Byzantines a little bit more there, right? Like when they start accessing Varangian, the way they can scale, it's pretty nice. It does compare. I was talking about this the other day. Like, you know, the weird thing with Arkan is you'd think that Arkan just makes HRE overall better, and it is true in the early phases. But if you get, like, say, 20 minutes deep in Feudal and both of you have saturated your landmark with farms, that's where the Byzantines will contest, right? Because they're going to get 32% of what they gather in food as olive oil, right? That's already 32% compared to the 40% gathering tech increase to the HRE, which is basically eventually only going to be farms. But then on top of that, you have this system buff, which is giving you a collective increase in not only your food gathering, but that will then also escalate how much olive oil you get on average. So it's just a very powerful complementary set for the Byzantines once they get set up. But the opening here should at least be in favor of Ben. depending on what he wants to do. I'm curious. With a lot of people on wood, this should just be a double archery range opening, and there you go. First one gets dropped down. Other side of this, early Merc commitment, and oh, this is the fast castle Byzantine build. That's sick. I've seen this a few times. Like, you open Keshik so you can get to Castle Age. The whole logic is while your opponent is reacting to the Keshik play and playing a bit defensive, you just get to be greedy. I'm hoping that's the build we've got here, because I don't like the idea of just long feudal Keshiks. And what is up, my boy Baltin? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Sworn. Ah, good old Baltin. It was a pleasure to finally put a face to the name. Okay, guys, be real. Of all the players on LAN when they're playing and whatnot, who looked the most calm and cool? It was, like, I felt it was Baltin, right? Even if he was getting spanked in some of those series, he had, like, a very confident look about him. By some of those series, I mean just the final one. He's like, I know what the plan is. No one's going to take this one away from me. RTS with Counter-Strike keyboard can literally become... Yeah, when you're so deep in the degeneracy and the insanity that you are FPS gaming in an RTS, nothing phases you anymore, right? You have to keep in mind, this guy has had the combined feelings of, like, getting outpost rushed in RTSs and having people scream profanities at him in languages he does not speak in Counter-Strike. 100% prep. And here we go. This is someone that Dimmu was not prepped for. Keshiks cut the first one down. Good beginning for Ravane. And that's going to reset things or slow down now as the spearmen start to be pumped. So step 2 here. Surely you build an outpost, right? No. Ravane's going to play the edge. I guess you kind of just don't have a choice here, right? Like, you could outpost the gold, sure. But with the HRE's economy being what it is, they could easily just rush into Blacksmith's tech and ram it down. When you have a forward spawn gold like this, you kind of run out of options. Cassius, in the meantime, are just going to slow things down. Dimmu has to be aware that, you know, if he chose to trade, move across the map, these Keshiks could go into the eco, especially when you've got a forward spawn in gold like this. So I think what Ben will have to do is, like, prep 3 or 4 spearmen at home before he moves out. But he's going to have 3 or 4 spearmen to guard the archers as well, right? And that might be where he kind of falls asunder here. We already see Ravane is prepping archers to go alongside those Keshiks. Blacksmith's tech also soon to be on the way. And remember, he'll get them quicker than the HRE, courtesy of the Dialecticus on the system. This is kind of cool, man. I said this was like fast castle after a feigned aggression, and it would have made the most sense. Like, this, the way we've seen most people play Keshiks at the moment is the whole idea is Keshiks draws attention, it draws reaction, just like a French knight would, and then you do something greedy with it. But this is Ravane being Ravane, to a nutshell. In a nutshell and to a T, really. Maybe a pinch opportunity here as well. Free spearman on the front side. Ravane is looking for it right now, but good reactions by Ben. Starts to back up in a nice way where he's poking to keep it kind of rallying away from him. And that allows him to rejoin with the main army. I mean, you're going to have your system on in production one way or the other with the way that Ultimasaurus has set up his base, right? It's either you're hindering the Merc timing or hindering the Archer timing, and the Mercs are kind of more important to get out faster. Because you can always be pumping archers. You can't always be pumping mercs. Have you met Sober Core? No, he's always drunk. He, after having to queue into Ravane and get, like, you know, Burgrave rushed or, like, queuing into Dimmu for the 15th time, you just need to drink sometimes, you know. Also, just doing Sheesh 24/7 gets a bit boring. You got to mix it up. The reason why people don't just have one for tech and one for, like, you know, the production is you have to keep in mind the split, right? Like, if you start over here and you build the Merc House and you've already set up the system to buff the berries, your next buildings are coming here because most of your people are on wood, right? So they're going to be building around this system, not around this one. He could have went for this tree line, but keep in mind this tree line is out of range of the TC. And at the highest level, like, players will tell you inherently, instinctually, always go for the safe tree line because there's less risk of a raid hitting you early, right? It just makes sense. I think there is something like Ascalad saying there. Like, I think in general, people, when they watch RTSs, they expect perfect. We kind of talk about perfect here sometimes. I try to balance that where I'm like, they should do this, but there's a reason they're doing this instead. And the reality is that while you may strive for perfection in 1v1, the reality is even the best players in the world won't play it perfect. Like, you know, Marine Lord's going to try to tell you he's played his game perfectly. No, he wouldn't have. He adapted perfectly maybe, but like the plan he had in mind changed, right? There are small little nuances that distract or draw attention or change your build every single time. And I think that speaks to like the granularity of RTSs, right? Is that every game can be different in that regard. Yo, Faye, when we queuing up for Overwatch, by the way? I'm a very good Echo player. Which means I suck at playing Echo, so I have to transform into other people. Calming moment here. I'm impressed, though. I actually think that Ben really wasn't expecting this to play out the way it has. Grand Winery also means that Ultimasaurus will have that scalability as the game goes on into the now appearing Olive Groves. Olive Groves, which, by the way, were not nerfed hard enough. 70 wood was not... Like, dude, they should be 75 wood. I don't know why they're cheaper ever. They're better farms. Like, there's nothing worse about Olive Groves whatsoever. So why do they cost less still? That's true. I miss my bouncy Hanzo arrows as well. I just can't get used to the new spam arrow thing. It feels weird. Same reason why I didn't play that Archer dude in Paladins. He had the same ability. I love how, like, after Paladins ripped off Overwatch, Overwatch then kind of went and ripped off Paladins with some of the abilities. It's cyclical. Once the competition is dead, you can't copying them anymore. At that point, it's simply an homage. We've got an homage to the old Roman Empire here. Look at this. Mass archers coming in. Pretty much the build the HRE always doing at the moment. But in this game, the advantage truly lies with Ravane. This is wild right now. Farms being set up behind this, but it's crazy. Just look at the resources. He's trending towards castle here. And remember, if that tech up comes out, because you've got the Dialecticus buffing your research speed, you can ramp up into veterancy on archers really quickly here. This is scary, man. And I think that Ben's starting to misread the game a little. It's almost like he thinks this is going to be a long feudal. But it's kind of feigned feudal, right? Like, what kind of psycho builds 50 archers and then goes Castle Age with Byzantines anyway? If you're going to do that, you build longbows, right? It's also just the reality of this contract choice is it doesn't get better as the game goes on, right? Like, you know, Keshiks can kind of still have some use, but Gulams... I think the biggest criticism I always have of the Eastern Contract is that everything you build gets countered by one unit, right? Like, you build Keshiks, then you get your tech up, and you get your hands on Gulams, and usually you're spamming Varangian. All 3 units get countered by crossbows. It kind of makes you very predictable and easy to target. I don't think you can call Ravane predictable outside of the fact he will likely attack you. What I love is the fact that he's meant to just attack you, and look at how differently he's played this game, right? Like, this is the equivalent of Vortex just deciding he's going to hunker down and go for Imperial Age. It's unheard of. Regnitz and Golden Horn Town now on the way, but a clear advantage for Pink already. And a very fast tech up with 14 villages on it. Oh, this is actually cool. So we're reaching the point in the game that should favor the Byzantines. And their farm count, although not as big as the HRE, it's respectable, right? They've got a decent number in there. Looks like they've got, what's that, 9 farms so far? Should help keep the pump going. And the olive oil isn't as important here, remember. The Keshiks are nice, but really what you need is just food and gold base. So as long as you have access to them in droves, you'll be fine here. But you will have to fight out onto the map soon if he wants to keep access. As the resources at home are starting to dry up for Ravane. Archers. Now on the way out. Oh, big mistake though. No Dialecticus. Wow, I can't believe that. Did he Dialecticus? No. So he just forgot flat out. This is an opportunity. Dumu could still get a reasonable fight. Before that veterancy comes in, he might hesitate though. Like, realistically, you're anticipating that upgrade should be coming through any second now. Little does Ben know. Ben, full retreat behind the wall. Veterancy has been queued up. Pink about to get his. Now, the good news is you can never really catch them. Remember, the marching drills, they'll always disengage, and even though the men-at-arms are in the formation, that means you're basically moving at the same speed as the archers on the other side. Well, it's not going to be as quick to retreat, though. Are your buildings? Yes, let us kill these farms. Wait. Is that more efficient? I mean, I guess, like, I don't think it makes a grand deal of difference, but sure. Ping, just target down the farms. So, by the way, someone's asking earlier about the new A move. The new A move is basically if you A clicked on this farm, it wouldn't track that you want to kill the farm if there was bio units in range. Clash now coming in. Not many Keshiks front lining for the time being, though. Archer upgrades are in on each side, and defender's advantage is a really big thing here. Steel Arrow not in on the +2 just yet. Means Pink is going to be pushed out. Surely. 36 versus 38. It's going to come at a cost, though. He might get pushed out, but not before he takes some picks with him. Villagers have to run away, and now a 7 worker deficit to worry about here. Might be more. Men-at-arms are starting to kind of brute force this a little. Keshik's no longer able to frontline, so it's going to be a reset, but the next wave is what scares me here, folks. Ravane has Varangian on the way. Still has a decent mass of archers. But Dumu, credit to him, has the appropriate reaction. Crossbows now being pumped out. I'm wondering now, do you just prep mangoes? I mean, this is awkward, right? Against HRE, building mangoes, it sounds smart when you see this mass, but then you remember how quick they are. And Dimu, I'll give to him, right? Like, no matter what happens, he still remains one of the absolute best archer splitters. Makes him very difficult to annihilate with artillery. Instead, Pink just going to brute force it. Baits him back towards the Varangian clash. He's going to be a dive in. He's looking for those crossbows. Nice micro back there, though. Dimu just baiting him in range deeper. Even baits out 1 or 2 berserks. Ravane also has relic control, guys. Like, Dimu, I don't know if he got distracted or, like, there was just a mistiming here. Keshik's also raiding in. Dude, I think this game might be over. And this is crazy, right? Like, we're talking about HRE 0 relics. One seems feasible, very easily attainable. Instead, he plays for a gluttonous one over here. So still no gold income. And he's trying to scale men-at-arms and crossbows. This is way too expensive, man. New wave of Keshiks also arrive, and crossbow count only at 6. I think this, as long as he keeps the pump going like this should be done. Ravane is going to go for temp reset, but look how fat the farms are this time around. So many more than last when we looked. 25 now. Compare that to the other side. Dimu only has 18 farms. This is not the booming HRE we're used to seeing. I'm starting to wonder if it's ever going to be. Ravane is such a tricky mother ducker. I mean, he's marked himself a reputation as one of the most uncomfortable players to play against, I think. You know, the more I think about the way that Ravane plays, it's very reminiscent of Kiljadi's Rise. This all-in relentless type approach, right? But I love the fact that Ravane is already showing very early evolution in that process of being identified that way. And that, like, this game was him taking the perceived intention of him being all-in and then just using it to skirt castle, where he would have a bigger edge. Home relic at least is on the way home from Ben. Looks like actually Ravane never played for it, so almost like he expected it was already taken. Oh my god, I see the problem now. I wonder why he didn't go for this relic. Guys, Ravane... So this is going to be a lesson he takes away from this game. This is like rookie errors, right? When you're in a game where relics are a target, scout the entire map. There is no argument against it in this game. So much of the map left unexplored means that Ravane missed an opportunity to make this a 0 relic game for Ben. And instead, now he has a golden opportunity to get his hands on 2. In a game where he has no right having any. That is wild. And maybe that's the thing he needs to kind of pump up his eco and fix this gap, right? Like, it's a lot of gold trickle at this stage. Also, another kind of scary thing that I think you have to realize here is that you've now garrisoned 3 relics in a Grand Winery on the worst possible contract for Mercs. And thank you, Fat Flop, for the resub. 11 months, welcome back to the Swarm. But, like, legitimately, guys, when you're playing the Eastern Contract, I would say you're better off just dropping these in a standard monastery, right? Just get the gold. Like, your comp needs gold. You're going Varangian. And I don't really think you benefit from having these Golems instead. Just get more Varangian. Varangian crossbows, it's a lot of gold. And with both sides trending into crossbows, now one side has a sheer clear advantage. At least when it comes to the income. So we have got some Mango play. I believe that was the Golem, right? Yeah, no Siege Workshop. I don't think it... Like, you would have had Golems to build it anyway, even without, to be honest with you. Because remember, the Golden Horn Tower pumps them. Dimmu does invite Ravane into his base. Looks at the backstab. Mango gets a good wallop, though. Ben might be good at dodging Mango shots, but difficult to do in your own choke points here. Nice little skirter there. Varangian count looking pretty stable, and no front line for Ben. I think this is going to be it. He needed more time. He's not going to get it, though. Keshix will also gap close. The Golem of Varangian chasing in, and although a few units are stuck attacking onto a house, I think this is over. Damn. What a showing. Dimmu, a matchup that's meant to favor HRE, at least historically, looks like it has in that Feudal. He didn't get a chance here. Ravane, with the Eastern Contract showing you if it's going to linger in Feudal, sometimes the cavalry is the way you've got to go. Oi, oi, oi. Wait, is he really 6-0? Damn. So you win a LAN and then you lose everything. I think that's the way that works. Good lord. The count. Oopsie. Oh, what were we going to call these games? I forgot. Oh, these lads. One sec. I'm just typing out a tower. Some range increase. Let's see. I think that one. There's a. I think we call that one. There's a new name in the top 10. New top Middle Eastern player. Can maybe work. All right. Sorry, I just had to name them. You're roaring to see Malians. I don't know. I'm trying to think like map pool wise. There's not great ones for the Malian gold trickle, right? Like maybe Canal could work. Do bronze players actually exist? No, they're AI. Mock them now, but give them 5 years, they'll be plat. Who are you? Is this Baltoon? My instant reaction when I'm not sure and someone's got a name like that is this Baltoon? Which usually fits, to be honest with you. It's Corvinus, there you go. I remember like discussing this with Baltoon before where he's like, how do you know it's me? And I just flat out like, dude, your account list is Sweden and you're the only guy who goes with Chinese names from Sweden. You gotta convince everyone else to do it as well. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Oops, that was a mistake. Here, do this so he doesn't... I don't want Louis joining my group. The pressure. Please eat my... Jesus. Is Corvinus really that desperate to get laid? Alright, just restart game quick. What do you think of removing demo from Biz, but Droman explodes on death? Jesus Christ. Only if Tower of the Sultan now does AoE splash damage when it dies. Like a Junkrat main. Good old Call of Duty Martyrdom and an RTS. I mean, like, for real, why doesn't it? Dude, that explosion should do damage. Just saying. Oh, what's that? Your melee units are now counted by killing it? Don't kill it. Build Sprinkles, noob. Sprinkles is the answer to everything else. Might as well be the answer to Tower of the Sultan as well, right? Alright, so. Who's Mr. Core up against? Bretonnian. Dude, have I got a fellow Warhammer gamer here? Although, actually, I wouldn't call them a fellow. They're a Bretonnian. Like, they are the equivalent of mud mixed with shit. Alright, I just offended someone who plays Bretonnia, but I'm okay with that. Dude, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, like, go have a look at the Warhammer Fantasy World and just think about it quickly. You could be vampires. You could be Giga Chad Germaned up humans. You could be dwarves. You could be elves. And you chose to be a disgusting, like, vile sieve of like, bestiality, horseman-loving trolls. Okay, they're not trolls, but they're humans. But they're way too obsessed with horses. And also, they treat all their people like shit. Like, to an extreme. Wait, do we actually want to watch this? Dude, it's a Chinese mirror. This is kind of cringe. Wait. Wait, cool. Dude, what do you mean don't look at your sheep? Cool, you can't say that. What do you mean don't look at your sheep? Like, alright, one and all, welcome to Core versus Bretonnia in a Chinese mirror. Dude, I had to like check this out now just because Core ranted about his sheep. He didn't even realize. He did not even realize that he's about to mirror the shadow of Bretonnia, which is the worst place to be. I was just saying to my chat that if you play Bretonnia, if you're a Bretonnia enjoyer, on the one hand, I love you because you love Warhammer. On the other hand, I hate you because you play Bretonnia. Bretonnia is like the cringiest of cringe. Out of all the Civ choices in the Warhammer Fantasy world, why would you choose the one that actually loves horses to a concerning degree and treats all of its people like royal crap? Right? They're obsessed with ponds and horse dung. That is pretty much Bretonnia in a nutshell. You will not get me off this thought process. There is not a single worse major Civ in the game. But that in mind, what would you really expect from someone who picks China? Jesus, I just insulted two different groups of people at once. We're coming off those Chinese mains and those Bretonnia mains. And yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Like, why would you play Chinese? Bretonnia is like the closest with, like, if you love your cav that much, you think you play French, but you're wrong there, I'm afraid. What you got to realize, Dagon, is actually if you love cav that much, you play Chinese into Imperial Age and spam Fire Lancers. That is the truest of Bretonnia ways. Kislev has also love horse? No, Kislev loves bears. That's much more reasonable. Like, dude, if I had to choose between loving a bear or loving a horse, right? Like, I respect the crap out of that bear. Because if I don't respect the crap out of that bear, it's going to rip my ass off with its claws. Literally, not even figuratively, okay? Like, if a horse doesn't like me, what's it going to do? And then walk away. No, there's another one on the list, actually. Like, you know, you might think Pegasus Knights sound that really cool, but Demogryphs kind of slap. So, you know. All right, Imperial Academy's on the way, though. Cool. How's that sheep count looking, bro? We've got 12 sheep versus 10. Chill, you're fine. Also, you have deer on the high ground. Okay, yeah, now it does seem worse because... Oh. Okay, that's bad. So, Core has been eating on the deer, but Bretonnia hasn't. So, this sheep differential, where it's 13 versus 11, is much bigger. Like, Core probably got about a third of the sheep on this map. Very slow tech up timing. So he's going multi-TC. All right, I'm going to speed up because it's China versus China, guys. I pretty much just picked this game so that I could flame Bretonnian picks. I don't know why. No need to have fantasy monsters just ride normal Alaskan bears. I mean, dude, but like that's the extreme with Bretonia. It's like, wow, you had all these fantasy choices you could make. We love horses. Okay, yep, I see what you done there. You could have had giant vampire beasts. You could have had like, dude, you could have even like enslaved a bunch of dwarves and made them into cavalry units. Would have been the weirdest thing to watch, but you know, you had options. Dragons, but you chose horses. All right, Barbican now on the way up there. That's going to be a nice block on the front of the base. It's coming in response as well. So this... Oh, God. Why did I click on this? It's just going to be a TC boom game. I'm hitting 4 times speed. I ain't got time to waste on this. Wait. Caught. What? What? Oh, my God! Bro, this is what you get for cheating on your sheep with deer. Cord didn't even have a mill yet. Oh my God. Bro, like, Cord, we've got to talk. Why wouldn't you just eat it here? Like, why? Like, I'm pretty sure that mill is out of range of the Imperial Academy as well, right? Can we get a range check on this? I think it is. Oh my God, it is. Why? In so many ways, why? Like, there are many letters in the alphabet, but why? I can't believe that. That is an insane advantage. And we're also already in a game where Bretonia's ahead. Something you'll never see in Total War Warhammer Fantasy. Okay. Anyway, Warhammer Fantasy. I'm going to stop now. Dude, it's got 1 sheep left. Meanwhile, Bretonia with 21 sheep. I can't. All right, back to the fast forward. Unless you're going to come back and get these sheep again. I cannot believe that. And now the deer shove in. Love this. Just all optimal, right? Remember, Core didn't shove his deer in. They were split. Dude, Bretonia's just playing this much better, right? They shove in the deer to be optimal. On top of that, they just scouted much better. I mean, you can't deny they scouted much better when they took 18 sheep away from their opponent. Oh my God. Wolves now being mirrored on each side. And yeah, no surprise there. Core needs this, right? He needs anything he can get. He's playing out into the ball. All right, we are as live as possible, which makes me a little bit depressed because it means we probably are going to have a slow slog up to castle. Actually, I say that. Bretonia's coming in pretty fast here. All right, guys. Who do you think is going to win? Orange or red? This is how we identify Core fanboys. Because, like, Bretonia and Joy is not bad at the game, right? Yeah, they rank all right. Last season, they finished 224th with only 27 games played. Less than 100 games for Season 6. They had a rank 395 finish. They don't play as much as others. So maybe Core has found a mutation. Maybe there's a build he knows about that Bretonia doesn't. But going early Grand... Like, oh, okay. So we're actually getting very early into the granaries. Bretonia isn't doing the same thing. Instead, they're going straight into the Palace Guard pump, and they are playing to Monastery. Smart choice here. Core, meanwhile, hasn't teched up yet. So there's a really big edge to be had here via Relics in a mirror. And remember, you get that timing aggressively. Check this. With the Supervision, it only takes 12 seconds to get a Monk out. That is a Monk-esque moment for Core, who still has yet to start his tech up. Funnily enough, being out of sheep and having to go on berries will do that to you. I can't believe it. Oh, cool. The best part is, like, he warned us, like, yeah, in a minute. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. And I thought it was just the fact that he mirrored the scouting rotation, so kind of sucked out on the sheep. I did not expect what we got there, though. Oh, my God. I think the lesson that many bronze, silver, gold level players are going to take away from that moment in the game is very important for them is sometimes playing optimal, playing absolutely perfect, doing everything theoretically the right way. It's overrated. Pascal now marching in. Cool. We'll react to the crossbow straight away. And no, guys, this isn't as much about trade. It's just about making sure you don't have any flank attacks when you're playing a boomy civ. Maybe if you get like 40 minutes in this game, it could be trade, but realistically, it's just about guaranteeing your flanks. I'm kidding. He's definitely going to drop down 7 marketplaces. Please don't. I mean, we're floating a lot of wood, is all I'm saying. Pascal, this is actually a nice way to fight. Core kind of got baited there. He doesn't have enough crossbows. What? All right, he has enough crossbows now. That should have been a cut on 1 and then a cut on 2. Bretonia, a little bit distracted, does pull away. Wool has now gone up, but in the meantime, it's not like it's a full negative. Yes, Bretonia's spending a lot of food on army right now, but they're getting map control of it. In fact, they might even be able to keep this open. Core realizes that he's heading over now, but with the Pascal count going as it is, there's a realistic chance of just burning through and making a 5-relic sweep for Bretonia. Damn, the more I say Bretonia, the more I kind of want to install Total War Warhammer 3 and play it. Anyone else getting that feeling? Did they ever improve Total War Warhammer 3 so it's not trash? I know a lot of people hated it compared to 1 and 2. I think you just hunker and go imp now, right? It's not as bad as it used to be. I think this is like the sad reality is in the day and age we live, when people make a screw up of a game, there's no remarket, right? It kind of feels like it's a sailed ship. Even, I'd say even ones that eventually reboomed, like No Man's Sky had this, where the work was kind of done silently. I didn't realize it until one of my friends mentioned, like, yeah, they fixed everything with the game now. Like, really? I think it's just hard in people's mind to like market a fix, if that makes sense, right? Because it's not new anymore. It's just making up for the screw up. This is pretty relevant with AoE 4 at the moment, where like AoE 4, it's just absolutely had the most tragic launch, right? It wasn't a good thing to market that game in its current state, right? But now that it's in a phenomenal state, you just don't really see any marketing effort to try and get it back on the radar. Yes, there'll be like a small amount around expansion, but like, you know, compared to what you'd normally see, it's pretty underwhelming. Looking on the map, and it looks like we are trending towards imp here. So Bretonia, I wonder if he just goes for like a forward Great Wall Gatehouse here around the center. This is a great spot actually, with the double 8k and the stone outcropping as well. A lot of value to deny here. Realistically, usually you're going to see a Great Wall Gatehouse wherever you put your farms, right? Which should be on the high ground. So expect this to get locked in, so extra gold trickle here. It's not about that as a win condition, it's just about the extra resources, right? Like, this is an eco race right now between the two. One that I'd say Red is convincingly winning. I mean, you mean that, JDT, but like that's essentially what Overwatch 2 was meant to be. It's just a rebrand. Sadly, like, and you know, I think it would have worked if they'd done the campaigns fully like they promised and didn't axe it. So, like, AoE4 realistically could try something similar. They won't, but I mean, I think using Overwatch 2 as a sample of how it doesn't work doesn't fit. There are plenty of examples where like the rebrand does work, as long as you don't scam the existing customers. And the new ones, actually. Gale's on the way in court. Wait, has he misread this? He's adding in a lot of army right now. For what, though? I mean, you can't easily attack here, right? He's now just going to have to pull all resources into attack up the moment he hears it. Otherwise, this is over. Right, he has to know it's probably a Great Wall Gatehouse as well. You don't really see people going the other way as often anymore. There's not as much value in going for the Spirit Way first. Especially at such an early phase of the game. So you've got to be anticipating a defense, likely on the forward, considering the way these two are going to play it out. It's like, cool, it's going to go look. And in fact, he's looking to mirror now with his own Great Wall Gatehouse. Timing might be off there. And, oh my god, it's going to be a keep drop first. He doesn't know. Cool. This is about to turn to a massacre. Villagers running by. Nesta Beast opens the flower in the back line of crossbows. Villagers, they're in range. It's going to be a massacre. Cool! Mistakes made! Nesta Beast goes down. But the keep will not go up. He gets that raised just before the reload comes through. But damage on all those villagers now. And the front line is falling. Crossbow should be able to pull back. He should just be able to deny this. A shift across now and a cancel the keep again. Core will not get that secure on the gold veins and pays the price for it. Now down by almost 20 villages. Actually, he is in total. 18 eliminated, and of course the other two coming from the efficiency of Bretonia's build. This is brutal now. I mean, this is worst case scenario, guys. Remember, the gold is in the center of the map. He needs a claim there. A keep drop or a Great Wall Gatehouse. He can't afford to have to drop this on the high ground. Wow, wow, wow. What a hole this would be to dig yourself out of. He's going to make another attempt. So probably east side, right? But Wall's already up there. Oh, my God. This is a game where he just can't make a right move. Every single time he tries to find a way, there's a blocker. This time it's literally a wall. So there's one gold vein. And you can already see that Bretonia is chilling here with the monk, so he'll see him coming. Cool. Bad news, buddy. Oh, this is absolutely brutal. He's going to go for the keep drop anyway. So we'll look to burn through the wall and gather here. Fair gold spawns? Yeah, dude, yours are over here. Cool, why are you complaining? Look, you got all this stone back here. Do you not like stone? God, you're like that kid that doesn't get the exact color of shirt he wanted for Christmas and complains. Ancient techniques down the way. Villagers will have to migrate to the high ground. There's at least a stone wall here, so no interception point. The core, it's known what he's doing. And the outpost spam is real. Sprun emplacements are being queued up. Core does see this. Wait, no, he doesn't! Oh, no. By the time he sees this, it's going to be, what, triple emplacement? This could have even been a cannon emplacement if Bretonia had wanted. There's the revelation. Pass card also shows up. But the Spirals are the bigger concern here. Denial on the outpost completion, and Core has to rush it up now, but I don't think it matters. Unless you dive for the kill on these outposts now. It's going to be another game. Bretonia, meanwhile, while all this is happening, they're stockpiling the hand cannoneers, right? They're ready to rock and roll. Pass card now showing up as well. Taxman, for some reason, leading the way. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter unless you can kill these outposts, right? Like, you're still going to lose too much in this area. So, congrats. So, golf claps all around. We do have a keep. But now we only have 8 Palace Guard to deal with all these outposts. Not just that, Bretonia already now queuing up the bombards to deal with it all. I believe this is what they call a shellacking. 25 eco lead now for Red China. Taxman will make it to the afterlife and not to the gold, so a little bit of a missed micro there. The bigger issue I'm seeing though is Core just doesn't have a premium army yet. Alright, he's focusing mass crossbows. The hand cannoneers will dispatch that easily. Remember, when you play China, you do have the extra range tech, so you outrange those crossbows. Rav's now being prepped, so Core now knows he needs to clear the area, right? Right now, he's running dry on gold. But it seems great minds think alike. Core is about to get a rude awakening here. The stone wall that's meant to protect against all is going to protect against none. Tony have a very big miss macro, by the way. It's kind of crazy, right? Core needs gold. He's got plenty of the others. Meanwhile, Bretonia needs plenty of the others. He's got plenty of gold. Bombards. Now just trying to knock at those rams. Not a bad choice here, actually. And wait. What? Did you guys see that? You guys saw that, right? That bombard had splash. What? Dude, that bombard hit both of the rams. I'm not imagining that, right? Both of those rams were taking hits from the bombard at the same time. Wait, what? Bombards now have Zhuji unique tech by default for different civs. I think that's something to do with the hitboxes overlapping like this. Like, you see how the rams do that right there? So that both of them theoretically can be hit, but that shouldn't happen. Dude, that's wild. Keep drop now on the way. Bombards are just sniping down 1 or 2 units here or there. Hand Cannon is able to dominate the fight in the meantime and move in now to the farms. Almost have an attack ground. Maybe it's the attack ground. Something was happening there, and, well, nothing else can be happening in this game. Cool. He was already on a bad footing after that sheep donation. That turns into an Elo donation. Oh, God, the pain of losing to Bretonia. Oh, my God. I can't believe that, man. The wildest sheep donation I've ever seen. Unbelievable. Yeah. I had a feeling they were both taken down. That's crazy. Has someone got a clip of that so I can send it to the devs? Because that is unintentional behavior. The hand cannon is in the one pass guard? No, dude. It was 100% like shed. Also, apparently there's some really dumb stuff right now with Fog of War and walling to your resources. I don't know if you guys have been seeing that. That's kind of crazy as well. Yummy. Might get a Red Bull in a sec, actually. Did someone clip it? I appreciate if someone can clip it and link it. Let me check my channel. I might have a clip there because I tried to record a clip. Sometimes I've noticed that the Stream Deck just doesn't send it through, though. It's really weird. Like, I'll press the clip button and it just won't. There'll be nothing. That is wild, though. I can't believe that. Let's have a look. I think this is the moment. All right. I'm going to open the replay. We'll have a look at this. God damn. All right. So. Does my stream really look this crap? Is the quality really this bad? This is ugly. What the hell? Yeah, check it. So they come in. Watch that. Yep, dude. Yep, right there. You see that? The bombard is doing that. The bombard is hitting both rams. That is wild. Dude, what? You guys saw that, right? I'm going to clip that. Attack ground button? Pretty sure that's what... I mean, maybe it is, but I don't think that should be a thing. It's kind of crazy, right? Corny's gold. It's got plenty of the others. Meanwhile... I'm sending it to devs because I feel like that's unintended behavior. Makes a 4.5. Dude, it's like, it's crazy. It's almost like QA should be an imperative part, especially considering like you're literally about to have the qualifiers for the largest AoE 4 tournament this year, right? clearly core only lost because of the bombard splash bug, right? That's the other takeaway we have. Yeah, kind of vexing, man. There's been a few bugs, right? Like, I think, have people been posting about them? I noticed one that was kind of like ridiculous, which was the walling issue. The walling one is the dumbest thing I've seen. Let's have a quick look. I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna have a look on the Reddit and see if there's been any other ones being reported. Always good to be in the know on these. The event visualization. Wow. All right, one sec, guys. I'm gonna grab Red Bull quickly because I do want to drink. So I'll be back in 1 sec. Yeah. So basically, this is just a weird way of visualizing a double elim, right? Oh, we went with Summerberry, by the way. I really like these. The forest fruits. Anyone had these ones? They're pretty nice. I miss Juneberry though. Well, so this format is so you'll start here, right? Wait, where are we starting? Yeah, we're starting here. Am I the only one confused by the visualization here? I mean, it's double elim. It's just so I personally think like whenever you're talking about double elim, just upper bracket, lower bracket. Because guys, what you need to do, like you actually have to, you basically have to rotate. You have to, it's like that. Right? Like, that's actually what it is. It's just a very weird way. Am I the only one who has that where it always feels weird to show double elim brackets staggered like that? Because the reality is like, you know, upper and lower, like there's always that link in my brain. Oh, and this is wild, by the way. If there's a rematch, they have to play again. It's like, I think it's whoever's in the upper, right? Like if it's a rematch, I think if it's a rematch, and so if it's a rematch and you lost the person before, you have to beat them twice, which I've never heard of before. It's such a funky format. Yeah. So let me have a look. Oh yeah, so Tatara is kind of funky, right? It was meant to be 50 gold. It still costs 75. That's a bug. Is there any other ones that people highlighted so far? I know someone mentioned the rally issue. There's a rally bug issue right now. Yo, what's up, Hollywood? How's it going, buddy? That's someone I haven't seen in a while. Hope you're doing well, mate. But like, there's just a bunch of bugs being discovered, and it's just like they genuinely needed that. They should have had a test server. Yeah, here you go. This one. Rally points set on resource no longer becomes blue to indicate it's not a misclick. Yeah, so you just don't know. Pro scouts can pick up deer anymore? What? Once again, just a reminder, we're about to have like the biggest tournament of the year's qualifiers, which is actually like it's not the qualifiers really is like it's the majority of the event minus one game, the finals. And we just had a patch drop that's gonna have a bunch of stupid bugs. That's kind of yikes. Oh yeah, is this true by the way? I wonder where Divine is. Has he started just playing Myth? Wait, he changed his name to Divine APT? What does that even mean? Also, he just doesn't have VODs. Yo, little, like, I don't know if he just hasn't streamed. If he has been streaming, little tip to people, if you're a streamer and you don't have VODs, you're missing out on deals. If you're also a streamer that requires subscription for your VODs, you're also missing out on deals, by the way. I know this as someone who sources deals for content creators. If I can't view your VODs, I'm not paying you $5 just to view your VODs. So, apparently, I just talked to Corvinus. He had something similar. When he done a night charge the other day, he got dumped by... so, like, 2 nights charged 4 villages that were stacked too close together, and he lost them all. Or if you're just a crap streamer, then you can continue to be toiletware, my friend. It is wild, though. Like, people just don't understand it. If I can't look at your content, I'm not paying you to look at your content, mate. To potentially get you a deal, right? It's like... If I done that for everyone that was, like... If I done that for everyone that I was looking at speculatively, I'd spend a lot of money per month just to check if someone does good content. So yeah, like don't have your stuff be visible. But yeah, I can't believe that, man. So apparently Corvinus the other day lost 4 villages to like 2 nights just charging in. That's wild. As in initial hit, not like oh he lost them over time. Like the charge hit and he lost them all. That's wild. Can't believe that, man. Mongol Pred. Oh, yeah, I heard about this. You can't double produce monks either. Actually, like the idea of splash for knights. So you basically just want Landsknecht on horseback. Oh, dude, I don't actually want to cast another Hill and Dale. Am I the only one already bored of Hill and Dale? I heard Baltoon. I am most definitely interested in that. You're going to use it, good lads. Thank you. I'm a little bit skeptical as it's 4-player ones. How, like, I mean, you'd know better than me. How has the 4-player meta been at the moment? Is it fairly fast? Or is it still very slow? Need 3 cav, 1 infantry. That's a very interesting meta. And what, like you just lean the infantry side? So like wherever your infantry player side, infantry player spawns, you kind of back him up and flow through. Obviously you raid between, but like when you need a main fight, you just head to their side. I imagine, right? I mean, that's got to be somewhat map specific though, right? Like if it's Hill and Dale or something like that, I guess you take a different approach. But most of the, like, let me check. What are the maps in rotation? Is it the same for, yeah, so team. Yeah, so Rocky River, yeah, you just can't wall that quick enough, right? If it's Trip Cav Civ. Waterholes, I mean, wait, which one is that? Was that the Frisian one? I can't remember. Like, that's too open. Migration is, yeah, that's a completely different ballgame. Hideout, I guess, like, I don't know if calves can work, I guess. You just stick your infantry on one side and push that side, right? Gorge seems too big to wall. Forts, I guess you could play Inf maybe. But Dry Arabia, Cliffside, and Canal, I'd probably agree, like, cav makes sense. You're playing Rocky Arabia, Lipany. Yeah, so Lipany, Arabia, Gorge all make sense for, like, Trip Cav. I wonder if Hill and Dale and Rocky, there's maybe more infantry potential. But yeah, that's gonna be between you guys and the Vietnamese players, right? So that's gonna be you, Voldemar. Who else was it? He was telling me earlier. So you, Voldemar, Myriad, and Sassy versus the Vietnamese guys like Kyo, Mio, Micah, and whatnot. Should be hype. Yeah, I'll mark that on this channel, so we'll watch that. We definitely will at least catch some of those games. Oh wait, we'll catch more. Oh yeah, we'll catch them all. I was just checking, my person that I go bouldering with is on holiday, so I will not be going for my fitness this week. A little bit sad about that. But let's go back to watching some games live on the ladder. Oh, man. Just having someone do all the observing for me is so nice. I need to hire like a Southeast Asian vodka that only requires like an eighth of what I'd have to pay vodka. And then I can just sit here and not have to do anything. It's a good life. Oh. God, I've still this really annoying dry cough. It just won't go. Let's see who we got. I've seen that Maverick name before. Let me check that. It's edgy enough to be like a high-ranking name, right? Both of them are. Give elephants force... No. Okay, no. I got the better one for you. Why do the cataphracts have the trample ability and elephants do not? Just saying. Your immersion's just been ruined, right? Give AOM access between games because you're man. Yeah, but then they want to be paid. Who do we watch? Oh, wait, who's Dickinator against? Wasn't Dickinator like the highest ranking console player? I'm trying to remember. Because we watched them in tournament up against Faye, right? In that very peculiar Ottoman Japanese game that he's not meant to ever lose. You guys know that? Like, Otto Japanese is probably Ottoman's hardest counter. I'm trying to think there's like Civ that counters them harder. It's like I put it like 85% favor towards Japanese. Towards Ottomans, rather. Sorry, did I say Ottoman's hardest counter? Japanese hardest counter. I put it like 85% favor towards Ottomans. Japanese just can't really do much. Like, you can't play Feudal, your Feudal's worse. And your Castle Age also gets stomped out as well. Because, like, the quality of the Ottoman units is just 10 times better. Alright, oh. Hello. Is that a Gigliardi? Against Dumu? Wait, so Dumu, after losing all of his... after losing all of his games on one account, he's like, let's burn the other one as well. Oh, man. Alright, yeah, we 100% watch this. I mean, I came for Giljardi, but... Giljardi and Dumu? Damn. Also, we're doing Baltic with Delhi? Time to see if Delhi OP on water, I guess. Has more shine. Kill the pigeon on that neck piece. Definitely my forehead. Shiniest thing in the room. Oh. Wasn't Marine Lord gold at one point, like season? Was he? I don't know about Marine Lord. I know Cat was it last season? I think. Yeah, it was either last season or season 5, or season 6 rather. I think it's season 6. Cat season 6 ranked at like silver. I had to grind all the way back up. It was very it was a very big meme amongst the pros. Did you guys know that Surfshark is back for a 3rd tournament in a row of EGC TV? That's right. I got him to come back again. Whoop, whoop. Money. Need to find some other sponsors too, to be honest. Actually, I need to talk to Protein Works. They haven't renewed for a 3rd month, so that link doesn't work. I should probably disable that Nightbot thing for the time being. I need to raise it them. The performance wasn't what they were hoping for on the 2nd month. Should you earn them a customer? I mean, we'll find out. Been waiting on a few things in regards to that. What's up? You want to put the wardrobe back now? I'm about to start a game, so it either takes like 1.5 minutes or it waits. Yeah, but the walls are wet, Emma.
No, the walls aren't wet anymore. The bottom in. If you don't put it back now, they can't put it back. So it needs to go back now. And now he's still here.
Chat, bear back. Shit, I have to deal with. Alright guys, sorry about that. Had to move a wardrobe and then a bed and then some other stuff and it just kept going. Alright, so let's quickly hop in. Alright, so hopping on board a few minutes into this one, but I couldn't resist it. Kiljardi going up against Team Liquor's Dumu. A familiar sight at the moment because this lad was just on his King of the North account. It's not going well for Ben though. He's so far, I think, 0 wins, 7 losses on his main. So he's now hopped onto his alternative account to try and rank a little bit better. It's going to matter a lot because Rebel Warlord is starting very soon and seeding will be used on the leaderboard. So these games are actually of critical importance to Ben right now. And what a way to approach this. We're on Baltic, which just entered the ranked rotation for a showdown between the Delhi and the Japanese. Kiljardi playing something pretty standard, pretty powerful on water maps. Dumu, something unorthodox. The fishing boats to try and contest the Shinobi so far not working as grandly as he'd hoped though, and now the pressure comes in. Archer ships already arriving on the eco. Ben doesn't really have a substantial force to defend with here. He has got the double dock. It looks like he was playing for the Scholar Garrison so that he can get the increased research speed, right? But it doesn't seem to be helping too much here. Kind of a rough situation, actually. Wait, why does... Wait, what? Okay. You guys saw that, right? The UI said 2 minutes and 30 seconds for some reason. I'm glad that's updated now. That was a bit wild. Remember, the whole idea here is you get trade manuscripts by default now. So this will escalate the ability for you to push out boats faster, right? Very fast when you actually have additional scholars garrison inside. And these do act as normal moss as well, so you can still use them to kind of generate extra research speed everywhere else. Fishing boat defense, though. Remember, these actually got nerfed and buffed, so their damage got decreased by 1, but they no longer have shots that can miss. They're actually true accuracy now. Demo's coming in, though. Doesn't even try to go for the fishing. Decides in the end it might be worth it. Killjardy sees an opportunity there. Strikes down some of the eco. We're about to leave. This is looking rough right now. I mean, Ben, this is a really rough game, man. I'm curious what the thought process was with Delhi in the first place. Probably like lock the sacred sites on the sides and then focus on water. Utilize the fact that your fishing boats can defend against the early shinobi. And then also kind of hope that the manuscript trade boost that allows you to just ramp up production very fast keeps you in control of the game. Because like realistically, if you can be the one setting early pressure, Japanese don't have an eco advantage in this matchup. This feels anything but even. 5 worker kills so far for Killjardy, none for Dimmu. No opportunity to try and dent this either. Spiral count is also getting kind of out of control here. Killjardy now on 6 and Dimmu with a mere 3. These Shinobi have been a frustration. Back in again. Another time the dot gets delayed. Gets denied rather. In fact, both of them are. Okay, Killjardy has just been on point with these Shinobi rotations, right? This is so infuriating to deal with right now. You're in a game where militarily you're already behind and you can't keep up. And remember, his numbers are hugely deceptive here, right? Because it's counting the scholars. So his army really isn't that big. In fact, it's also, if I remember correctly, did they ever fix it? It still counts fishing boats, right? Let's see, 9, 12, 14. No, that's at least fixed. Okay, so the fishing boats still show up here, but they no longer count in the military pop. Shinobi. Causing such delays that this count just is not impressive. Dimmu. Second demo does come out. An opportunity here. Killjardy. Great micro reaction there, though. Not even remotely phased. Needs to be careful to follow up here. Some clip damage does lean in. It looks like one of the boats is going to go down. Still not enough to get Dimmu out of this sticky situation. The Shinobi count is rising. Still more pressure coming there. In fact, it looks like there's a temp reset. Killjardy does lose some of his force on the front line. Does at least have this one Shinobi sneak in. But good target fire there. Dimmu doesn't allow it. This is a tough one, though. Killjardy, a lot being invested into this push right now. Extra arch ships are in the way. No demo ship play himself, so no way of quickly eradicating the fleet of the Delhi. Are the Shinobi viable on land now? Well, they only changed the production speed thing, right? Where now Military Academy affects them. I genuinely think Shinobi are still really underwhelming on land. On like water as well, they have some impact, but I think their impact is sometimes overstated. Certain maps, they just get picked by default because it has water and they don't feel good. This is a map where they can make sense, though. Like, Baltic makes a lot of sense because of the ability to directly deny production on the one pond you share. I can't have a moment here. You have to remember, if this turns into more of a macro game, that will definitely favor the Japanese. Going fast castle here is easy for them and very impactful. So Dimmu wants to try and keep it in this age and wants to have an advantage, but so far, the advantage is only trending one way in this game. It's going to take one hell of a fight for Dimmu to flip it around as well. BC reckons Delhi are top 2 Civ 1 now? I don't think I'd go that far. Top 6 maybe? Like, beyond that, debatable. I mean, like, what's the play? You definitely don't need the fishing boat details anymore. The production rate is nice. You don't get any, like, eco-escalation on wood or gold, per se. Maybe on some maps where Sanctity can come in clutch, I could see it. Because the big change now with you actually getting the Scholar in the docks is huge, because you can actually play him onto sacred sites nearby. But what a clash coming in here. Killjardy creeping through. Demo. Denial on both sides, but extras just flooding in. That's a bait. That's a fishing boat! The fishing boat gets him in! I cannot believe that. Killjardy, what a bait master. Return fire is coming in, though, and he's going to be ultimately punished for the overextension. But that was sick, man. Remember, fishing boats will not die fast to Springle shots, right? It's 35 base damage, so that's at least 4 shots going in. Archer ships will not kill them quickly either, right? So they're going to waste a lot of fire on that. Compared to a demo ship that's you can kill in 2, they have to shoot like 4 times, maybe more if they don't hit right to kill a fishing boat off. And what a move to get a win on water. Kiljadi now in a dominant position. Dimu still refusing to give up, though. Scholar count is at least decent. He's now playing towards Sacred Sites, but realistically, what is your play back into this game? Land versus water is only going to go one way. I mean, he's going to try it, though. Credit to him for trying to find this pivot. Ben, triple stables. With a loss of fishing, this is pretty bold to try and lean into. I mean, he does have the berry still. He should have sheep as well. But this is rough, man. And yeah, Ben is having a hard time this season. We just said on his main, he's just been getting absolutely crotch stomped. Looking like his secondary isn't going to go a different way either. I'm also worried that this just gets scouted early. And yeah, Kiljadi away. Oh, no. Okay, so this is a fun little bug right now. So, little tip to people, when you build walls that use outcroppings, gold veins, or whatever, make sure that you can see them, because if you do it through fog of war, this happens. In fact, it might... I hope it's pressed up against the edge of the wall. As far as I know, it's just like mineral lines, so outcroppings and gold. I hope it's not happening with wood lines as well, because that would be the ultimate form of cringe. The ultimate form of oof now on the way. Japanese to tech up. And Dimu stuck in this age. He's starting to save up for his own castle age, but like in the meat game, there's no competing now, right? You're seeing it temporarily, he's ahead, but that's not going to last long. That's because he's got a ridiculous 19 villages on the berries alone, another 10 on the sheep. Meanwhile, compared to the other side, it's 10 on berries, 10 on sheep, 3 on berries, and the rest teching. Bad news in for Ben. I think he was hoping he had a little bit more time to make that transition work. Compound Defender is now on the way. And unfortunately for Kiljadi, I don't think this is a situation where trading is necessarily worth it. He might consider it, but it's just better to get more fishing going, right? Get all your golden land and just pump your units non-stop. You should definitely have the food on a water map to just non-stop have Mounted Samurai coming out. In fact, he even went double stables. Can Dimu do this? He's not gathering stone yet. His eco isn't at a point where he can balance massing military and getting heaps up as well, which is going to be problematic, because to do this, you're going to need to either stonewall these in or keep drop them. In fact, I'd love to see a stonewall play here, right? He's about to complete his tech up in the castle. Realistically, that's more maintainable than going for keep drops. It's like spending, 200 stone to wall or 300 stone to wall between the two sides. That would buy you time, because right now, Kiljadi's ramping up to this aggressive cavalry timing, right? Unfortunately, that requires either villagers running out or it needs to have spim in there to build. And right now, Dimu doesn't have either. What? I mean, it's not the worst of idea because the berries will be helpful, right? But like, this almost feels like he's not sure how to react to this weird bug. Warlord coming in. Dimu. Dimu! Oh no! Oh, Ben, not like this. Ghazi converted to the other side. Also more scanning vision, and Kiljadi already had the numerical advantage, but this is now out of control. I'm not sure what he was expecting there. Like, double Ghazi will never kill that guy in time. A little bit of stubbornness, just trying to deny the first relic. Means he does pay the price. Now, more relics are at least on the way home for Ben, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get that fourth at this pacing. Mount Samurai now starting to arrive in the base. The villagers are exposed here. Meantime, there are lances coming out to mirror this, but remember, the Mounted Samurai are just better lances. Well, Kiljadi? Oh! Guys, come on. Dude, this is the type of investments I wish I could make in life. You invest 2 Ghazis in a scout, and then half a minute later, you get a Ghazi, a scout, and a Mounted Samurai back. Wow, me likey. Dude, that's wild. I love that we just got this sprinkling of warlords coming in from two very talented players. And it's working in the weirdest and most uncleaner ways. Kiljadi, there's no warlord to be had here. Nice to know on the relic grab. And he has actually now got the Uma Bannerman. So a decent damage buff, but he needs more troops. A bait coming through. Dimu. He's about to see what he's walking into. The demo ship moves in, but Kiljadi! A little bit delayed in his reaction. A missed opportunity there. A perfect opportunity that would have gotten him a heavy damage favorability here, right? Like you would have seen half these Lancers on half HP. Missed and whiffed. And instead, Kiljadi now going for the eco. Lancer count mirrors the Mount Samurai count, but that is a fight that will favor Kiljadi, remember. The deflective armor always guarantees that the Tatara is just a nice little creme de la creme. Right now, it looks like Dimu a little bit trickling in his reactions here. Ben, credit to him, he's got a lot of Lancers. What are you doing? Kiljadi is right now massing Onabigisha. Thankfully, he's just started adding his spears. I'm hoping that is a commitment and not a misclip, because like realistically, you are seeing mass Lancers. Either keep going Mount Samurai or react to what you're seeing. I mean, Kiljadi, it's almost like he thinks he has enough food, he doesn't have to care. In fairness, this does lean into the raiding style, right? Like, you can send Onabigisha in to just kill economy instead. Dimu trying to stabilize with the keeps now. On its own pretty hard here. Definitely, yeah, we want to drop in this area. You've got a lot of deer, berries, everything over here. So a kind of creeping castle defense approach from Dimu, which makes a lot of sense. Would love to see him wall the north side, because I just don't think you want to have to deal with this dance west and east. Focus it into one direction and use keeps to defend. I'm curious, like, why are we not pumping more fishing boats still? Like, Kiljadi would benefit a lot from just setting up additional docks and creeping around here. Like, it is extra eco at this stage. Especially when you're trying to go for an Onabigisha flood. Like, everything he's doing, bio-based, is pretty heavy on the food. Dimu now on a march on the west side here. Unfortunately, there are some palisades to slow him down. Doesn't look like Kiljadi kept troops back to defend, though, so this looks like a trade. Keep drop down the way from Dimu, but the outpost does see all. I say all. Yes, it does. Every single detail in the area, so he knows about the keep. He doesn't give a damn. Kiljadi with the dive in now. Textiles is at least there, but against Onabigisha can only do so much. Castle will be complete, but it will come at a blood price. Few villagers going down here. Dimu still behind by over 30, but now he looks to turn it around. So burn through on the wall. Palisades aren't going to last very long, but might be long enough here. We've got, what, quadruple racks? Make that 7 racks as worth of production. Spearman numbers should swell up quick here. Start to get overwhelmed initially. Plays into the choke points. Yorishiro is going to be a whiff. Oh, that's unfortunate. So missed opportunity to ramp up the production further. Spearman added in with Onabigisha to defend here. It's not the way you want to play it, so you just want raw Spearman. Right now, the Lancers just cutting them down one by one. The dive through does continue, though. Unfortunately, the castle, definitely a sting point here as Kiljadi just tries to move beyond it. And now Dimu looking to raid beyond this. Love this, the way the split's happening, right? Just send 1 or 2 knights to deal with the economy. Send the rest in to cut the reinforcing troops. Kiljadi may have made a blunder here. Has at least got textiles to minimize the damage. He's going to look to return fire. Kiljadi not realizing where the economy is. He just needs to go a little bit deeper here. Finally on the move. Dimu, nothing left at home to defend right now. This is more or less an eco trade. Lancer count still looking healthy at 13. Villagers are going to try to pivot away from this, but it seems Dimu is aware that something is up. He did actually raid on the gold and saw it, and he's going to catch them! Kiljadi, he may have a lot of fishing to kind of keep the eco afloat, but this is a loss you will feel. I mean, he doesn't even realize right now. Running through the palisades to the other side. Meanwhile, the raid into Dimu's base is just not hitting as hard as he would have liked here. Only a handful of Onabigisha left over. And Castle's making it all that much more difficult to find a target. Gate is going to be built, but the Lance is going to make him pay a price in blood for it. Kiljadi, a man who had almost a 40 eco lead, now only 20 between them. In fact, less than that. Make it 15. I can't believe this, dude. Ben's a miracle worker right now. What an insane game this is turning into. Kiljadi tried to play a raid game when he should have played a kill game. At risk of being eliminated himself. All about to be burnt through. These gold workers are not going to be safe for long. I can't believe how this is unraveled. I mean, Kiljadi, his own critical blunder here. Like, the Onibigisha, I get it from a raiding perspective, but not prepping yourself, insulating yourself for spears, or at least dropping a stonewall on the north side has cost him dearly in this game. It seemed like Kiljadi just didn't anticipate Dumu going full offensive with lances, especially without fishing, but what a read by Ben. Relies on the castle to defend and just goes full ham on the aggression. And all of a sudden, we now have a game that is balanced and even in eco count, but not in kills. This is wild. 20 out of the 53 economy is fishing. Meanwhile, all of Ben's is on land. And the castle defense most definitely doing wonders for Dimmu. Only 2 of them so far. Could easily add in another 2 though. I think about it soon. Love the fact that he's been saving the Lancers as well. Like, a lot of damage done. If he gets these guys home and tops them off, we well and truly set. And in fact, this is sick. He's going back on water. The keep drop to try and protect gives him a staging point here. And provides a big issue for Kiljadi. Man, it's halfway between Imperial and All-In. I mean, All-In is just not working anymore. If you play us into Imperial Age, Delhi should be back on water, though. It's another big problem. Kiljadi, I love that people asking the fishing tech issues. He remembered this time. It's early enough in the day that he would not forget. I can't believe this, man. I know we caught this game a few minutes already in, but I'm glad we did follow through. This is a beaut. Nice spinman now from Kiljadi. Dimmu, a lot of gold. No transition coming in might prove problematic here. Just at least able to dodge the death. Shogun now queued up. Kiljadi will have that to defend him at home against night raids and night dives. I don't think he's looking to transition farms anytime soon, right? Like, the fishing, there's enough on Baltic that you realistically don't ever need farms. It's just like Kiljadi hasn't fully exploited that. We have at least now got more docks coming in to try and fix that problem. If Dimmu pulls this off, he's quite the miracle worker. I mean, even though Kiljadi's blundered, right? Like, realistically, he should still have a big edge. Map control being a big part of it. Like, key drops are great. They protect you. But they protect temporary resources, right? Temporary investments. So he's going to retreat. Dimmu was trying to play out to the south side goal. Dive now comes in. Kiljadi looking to do more eco damage. And Dimmu, not reacting at all, finally realizes it. Look to garrison up. Kiljadi doing a good job of just kind of keeping him oppressed here. Lancer also raiding in, and it seems that Dimmu doesn't realize it. We'll pull more villages now, but that's still going to be a few eco losses. Remember, the damage is high enough that you free hit even textiled villages. In fact, starting to wonder. No way this is a doubt keep, right? Nah, Lancers arrive. There's still Dimmu now down to 38 economy. And once again! Oh my god, the keep drop is not going to work here. Kiljadi already on the move, a pinch from both sides. That's going to be 5 more villages down. And Dimmu shrinking down to just 30 villages in this game. Love that from Kiljadi as well. Denies some of the stone invested in the castle. Kills off the workers. And Ben now has a problem. He's out of gold. Yes, he's got 3k in reserve, but he won't be able to gather anymore right now. Backside is probably his only hope. That's only 1,200 left. Everything else is forward-facing. Kiljadi, after dropping the ball, seems to have picked it up quick. Yeah, an ambitious hope there by Dimmu to try and reclaim water, but credit to Kiljadi, right? Still enough boats to deny the docks from getting online. Enough eco to ensure that this push on land will be a problem. Definitely a bit of a nail-biter game. Kiljadi made this uncomfortable unnecessarily, and I don't mean in his signature way of kill, kill, kill. More his weird way of not going spears straight away, but understood he had the runway to get away with that. And now he has a comp that feels unbeatable, right? Like, Dimmu just doesn't have the food income anymore. He put it all into that Lancer play. There's really not much left behind this. Sacred Sight's now ironically locked in against the Delhi as well. You know, this is a matchup that on land heavily favors Delhi, but at sea seems to be still a one-way affair. Second TC also, so Kiljadi prepping the land transition fully. Make sure you got enough wood and gold to kind of party all night. Lancers are going to try to raid, but with the walls already being up like this, and the fact you've only got 11 Lancers, your breakthrough is not going to be impressive. Incendiary ships is being researched, so it looks like Dimmu is going to try for a Hail Mary to get back on water and try to take control somewhere in this game. It's going to come at a price, though. Kiljadi already in position, looming on the edge of the main. Demo ship pump now on the way from Kiljadi. Dimmu, only one archer ship, and it's actually AFK right now. Ben, he doesn't see it, finally realizes and reacts. Archer ship is going to have his work cut out here. First demo does at least get cut down. Kiljadi, okay. I say it's work cut out, but when it hits like that perfectly, makes it look easy. Well played. So Ben gets huge value there. But Kiljadi, I mean, if he just commits on land now, the base isn't really defended. Like, realistically, you could landmark snipe here. A little bit of hesitance, actually, out of the Finn. I don't think he quite realizes how weak Dimmu is. Putting so much into the water means you have nothing for the land. Here we go. I think he senses it. Kiljadi moves in for the landmarks. Dimmu is starting to win on water. Remember, Kiljadi went 2 TC, so he's kind of offsetting that concern. Warlords are going to come out. They may have happened earlier in the game. They will not happen anymore. In fact, a bit of desperation there. Dimmu did not stagger. Used them all. Bank the relics elsewhere. One landmark down, though. Kiljadi says, TikTok goes the clock, mate. Fight me or die. Dimmu, man. I think he's just tunnel vision on the water now, right? You just invested so much, it's hard not to be. The problem is, you may just lose this game before you're able to get that fully online. Dive comes in, Workers trying to build it up, but the melee units flood in. They give a little bit of space over. Wallow is going to come out. Is this the pincher? Is this the one that works? No, it is not. Denial there. Relic on the ground. Villagers flop dead, and Dimmu, as soon as he recovers to 50, he's down to 27. Another one low. It's not going to work, though. TC, almost on fire. This game looks all but over. The sins that have been committed in the defense of Baltic here. Dimmu now having lost 128 workers in this game. And Kiljadi goes for the killing blow. And there's no denying anymore, right? A castle will not defend this. There's simply too many torches. An ambitious attempt, an admirable attempt, time and time again by Dimmu to get back in this game. But Kiljadi understood too well. Sure, I'm going to lose a lot for this, but all that matters is who has landmarks left. Ben has none. GG is going to come out. Kiljadi, victory by landmark. Dude, that game was absolutely wild. I cannot believe that. Oh, Delhi on water. Unbelievable, man. 0-7? I thought he lost another one that we didn't see. Damn. Ben is not having a good day. I mean, guys, this is legit worrisome as well. So these aren't just pub games. I want you guys to really process this. The seeding system for Red Bull Willow is based on leaderboards. It's like he's in trouble. Like, he could get ranked up against a really, really good opponent straight away. Which is less than ideal, to say the least. Like, let me see if I can find it, because I think they have it in the rulebook. second. Let me pull it up. Wait, was it here? 1 second. Let me open the Discord, because they had the rulebook in their Discord. Because I was reading it with Valdemar. And we were both shocked when we saw that it was like all of the slots come from like ladder seating. Where is it? Ah, there's the handbook. The bull drive. Let's open it up. Seed. Where's the seeding? Oh, wait. No, they changed it. Okay. That's good then. Okay. No. Doom is fine then. That's good. When we read it the other day, it didn't have this though, so I guess they changed it. That's good then. So, Dumu's got like the 10th, but like ideally... Oh, okay, that's not too bad. I think they must have updated this recently then, because when we were looking at Norway, either that we had an outdated handbook, but when we were looking at Norway, it had like some weird readings in there that we're kind of shocked by. So it looks like it takes your current and your highest previous ratings on 1v1 if you're part of the ladder ranking. The top 48 are going to be based on tournament seeding, so Ben is fine. I mean, battered and bruised a bit from his journey on the ladder, but in terms of his tournament seeding, he will be fine. But yeah, it is pretty rough. Oh god, wait, Diakusi's playing again? Dude, I thought Diakusi quit AoE4. Color me surprised. Did anyone else think Diakusi just kind of like perma left? Don't know if I'm going to watch his game, but kind of cool to see him back nonetheless. Oh, God, I'm so hot. I'm wondering how long we actually go today, just because it is that hot. And these lights definitely aren't helping. So Mira's playing, right? Mira's pretty high ranked on the ladder right now. Come again with that name? El Shadow? It's all English all the time? Okay, that's kind of cringe. Sage. The funny part is, like, if Diakusi had just been playing when it was full-on English 2TC meta, he probably would have got, like, top 20 on the ladder, right? Because his #1 build was the #1 meta. Love to hear more about each landmark actually does, even just a short description. What's so much stronger than KP? I think it's just assume people... I think we usually like kind of highlight what it's going to do for people, right? We don't like specifically read out the description, but like for example with Tower of Victory, we always talk about its attack speed buff. I think that's the challenge, is like you want to find a balance between being noob friendly and being engaging with the people that know the scene already. And you have to balance that very delicately, because if you're too noob friendly and you explain everything the same way every game, then you are just a repeating YouTube video, right? I always try to get out of my way of like finding something new to discuss while leaning on the already known, just because otherwise, like, especially for me casting, I get bored. I imagine people get bored of watching if like every single cast you were just saying the exact same thing. So like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just like, maybe that's just me. And I hate the idea of just being on repeat. Alright, who's Zertin up against? Thanks, England. I'm weighing up whether I want this or not. I mean... Why you not be a pro player? Because I never tried to go pro in RTSs. And I'm 30 years old now, so I'm not like 31. I'm not going to be delusional about it. Too late for that. I've got other commitments, right? I need to be more realistic. Don't know how good I'd do, but you know, if I was going to try to go pro, it would have been years ago in either MOBAs or FPSs. Because those were what I played a lot of and was quite good at. But like, why be a pro player when realistically I can make reasonable money being a caster? I mean, I think I've talked about this already. I think I could easily get conk. I don't know how far I go beyond that, but like, it's a toxic lifestyle, really. So it doubles down the need to be like a content creator, because I actually think anyone outside of Marine Lord who's trying to be just a pro to make a living is delusional. It just doesn't work. But the other thing is, like, I'm a perfectionist, and it's an unhealthy, toxic like standard that I'd apply to myself. Like, you'd be seeing me do 12-hour plus a day, because I know the type of person I am. Because I commit mind, body, and soul to what I do. I've done that before, where I've grinded top % in multiple games, different genres as well. And every time, it goes from a fun experience to a, like, beating yourself up and getting too deep. So something I try to be more conscious of these days, where, like, play for the enjoyment and don't get sucked up into the rank, because I'm not trying to go pro. But yeah. I do sometimes regret not trying to go pro when I was a lot younger. But back then, like, realistically, I was chasing this idea that I would have to get a proper job and, you know, you couldn't do gaming forever. Oh, if only I could go back in time and talk to little old me. The things I would tell him to do differently. That would be one of them. I'd be like, try and go pro in COD, see how it goes. Try and go pro in like, MOBAs, see how it goes. I always maintain that, like, from an FPS standpoint, I would have been good enough to make it to, like, Call of Duty LANs. I don't think I would have been good enough to be dub champion. I think that's the way I looked at it. At least based on my trajectory back then. A long, long time ago. All right, should we focus on the action then? Oh, thank you, Voldemar. Oh. Yeah. It's like, it's better to be a perfectionist than scrutinize everyone else's builds, right? Yeah. Why focus on being the best player when you can just aim to be the best caster in the world? That's my end goal. In multiple games. But we're trash and far off. Alright, one and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 Action. It's the German showdown to decide who is the one true king of Germany. Is it going to be my Insanity Zerton, who averages the highest rank each season out of any German pro? Or is it going to be Core? Is he going to be able to bring his HRE spamdom and his Valorant gold skills to bear here on Dry Arabia? Let's find out. Ark Chapel on the way on one side, Council Hall coming up on the other for Zerton. A lot of people going back to the Council Hall build now, just leaning away from that Abbey of Kings. I'm not sure if I entirely agree that the Abbey of Kings build is dead. I think it's just different. Obviously, the timing is delayed, but it's still a very valuable unit to have. And I don't know if we should be, like, kind of writing 2 TC builds off as dead so quickly with this Civ. Especially considering you're playing Council Hall into HRE, which, if HRE plays full Feudal, is favorable. However, we are watching a Core replay. Guys, when was the last time you watched Core play HRE and do anything but go fast castle? That right there is a fast castle indication. And that is a bad sign for Core. This matchup, if you play mass archers as HRE, is insanely Holy Roman favored. But if you go for a fast castle build, the English can actually wipe you out, especially with a Council Hall opening. Yeah, and the scout sniffs it out. He sees the outpost, so he now knows. More villagers pulled to build it up even faster. I mean, Core, the problem here is you can't get that wall up quick enough, right? You shouldn't be able to anyway. You get a little bit of a wing, but that's kind of going to be it. First Lombos are already starting to arrive here. Zerton actually stopped at the 1. Kind of curious what the thought process is there. Usually you want to kind of just send it all in. Aristote's being prepped. Well done to Core. He actually did go out and get the stone on the right side there to guarantee that defense. In fact, I think he done it at a timing where he buffed from the Archon before he walked. Wait, Zerton? Oh, that's vile. That is actually vile. Well played, sir. 7 tower range versus 7. But the villagers are closer, and oh no! Oh no! Dude, if Zern had invested in additional lombos, this game would be over. I can't believe that. Oh, what a misread. He chose to be greedy instead, though. That is wild. Like, if Zern had just optimized for the first 5 lombos, I think Core would be dead. Right? Because you couldn't rush an outpost in front of that many lombos. You just die. And he didn't have the wood to do so anyway. Now Zern goes back to the lombos on a delay, but I'm starting to wonder why. Now it feels too late, right? That the gold is secure. The second part of the palisade goes up. He's condensed on each side. There's no backstab. Core's actually played this really well. And I expect nothing else from a ratty little fast imp Core HRE boy. Like, I'm not even memeing. I feel like 80% of the games I watch Core play HRE, he goes to imp as quickly as possible. Now, he's going to argue that overall he doesn't do it that many times, but I can only judge on what I see. You know, the irony is that Zerton was telling me that he doesn't have long games. This is probably going to spit in the face of that. In fairness to him, he's trying to not have a long game, but sometimes you have to read the state of play as it is, and this is a game that going all in on Feudal is not going to end well. Castle Age now already on the way for Core. And yeah, don't spoil results or you get banned. You may know something. Doesn't mean everyone else does. Certain. I mean, he's so far away from Castle here. This is a very open game for Core to just kind of sweep relics in. Alright, we're going to hit the fast forward. Because I know Core. He'll come out to fight for relics, and they'll probably go home to imp. So if this does go into an imp race, like, who do you favor there, right? Like, English actually do pretty well with the attack speed aura, with the way they inflate their economy. If you give at least 4 relics over to HRE, there, it's going to be a problem. So it needs to set up as a blocker here. Tech up complete. Relic has been picked up, but it looks like Zern is fully aware. He's going to get the chase down. Unfortunately, with just 3 lombos, it's going to get close to home before the prelate goes down. So nice and close to the base. Should be an easy grab on 2 relics after the first Men at Arms come out. But right now, they're only Feudal Age. Zern doesn't seem to care, though. Start steps away from the lombos. Head straight to the economy. We're going to stick on the 2 times speed here. Because we know that Zerton's real goal is to castle up. And this should be King's Palace. You can't do White Tower here. You'll be too far behind on economy. Still, Prelate coming out again. Looks like one has been grabbed and brought back. So Core, first relic back and home at 9 minutes in the game. King's Palace now on the way for Zerton. The Men-at-Arms threat from Core is real here. They are castled up. Zerton doesn't have an army that can directly contest them. Another relic now on the way home. And shift north side to try and secure the extra relic up here. Yeah, this is fast training towards a 4 relic game. I mean, maybe Zerton can block the 5th, but I don't see any way that he deals with the others. Relics already on the sneak out. Men-at-Arms now moving across to the gold as a blocker. King's Pass was on the backside, so Zerton actually doesn't have anything to protect the forward gold. Has now got the crossbows getting queued up, though. And we have got the prelate on the move, so it is indeed going to be that Snatcher 4. Looks like Lombos did try to intercept, but the prelates will not be denied. Zerton now ramping into Knights. Remember, this is not your standard White Tower build where you have that really potent timing. It's normal production speeds, so notably slower. 5th relic being yoinked. I mean, this one is not getting home. Core knows it as well, but he's just trying to drag it out of position and force an investment. Zerton is heading into Monks himself now, but it's only going to be for a 1 relic grab. At north side should be the easiest grab imaginable here, especially with the first Knight now on show. In fact, both of them have Knights heading over here. Realistically, going for the prelate kill will lose you your Knight, though. You need your crossbow to engage. Head pats. Prelate walks by. Full focus fire here. The Knight is going to win that fight now. Spearman's on his way, but Men-at-Arms as well. So a rough situation. Spearman looking for the trade. Zerton, can he actually get this? Core has to give up. So the Men-at-Arms is going to win his trade. But now with the crossbow still alive, I can't believe this. I wrote him off, but Zerton is going to snatch a mid-relic. A 2-3 split. Dude. What an insane outplay there. Zerton, good comp incoming. Good bait there. Min-maxed on the Knight kill. even gets the prelate in a situation where killing that prelate should cost him the fight. And now able to just put a dent in what should be an overwhelming lead for Core. Back to the 2x speed here. Villagers on the front line. Looks like Core hasn't got all the farms set up yet. Doesn't have the room. A lot of entities in the way in terms of the wood as well as the gold. But we have got a tech up on the way. Core is a disgusting boy. He thinks about one thing and one thing only. Every single game. His name, in fact, should be Core Imperium. Corperium? Corperial. Corperial should be his name. Because he's always going for Imperial. And the worry in this game is whether he's going to be turned corporeal. English is an age behind, yes, but they have 2 of the 5 relics on the map. And they are escalating an eco lead. Question mark is whether it's big enough, right? Now with the Imperial Age on the line, Palace Swap coming in, Core can now easily shrink that eco lead that Zertan worked hard to build. Zertan, against these static emplacements, with the upgrades coming through, the risk of cannonballs, he can't look to rush into the economy. He has to back away. We'll look to stick down on those sacred sites, but I mean, sticking down them doesn't really win you the game here. Right? Like, I don't think you can rely on a 10-minute time bomb to dent the HRE from an age behind now. Instead, he once again looks to go on the offensive. What do you guys think? 1s if you believe in Zertan, 2s if you believe in Core here. I'm starting to question mark how Zertan's meant to do this. But he does have a habit of pulling out some very weird and wonderful wins in the late game. I actually wonder, could Zertan maybe just look to get into siege and start denting the base quick enough? Probably not. Like, it'd have to be trebuchets, which slows you down. He has got an outpost on the front line, so a retreat point for a fight, potentially. And Core, notice that he always prioritizes fortifications before cannon emplacements. Guarantees you can't lose them. I'm going to hit this fast forward again. Well, Core is starting to get his troops together. Remember, nothing is elite right now. This is the poor man's Imperial. It's all about the tech to get eco and also to get cannon emplacements. Outside that, Core doesn't really have an army. Unfortunately, Zertan was unable to protect that time bomb. He did get decapped on 2 of the sacred sites. Cool. Now prepping mass horsemen. Makes sense, right? It's up against mass crossbows here, so smart read there. And something you will have permanent resource access to, right? It's going to be the food and plenty of wood. Gold can be a bit more of a liability, especially when you're trying to go for all these Imperial Age ups. Biology here could just break it all open, and Zertan, he does go for the proxy siege. Makes a lot of sense. He needs trebs fast here. Wait, did he just lose vision? Wait, what? Zertan? What? Well, that just put a dent in your timer, and you haven't got time on your side. Wingard is on the way behind this from Zertan. There's a risk, though, that Core's going to break out very soon. Eco is neck and neck, but not for long. Okay, so the thing with E-repairs is you bait an E-repairs on one and then switch to the other. That's why you're seeing Core repair instead of allowing it to happen, because these are all high-value defenses, right? Like, he's got the bow there, but 2 of the 3 outposts here are cannon emplacements. And Zertan knows which ones. Out complete though. Spinman also being prepped. Did get a glimpse of the horseman, so well played by Zertan. No walls at home, so he's actually not protected against the big boy raid, but at this stage in the game, Core doesn't have the economy yet to pump 40 horsemen like that. Nice snipe the Govern. Zertan really just having his timing slowed down here. Nice burnout. Okay, so attack speed removed from the equation. Zertan has to retract himself. Walls are now starting to go up, but slowly, and that only secures one side in the game where his army is fairly immobile here. Cool, now with the elite horseman, packs quite the significant punch. Horseman on the flanks, just trying to deny any control across the sacred sites. Make sure that time bomb isn't too much of a concern. Outpost that was fortified on the south side, on the north side rather, is going to be taken out. Knights are at least reacting, but I mean, at this stage, your elite horseman could actually win that fight. Or doesn't want to risk it though. Bloomery, Tex, plus the Interstate Helms is coming in soon. Meantime, we have got Footmen being prepped. Now remember guys, Wingard Footmen get bonus damage against Horsemen while being a significantly tankier men-at-arms. So a really good solution here. Not just Horsemen, cavalry in general. These units are super effective again. So cool read there. First boys will start to come out. And yeah, just look at the damage, man. It's kind of wild, right? Just so much more powerful than standard men-at-arms. Military kind of in the meantime prepped by Core. Now, the Footmen might be tanky, but the reality is they are going to be playing into mass HRE men-at-arms. That is a concerning comp to have to address when you consider the heavy maces already gives a huge edge. Military attacks are coming through. We actually have elite army tactics on the way, so Zerton is going to bulk that front line of Footmen. See, this is classic Core. He loves his horsemen so much. So far, Zerton has addressed this and reacted accordingly. An eco lead has built, but that's to be expected here. It's always going to happen in this matchup. It's 2 TC versus 4. Are going to ripple in. Zerton doesn't seem to realize it just yet. A little bit distracted, shutting down the raids everywhere else. Finally, we'll pull back. More damage being done. Timer continues to tick down here. Core needs to make a play soon. Bombards are just breaching through the center culverins here as well, so unlikely that we see Zerton playing into siege anytime soon. Sacred Sites are unlocked for the time being, but Zerton really needs a keep drop to guarantee this. Instead, he might be forfeiting that south side. Stonewall's now coming up, but it doesn't encapsulate the Sacred Site whatsoever. A keep drop now coming in on the offensive though, Zerton. An interesting position on the flank here that I wasn't really expecting. What's the thought process? I guess you've got a blocker to the wood lines now. In fact, it's almost broken through. If you just burn through here, you can hit the backside though. We know there's going to be farms back here, right? Like, Core needs more than what he's got around the Archon, and he's going to try to place them in the safest place possible. Then arms are at least going to get chased to the backside. We'll be able to find a few eco kills, but the catch up is quick, the attack speed even quicker. Might be able to slow down a little bit on the 2x speed now. Things are getting a little bit crazy on the map. Core does discover the keep drop. Doesn't have a golden reaction just yet. Meanwhile, looks like the Footmen have dove deeper, so they're going to start sniping out some of this economy. This game. And wait, do we actually legitimately have Wingard Rangers being prepped? Because that's kind of sick. Wingard Rangers can be good, just not against this comp. The problem with this comp is men-at-arms horsemen. It's almost like maybe Zerton's expecting a transition to hand cannoneers, which could make sense. And Rangers absolutely disintegrate hand cannoneers. Okay, I'm going back to 2x speed. Reminder that Zerton told me he has not got very long games. He hasn't got the longest average game time that you'll see. I don't believe that. I believe we just clicked on 2 of the most campy players in AoE 4. Well, at least one of them likes to camp, and he definitely forced it out of the other. Cool. Now prepping a transition. Lancenet and hand cannoneers. That's a lot of gold for a guy who doesn't have a lot of map control here. He's got the 8k in the corner, but that's about it. Pressure on the north side, Zerton trying to breach through again. This time, it looks like it's unguarded. Opportunity to flood in, and he's headed straight over to it. Villagers being pulled by Core to get the hell out of dodge. Several of them are going down, though. Wingard range is just so damn powerful. That 9 tower range. 2 more than your standard Lombos. Core in the center. Has to do something, but right now he's outnumbered, outgunned. Flank attacks coming in. Zerton is everywhere at once, onto the backside of the farms, and denies it all out. Core now down to 109 eco in a game where he's up to 130, 140 before. And everything is frontal facing. He's going for a trade. Zerton, meanwhile, is pumping more rangers for a defense behind this. A lot of blockers in the back of the base as well. Is going to start to flood towards the Archon location. This is the food source he needs to shut down here. Cannon emplacements are going to be annoying, but they will not stop chip damage being done. Meanwhile, a dive into the English base. Core looking to return fire. Choke points are going to make this hard to break through fast, though. A-Click's working against him. Core right now has everyone focused on a mining camp while the melee force has gone forward. Oh my god, I can't believe Zertan's getting the fight. He shouldn't be allowed here. Footman continue to be scaled up. Hand cannon is now queued up by Zertan as well. He's got 20 ranges for the defense, and that should be enough. A breakthrough onto the bombards to deny a landmark win condition for Core. Meanwhile, other side of the map, eco damage most definitely done here. Reinforcements also being cut, but Core does at least now have military lead. Can he lead it into the enemy base? The big question mark. Siege is going to be protected. And what? Zertan! He pulled 30 villages. That was 30 villages going down. Oh my god. Core. A situation that should not have worked here. Zertan with the overreaction. And now Core with an overwhelming military lead. And the eco lead to boot. Men-at-Arms spawning out to try and deal with the bombards now. That's at least going to be removed, so council hall down, but the other landmarks should at least be safe here. And we question whether the Rangers were going to be good enough when they saw Men-at-Arms horsemen. Makes sense for the hand cannoneers, but Core adjusts accordingly. It is simply mass Men-at-Arms with a massed up. I can't believe this. All pressure has now been relieved, and he's on a healthy comp. We talked about the gold issue long term, but when you have to switch into mass Men-at-Arms, that is one you can afford ad infinitum here. Zertan lacking production now. In fact, I'm starting to question mark whether we even have ourselves some military academy tech here, because this doesn't feel like it. Okay, he does. Numbers just been kept down, and what a switch now. Core forces the mass Men-at-Arms to counter mass Men-at-Arms. And now has Landsknecht being prepped. Landsknecht that he can easily afford with his 3k plus surplus gold sitting in reserve. What an insane game this is turning into. I mean, I thought Zertan, it looked like for a moment he had it cut and dry. There's flank attacks on both sides, but Pastor Swab quick to replace the losses. And I think where it really went wrong for him is when he had to dive into the farm area on the Archon, where the cannon emplacements were set up. That's what cost Zertan too much. Mango's now switched into Core. What a move, actually. Zertan doesn't have any siege prepped. Even if he does it now, your opponent has Culverins already, potentially, but you would have to wait for shot triggers as well, right? Also, you're talking about Zertan being wood-starved. He's now kind of semi-stuck in his corner. He has got some access on the north side, but not really playing for it. So siege switch just isn't that realistic now for Zertan. And I think part of that comes down to the Wingard Ranger detail, right? Like, it does cost wood and gold to build these, so you eat through your tree lines much quicker than if you just mass footman. Baltoon doesn't like the land snakes? Bro, you got like 4k gold, you gotta spend it. I mean, against this many footmen and men-at-arms, I don't think it's the worst of ideas. Remember, footmen, although they have more raw health, they do have less melee armor than standard men-at-arms. Mangoes are in the choke point, will be protected. Spreads the lines now. The Mangoes not really finding any pristine targets right now, though. And land snakes, a lot of weird pathing going on there. Not able to easily move in, but you can already see the damage being done to that front line. Zertan with a recommitment now. Sees an opportunity to try and swell through. Only 8 land snake here. A lot of them actually missing for the front line. And Core may have to forfeit this position. Mangoes targeting only a handful of rangers on the backside. Makes it a better trade for Zertan. The attack speed will win on through. He's broken into the siege. Mangoes can't be protected anymore. There's just nothing here to hold for Core. The key drop is going to be a fail as well. Only 10 villages to build that up. Core loses it all. Oh my god. Core in trouble now. I mean, the problem here is he needs to deny the aura. If he's fighting into the aura, he's never winning this game. And once again, he gets baited to the edge of it. The key drop guarantees it. Zertan Now playing out of aura range. Finally, this is a fight that Core should be able to win. That's why Zertan just resets. Just keep the outpost crawl going, right? An easy dub if you do that. That's true, Core. You were just missing Rams from your Land Snake build. If you had Rams, we would have had you pegged to win this. Easy peasy. Men-at-Arms hand cannon. No, so the problem with Baltoon is like he can't easily do hand cannoneers when his opponent has been stockpiling ranges, right? Like I think that's the problem. Like you legit just can't deal with that. Even normal Lombos, like you can mass them up to deal with hand cannoneers reasonably well, but ranges are a whole other gift basket. 15 damage on them, plus the fact they've got 9 tower range, you just die. I think maybe he had the right idea around the siege, right? That was the one area where Core had an advantage, but that's just not working for you anymore. Another issue, right, is like up against Footmen, especially, Mangoes feel really underwhelming. I do agree on the inspired warrior tech detail, actually. I know Baltoon's a really big believer in it. A lot of people kind of sleep on it still. But especially, even just the Mangoes. I actually think the Mangoes, remember, they do get their damage buffed. It's a pretty substantial increase in DPS. It is harder to utilize prelates. I kind of see where Core's frustration is coming from. In that, like, compared to Order the Dragon, you need double the prelates to buff your army. But, you know, even just a handful, like 4 or 5... probably worth having here. Oh no, his Baltoon's at the same number. Mango's unguarded. Zertan. Oh, what? Core, he was trying to wrap around after the breakthrough on the walls. Now diving. What a move, Zertan. He protects his eco to the north side by diving into the main. Checkpoint holds. Men-at-Arms now look at evading targets. This is not the killing blow for Zertan, but it is an opportunity to find the economy and punish it. It's going to be shuffling around, doesn't see anything just yet. Biology Tech now being prepped for the HRE. It looks like we have got a full commitment once again into Horseman. Unfortunately for Core, he's trying to turn this into a split game when Zertan is interested in cutting it down the center. Look at the comps, right? Like this is now Core leaning towards the idea that he may need to wrap. Zertan clearly prepping for that all-in timing. Zertan would benefit from a lot more production right now, by the way. He's sitting on ridiculous reserves, right? Like, he just needs to get the pump going and brute force. Either that or just take a siege approach and take everything down. And looks like that's exactly what we've got going. Zertan, he even pumps the Wingguard army, so we're going mass trebs. I can't believe Zertan surprised all his games go so long with stonewalls everywhere. True. Remember when like, you know, he came in here? And he's like, actually, KP, I checked the statistics, and like in my last 10 games, I have an average game length of 18 minutes. I was like, that's because I said something and you played Rush, sir. On average, across the history of this game, you have one of the longest average game lengths out of anyone in the pro scene. Shattering projectiles as well. Like, you know the game is going long as English when you're playing into Treb in 2024. Core really needs the map to just be spread. That's his kind of win condition right now. You can't directly engage the English. That attack speed aura is just broken, quite frankly. Cool. Now just doubling down into Mangoes. I mean, in theory, it's the solution, but guys, what you need to realize is Mangoes have 9 tower range, so do these Lombos. So, like, basically, if they skirt the edge of battle, you have to pull up right into your melee line to be in range of the rangers to hit them. It's so brutal. I think we're going to hit the fast forward a bit. The trip count is escalating. And Bombard's now on the way, so Core just looking for the brute force. HRE get Arkin? Yeah, but HRE get Arkin that gives 40%, and these English farms at this stage are giving 30%. So, considering an HRE Arkin is just basically farms at this stage of the game, would you like to reassess that thought process? A little bit of a traffic jam here. Trebs, the Land Snakes, actually get the kill. But now, look at the Rangers. Just peppering from the other side of the wall. Mangoes are moving in here. Zertan needs to consider backing away. We'll realize it. Yeah, like HRE's income, like it's mainly Regnants at this point that really kicks them up. Because otherwise you've got the 30% on these farms, and then you add in the income from the gold generation, right? It's insane for the English. And we also now have Volley being prepped. This is going to be big. Mangoes walloping the front line when really they need to be doing all these archers on the backside that are whittling away at it. Core moving up now. We'll get in range. Choke point isn't going to be a hold for much longer. Core trying to break through here. It just feels like the trickle of troops is not working out for him, though. Combos are going to back up. Trebs looking for the snipe on the siege. The damage starting to add up here. Scroll's getting back in range as well. Core on the verge of breaking through here. Zertan may have just enough men-at-arms trying to hold this area. Core's had enough. Horsemen right on through. Volley is going to get activated. The Nebuchadnezzar Citadels as well. Trebs are going to get targeted, but a Horseman mass, I'm going to pay the price. Can Core break beyond this? He's starting to gain some ground. Bombard's now hitting into the castle. And it looks like the Trebs have been cleaned up. So a good rotation by Core. He gets rid of the siege, but needs to keep the flood going. And the men-at-arms are having to run a long way to do so. Kind of feels like what Core needs right now is forward buildings to just keep the pump going. He's struggling to keep that pump online. The food income barely holding on right now. Zertan, meanwhile, plenty in reserve here. I mean, credit to him, Core is now up to 10 hand cannoneers. He's broken through the wall. This is a perfect opportunity to try and wrap onto the economy. Instead, though, he wants to continue to brute force. Castle still being targeted. Bombard is going to go down, so Castle is going to stay alive now. Zertan heavily outnumbered here. In fact, Zertan needs more production right now. Looking at the count, he's got to be at like, what, 8 Raxes max? 10 Raxes at 42 minutes into the game. This is the problem right now. Core looking to brute force this. Core on the other side that I think has plenty more production on his side, right? Yeah, 13 archer rangers, 9 Raxes, and most importantly, 18 stables to keep the pump going. We know that Core grew up as a big My Little Pony fan, and it shows his rear head every time he gets into these late games. Might end up being Zertan's undoing here. Push continues. Zertan, he needs to rely on his outposts. Remember, he used the Network of Citadels tech, which means the primary TC does not provide the aura. The Bombards just target this down. Core can easily break face here. Zertan struggling to get it together. I mean, when you're revolving right, your strategy of defense around crossbows at this stage, it's looking bad. You know your opponent already has horsemen on the way. Hand cannons makes a lot more sense, but Zertan understands long-term that's not affordable. It's not sustainable. And Zertan, I can't believe this, man. Core, this game should have been over. This should have been done. But Core finds a way to smash them teeth here. Zertan, now on his last leg, defending in the farms. I think if Core just gets one bombard on the front line, starts sniping out these outposts, it should be an easy one and done. For now, though, Zertan somewhat stabilizing. The crossbow mass holding it a healthy 20 plus. The men-at-arms need to reset. Core cannot keep trickling troops. They could, but it's going to end like this. Men-at-arms in, Mango goes down. Core with the overextension. I mean, he's got to realize it, right? These outposts are killing him. Finally, logic sets in. Core will back off. Damage definitely done, though. We're now in a game where he's got 600 gold income, and that's going to be it, right? Meanwhile, Zertan still has gold up here that's about to exhaust, but after that, when you think about the farms, he should be able to compete here. And Core, I mean, he basically can only afford mass men-at-arms now. The hand cannoneer dream is dead. Meanwhile, Zertan could start cooking that in the kitchen. Are you kidding me? I think Core, like, realistically, this game just needed him to play flanks, right? After he breaks this wall, just send the horsemen north and look to hunt. You know, he knows there's some eco up there, right? I guess it's kind of difficult because, like, Zerton builds such a big reserve, and you know historically in English games, they always have an insane reserve. It's different when it's, like, you're winning consistently in fights for, like, 2 minutes. You know he has no reserves left. Otherwise, he'd be using it to defend himself. But in this game, I think maybe Core just felt like he needed to keep the pressure on so Zerton couldn't mass the defense. Credit to him, though, Zerton. On limited production buildings makes it happen, and now, all of a sudden, Core maybe out of gas here. Gold always exhausted. Men-at-arms count, now barely 20. If he can't get back up to 50 plus, the Crawl will win out, and Zerton guaranteeing it now. Outposts on the front line, archery ranges to follow up, mass crossbows, all he needs now to win this game. What an insane game. Core is finally going to revolve his last stand around the idea that he needs to go on the flanks. But it may be simply too late. Zerton would benefit from more siege coming in. Trebs aren't here just yet. Cool. Now on the farms. A few men-at-arms are going to look to contest this. Textiles at least there to offset some of the damage. Cool. One last hope here. Mango defense. Zerton is slightly overextending at this stage. He needs to really think about going back for some more siege. The problem right now, he's pop-locked. He's got all these Wingguard armies waiting to produce, but he just doesn't have enough space. Rohirrim Ride out does come in, so Core able to get temporary breathing room here. I think we can go for the fast forward. This should be a stand ground moment, right? The horsemen should not be able to break this. Mangoes are on the march, though, and Zerton really needs to just consider switching up his comp a little bit here. Not necessarily anti-siege, but just more siege in general. Mango shots coming in, cool. Kind of a hope and a prayer situation, right? You can't overextend with these men-at-arms, because if you do, you'll have no front line to protect the Mangoes. So, smart choice by Core not to just go a little bit deeper here. Still a game where someone has to change, right? Like, both players are now trying the flank raids, but good reaction by Core seeing them men-at-arms. We'll look to just stop that in its tracks. Hit the fast forward again. I can't believe it, dude. This is going to be an hour game. I can already feel it. It's Core and Zerton. The best part is you know they're going to just be pointing fingers at each other for whose fault it is the games go this deep. And arms right in. Mangoes prove to be a problem here. Zerton, how long has he spent trying to kill this one outpost? By the time he gets close, it's like there's a villager pulled to repair and then he repairs afterwards. Mangoes will be forced to pack up and retreat. A lot of horsemen going down over here. Zerton. Oh, okay. What? This boy does love his knights, but this is kind of wild this deep in the game. In theory, very good, right? With the attack speed aura especially. We don't often see knights with the attack speed aura anymore for the English, but it does turn them into an entirely different beast, right? They already have high base damage. Biology will give them the high health. Now give them the DPS to rival everything on the other side. Siege in the meantime has been taken out. It looks like the men-at-arms did get in. And that surely should be it. There's been one thing and one thing only holding Zerton back, and that is the Mangoes. Now removed from the table. Men-at-arms flood begins, hitting into the castles. Has at least got the extra fire armor defense here, but Treb's also assisting this. E-repairs can delay the kill, but they cannot deny it. Meantime, Horsemen will go around the back, looking onto the Trebs. Zerton. At this stage, if he doesn't just commit to an A-click brain type comp, he's doing it the hard way. Right? Like, at this stage, your economy just wins. I mean, Core has a lot of food, bless him, but the gold is the bigger issue here. In fact, he seems to be suspicious. Core thinks that there might be trade happening here. I just can't, like... Surely Core should not be winning this. With the way it's being played right now, it's not doable. we talked about the flank raids, and I'm glad he started to do it. The problem is, have you done it too late, right? Like, Zertan collectively has 30,000 surplus resources. That is insane. That's so much to try and crack and break through. Meanwhile, Core, 1.5k surplus? I mean, it's not even going to have that soon. It just keeps spamming Rabs. Into attack speed buff men-at-arms. Alright, we're doing this. I've had enough. At this point, it just feels like one guy refusing to give up. Core, I think it's kind of ran its natural flow, right? Like, the Horseman raids are kind of cool here. But he just doesn't have enough. It looks like Core actually did start trading. Hold up. Maybe? I mean, 16 traders. Dude, if Zertan loses this, he's going to be kicking himself. The keep just needs to go down. He just needs to move an inch deeper. He almost sees the trade. On the very edge of vision. E-repairs now on cooldown, so it looks like Core is going to end up losing that initial keep. Now break-in. Horseman not able to contest against the men-at-arms. Zertan, moments away from revealing, and there it is. He knows. Core is trading. Nothing is secret anymore. I didn't try this game once I saw Atria in the loading. Now, hold on a sec. I mean, the funny things are, as we were saying, you could have actually made this like a 10-minute game if you just built 5 longbows and hit that gold at the start, right? Your mistake was assuming you were up against an HRE player who would play Feudal Age. If you just looked up and read the name, you'd realize it was going to be Imperial all along. Horseman, Feudal this time, just not enough of them anymore. Trev count looking more healthy now, right? We're up to 3, we've got Rams being added in as well. A lot of the infrastructure is starting to crumble, and Core, I mean, he's lost so much eco at this stage, right? Down to 109 again. A lot of the trade gets shut down. Only 9 traders in total. This is done. I mean, Core could have won this if he just played Horseman on the flanks. He had the right idea, but he just kind of got pressured into attacking directly in the center. And that gave Zertan time, right? Like, Zertan was running out of wood. You wouldn't believe that Zertan was dry on wood about 20 minutes ago, looking at the state of his economy now. He really was. Like, he was starved on these 2 initial tree lines. He had to play north. I think if Core drags the fight here, he's favored. But you need to just play away from the aura. If you're going to, like, brute force down the center, snipe all the outposts. One of them could just ruin you in this type of game. Like this, though. I'm going to stick to the 2 times now. Core, bless you. Oh, no. He's like, oh, maybe raids can save me now. Buddy, pal, where to begin? Zertan is going to dive into the economy now. Just needs to get rid of population, right? He hasn't got room for the trebs, and well, it looks like Core hasn't got any time left in this game. GG called. English in the late game win out. Zertan and Core reminding us why clicking on their replays is inviting an hour-long game. You guys. You're free to do Zertan. Every time we bring it up, Zertan just comes in with the classic, like, I would like you to go look at my data and you will be proven wrong. Sorry, buddy. That ain't the way it works. We just always see your long game somehow. I mean, in fairness, if you wanted like a 20-minute game, the play probably was cancel hall and then full in push, right? So what do we call that one? Two pros with the longest average game time. That's the story, right? Oh. Have the lowest average game length in the top 10 after Vortex. Yeah, we just never catch those. Dude, like, how's that? Dude, should we have a look? It's a bold statement, actually. So, let's have a look. Well, first of all, you're full of shit because you're not in the top 10. Not after that game, you ain't. Oh, dear. $55.13. Yeah, but that's against Don. So, like, I blame Don for that more. Dude, Blige games? I mean, that's because he wants to go late and you don't want him to, right? But, like, if I look at some... Like, let's look for some high-ranking players that you play against. Myriad's, like, 20 to 30-minute averages, right?
Now you're my sugar daddy.
Yo, what's up, Makomi? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Hopefully you had a good stream. We're just judging Zertan's average game length right now. So this was against Ravane, 28 minutes. 3D Cat, 13 minutes. So the pattern I'm noticing, Zertan, is when you play Delhi, the games aren't long. So if we check Zerti, because Zerti's more active, right? Doesn't it show... Ooh, you might be right. Does it show game length per civ? Is that a thing? I just didn't know. It does. Why are you... Wait, why are your IBID length, average length 23 minutes? Win in 15, son. Alright, all patches. Go, go, go. French, 21 minutes. Dude, I don't believe that for a second. I've seen your French. Just 2 hours long. Abbasid Rus. I mean, dude, you're telling me you got like one of the lowest averages, but this does... Like, this... Is that true? Because this looks to me like it's not. You made it sound like you're an average 14-minute gamer. Outside of Zone, which you played once, you're looking more like 20 to 24 minutes. All right, Anathan, who is the biggest Giga Chad in the world. By the way, Anathan is number 1. Anna and Marine Lord just start the game? On the ladder? No, they're scrimming. We can't watch that. Big Sag. Alright, let's check it. So Anathan. 19. Okay, why is Anatan's Mongol game so long? Like what? But 20, 21, 21, 18, 24, 19. I mean... Outliers aside of your Zhone and his Mongols, right? Like, you're about on par. Actually, like, yours might be slightly longer. Slightly. What else we got here? We need some previous peoples. Let's check Vortex. Casual 400 Mongol games, right? Wait, hold on a second. Wait, hold on a second. Is Zern judging people for their civ picks? Hold on a second. Casual French picker back when it was good? Are you really going to, like, judge someone else? I know when these French picks happened, okay? Casual Rus spammer? Hello? Hold on a second. Let's check the Zerti account. Let's judge it and see if it gets any better. All patches. 108 games on Mongols. Hello? For a guy who likes quick games as well, that's a lot of Abbasid picks. I'm just saying. Alright, Vortex, here we go. All patches. What? Why are his averages so low? So high, rather. Oh, actually, that's... Wait, that's because it's a different person. I was about to say, that don't add up. Kildredi versus Zertan game length? God, I'd rather just, like, take many vodka shots. Argentinian Vortex. Vortex, rather. Yeah, he just looks like... Yeah, dude, you're... Like, how are you, like... Dude, you don't even come close to Vortex. Like, come on. If we check his other account as well. What game we got in the background? Core versus Dumu. Could probably watch some of that. Baotoon just sits in his base and builds siege. Whoa. Whoa. Oh wait, were we on quick match? Let's see. 17, 16, 17, 17. Dude, like, yeah, no, Vortex wins. Alright, Kiljadi? Kiljadi. Dude, Kiljadi is weird, and, like, you know, he can win fast, but then when he's losing, he refuses to GG. So I've got a feeling his averages are going to be higher than people realize. Yep. Look at that. Dude, look at that. Definition guy who refuses to quit a game that's already lost. Baltoon? Is it Baltoon time? We're checking on the Baltoonage. Let's have a look. Baltoon, you're Argentinian too. What? A lot of Argentinians in here, mate. Argentinian Vortex, Argentinian Baltoon. We got them all. Alright. Here we go. Oh, wait, that's team ranked. We don't care. Oh, wait. Do you play 1v1s on this account? I can't remember. I don't think you do, right? Not often, anyway. I don't know what you've called your Smurf this time. I don't have a keyboard that can type Chinese characters. Like, yeah, should we continue this trend? So, like, what were you looking at? Liquid Dimu? For God's sake. Oh, I'm not going to find Dimu here now. I'd have to search down in Plat. There we go. Hop on this game in a sec, because it looks like we've got a Juji Roost game going on in the background that we can look at. Actually, will we have enough time for this? Probably not. The show match starts in 15 minutes, right? Alright, here we go. I reckon Dimu's is lower on average than yours. Really? Something I'm a bit surprised by. I would have thought his French, Roost, Delhi would be much lower. Color me a little bit surprised there. No, that's not the correct show match. We need to update that. Probably. I don't think we've got enough time to cast the whole game. We'll just kind of chill, watch the one in the background. Am I blind? Where's show match? There it is. EU versus Vietnam. Versus 4. Boing. There you go. Hey, YouTube. Alright, so who are we looking at now? We were looking at... So certain... We need to compare more. I mean, I'm not even going to go to BCs, like, whatever. Like, we know how that is. Who else am I missing? Look at Bs. Who's in the show match? It is going to be Baltoon, Sassy, Voldemar, and Myriad versus Mio Micah. I think maybe Kyo's playing, and then 2 other high-ranking Vietnamese players. And Vietnam usually goes pretty ham on team games, so it should be a pretty good one. Let's have a look. Dude. Here you go. B. Oh, look at those averages. You could only dream of averages those low. Check them here. Let's have a look. Interesting. You want me to selectively only check one season, not all seasons. Funny that. Alright, so, yeah, there's no way, dude, there's no way your averages are lower than Ravain's. I'll let you issue. Like, bruh, yeah, can you please just get on Ravain's level? Look at those averages, man. God damn. Everyone wonders how he done, like, what was it? Was it 800 games in one season? That's how you do 800 games in one season, guys. Pound the pavement, baby. Whoop, whoop. Such short games, but wow, Desert is so like salty when you point out like this kind of crap. Like, wait, are you telling me you don't get low ranking games all the time as well? Like, bro, what is this, son? What the duck is this? Huh? What was it? 1241 Eli? What is this? Someone came on in a desirable point in the game. This account's not... Okay, let's check Xerty then. Bro, what are those games? Poor Geist over here and his 1500 elo. We got some 1800, 1700, 1300, 1300. A lot of bullying of 1700s here, sir. 1500, 1400. Poor guys. Yo, you want the other one that does this a lot, chat? This guy right here. Lucifer on all the freaking time. Like, I've never seen someone Q plat so often. 13, 13. Oh yeah, 16, 15. Some 18s in there. You look at this day here. Oh, man. Like, Lucifer and Vortex queue so quickly, they miss all the average long game length top gamers, you know? They end up getting in those poor little plat lobbies and bullying. Oh, Jesus. It's lagging me to be on the screen here. Let me leave this game, because I don't think we're going to have enough time to, like, cast that game, because the show match starts in 10 minutes, guys. So, we'll keep judging average game lengths for the time being. All right, Puppy Paw. Oh, sorry. Do you want me to check his David Kim account, to be fair? Dude, it's great. Like, you can kind of get in some players' heads. With Zern, if you just, like, if you just say game length time, he goes full defensive. It's great. He goes as defensive as he is in his 40-minute plus games. Also, I just need to send a message to someone. I literally always go late game, at least you attack. I mean, dude, I've seen Puppy Paw playing in competitive. He always attacks. What are you talking about? See, the thing is, Puppy Paw has an excuse because he spent the first 3 seasons doing like outpost rushes in 10, 15-minute games. He already knows everything he needs to about the early game. Now he's just prepping for the late game. All right, here we go. Ready? I mean, that's not too bad, right? Like 20-minute Mongol, 20-minute Rus. I think that might be the lowest Rus we've seen. 18 HRE. Some of these are a little bit high. Like Abbasids, like, please. What are you talking about, bro? 23. Joan, pretty low. Wham? Mr. Whamsicle? The content we needed, chat. Just judging people. To be fair, I try to be a very, very like positive gamer, and Zerton made us toxic. Whams is a little bit higher, actually, right? Yeah. Like on average, like it makes sense actually. I always see Wham as more cozy with the late game, like a later time in the game rather than Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw's a bit more aggressive. You know what we need? We need a like average versus player thing here, right? So we can check how Zerton is against particular people. Every second long game in 20s is a banger. I mean, it's because there's not as many now, which is important. Like, the current meta is the healthiest meta we've had because it doesn't encourage just playing 40-minute plus games, which I think is a good thing. That shit is cringe. I actually think, like, I stand by it. The late game of AoE 4 is his biggest turn-off point. It's actually, like, if you had to highlight something that you think makes AoE 4 really bad, you highlight late game. Like, some people say war as well, which I can kind of see where they come from. It would be nice to have a bit more diversity there. But, like, at its core, when I think of the weak stage of the game, it's hyper Imperial. Hyper Imperial is really lame. Because, like, you know how people complain because it just turns, like, water turns into, like, 3 unit types? Like, hyper late game Imperial turns into 3 unit types, right? Maybe not even that. It's like Horseman, Spearman, and maybe you can, like, maybe you can still afford Siege or Hand Cannoneers. Not my fault you cast the 1 hour long game out of 100 they play. Like, maybe you should just get better at killing faster in the game I cast. What can I say? This sounds like a you problem. You know how people help themselves on this? They recommend hype games to me. And then, you don't recommend games to me, Zertin. In fact, I'm pretty sure you make your data private. So checkmate. Got you on that one. You know, Don comes in here. He's like, had a really cool game. Check this one out. All right? Like, you know, Crackety's like, yo, check out Volt. He's like, yo, what about this game? Core's like, oh, he won this game. It's like, we kind of ignore Core sometimes because he only tells us when he wins. But I take recommendations. Wait, who was on? Was this Wham's account? Yeah, this is Wham's account that pretends to be German, right? All my game. Wow. Humble gamer Zertin over here. Oh, one sec. Just need to quickly. Boom. Alright, sorry. Just had to quickly join something. If you look at the game length, it's obvious it's not Wham. What are you on about? Those averages line up with what you've been saying. Oh, wait. You're right. They're all above 20. This might be Zertin. I'm just going to keep teasing you on it, man. I know it gets you. Oh, that's not bad on English. I kind of respect that. Oof. Okay, Zertin, this is definitely your account, right? Am I right? I don't know what it is. Like, whenever I catch your Abbasids, you have very deep Abbasid games. Yeah. Like, dude, that's how I could tell. Legit, of all the things here, it was the 27.1 minute average for Abbasids. Man, Zertin's going hard to defend himself here. The problem as well, Zertin, is when we watch you in tournaments, you also happen to go very late into games. That's the other reason why you've got this reputation. Every time I've, like, cast you in tournament games, there's, like, this is inherent nature to end up in Imperial. Not every single game in a series, but it definitely happens more frequently with you than other players. So, like, March 19th patch, I mean, the averages are pretty high. Right? Bar the Mongols and Order the Dragon. But, like, there's a small sample groups. Like, 25? So, like, you're what, 20? If we say, like, seriously you play a decent amount of, like, what, probably, like, 24 minute average? I think I'm fairly tired. But the problem is, we would have moved on by now, but you keep digging the hole and going back to it. So then we go back to it. Oh, I need to update that scene, don't I? 1 second. So that's going to be Team EU versus Team Vietnam. And that'll be a BO5. There we go. Literally go late game at minute 0? Okay, I don't think Louis always goes late game. Like, Louis, if he sees you're being greedy, Louis actually jumps you really hard. I've seen it so many times. He might want late game, but if he thinks, like, it's kind of the beastie... He actually follows the beastie logic of, like, if you're going to, like, do this super greedy thing, he's going to stomp your ass. Also, in fairness, Louis ends up in late game in the wildest of ways. He usually does some really, like, wacky stuff, right? His averages, like, they average out to about 22 minutes, to be honest with you. Maybe 21. Probably 22. Kind of, I'd say that's lower than what you were kind of... You make it sound like he's at 26 minutes. I'd say that's kind of lower than I'd expect. Like, if we look at Beastie, for example, who somehow doesn't even win 6 games and ends up ranked number 1 on the leaderboards. Wait, who did he lose to? Drongo needs to know this info. It was against Louis! There you go. That's the picture I was expecting to be painted here. Like, Beastie's average must be, what, 25? Maybe 24. New civs show a lower average though, right? Like if you just pull all the new civs together, it's probably like 21, 20. All right, guys. So the show match should start soon, by the way. We're just waiting for it to ramp up now. I think they're doing the draft. There's no bans. It's just picks. So let me update because we're going to have the 4v4 show match. So EU versus Vietnam. I'm going to quickly grab a snack, seeing as we have a teensy-wincy bit of time before we begin. So, what's that? Should put some music. There you go. All right, be right back 1 sec. I just want to get a snack so that we are rejuvenated for this, because it's going to be a BO5 show match, which plays in show match. So it should be Kyo, me, and Micah. I'm not sure the other two for Team Vietnam, but on the European side, it's going to be Baltoon, Myriad, Sassy, and Voldemar. So plenty of hype action. Don't want to miss it. Back in a sec. All right, guys. So, draft should be underway. Show match should be starting soon. They're prepping the lobby as we speak. It's going to be a 4v4 show match. Team Vietnam versus Team EU. Vietnam, I know Mio, Micah, and Kyo should be in that one. On the European side, it's going to be Baltoon, Sassy, Myriad, and Voldemar. That's right. No Zerton, so average game length should probably be about 30 minutes. I'm sorry, Zerton. Oh... But yeah, I think the meta in like 4v4s is quite fast and high level right now. Right? Like, we can probably check Baltoon's account to kind of get a gauge for it, because he plays more than any of the other top, like, 1v1 players. Let me have a look. Yeah. So you can see, right? Average team game length on 3v3, 4v4s, I'd say, is somewhere in the region of like 30 minutes. 2v2s is quicker, actually. 2v2s is more like 20. I'd say in pro play, 2v2s fits more to 25 to 30. But in 3v3s and 4v4s as a team format, I could see 30 being kind of solid. Reality is a bigger map to play across. We've already got some insights, actually, from Baltoon about the logic being that there should be a very heavy play into... what's that? A very heavy play into cavalry. So I think he said that one player plays infantry, 3 players play cav. So we'll have to see if that actually holds up true here. #1 player Chinese player Giljadi? Yes, he loves Chinese. Plays many Chinese. Very Chinese. Have I forgotten something? Sorry, checking something quickly. Damn, I kind of want to crack another Red Bull. By the way, guys, I will be live on the EGC channel tomorrow with Crackety to open Red Bull Wallow up as we do day number 1. Only 6 days to decide who gets to be the carpet for Marine Lord is kind of crazy, right? Like, he seems like a fashionable guy. If he wants to pick his upholstery, you at least think he'd spend 8 days on it. But, yeah, only 6 days of AoE 4 action for one spot, one shot, one opportunity to head to Spain to win El Renado. And we need to do it because really at this stage, medically is unhealthy how big Marine Lord's head is getting. We need to beat him for his own protection. Because there is a growing risk that his head will simply explode if he wins any more things. Dangerous, man. Yo, imagine if Marine Lord just basically trains Anathan up to the point where he can beat everyone to qualify, but then he already knows everything Anathan's going to do, right? Like his own little Sith apprentice, but then the Sith apprentice misreads when he can overthrow the master and dies. That's a genius. I think. Okay, so they're all getting in lobby now. It was just Mirai before, but now they're all getting in. Because they have to do the draft, remember. Oh, I think Voldemar has hooked me up the draft. Okay, oh, they're actually in lobby waiting for the Vietnamese players right now. They sent that this minute, so... Some people are on time, some people are not. That'd be cool. Marine Lord passing the torch. No. He'll still kill Anathan's ass. It's just you train him well enough to beat everyone else, right? You know what it is? It's like one of those situations where the really big boss is like, he's like, you can't fight me until you beat these people. You know? It's like when you play Pokemon, right? You can't just challenge the champion. You have to beat all his underlings, right? Marine Lord could just make Anathan his #1 underling. Not a bad place to be as well. Getting second place winnings all the time. Alright, so... let's hold them up. Alright, I'm checking with Voldemort now. They actually legit gave them a Discord timestamp because I see this crap all the time. When you're talking about people in a different time zone and you give them a time zone, they will find a way to misinterpret the time zone. You always, without failure, use Discord timestamps for this reason. I'm assuming they know. Be a bit embarrassed if they didn't. I don't know why I'm playing with a screwdriver. Oh. I'm going to put some gameplay on in the background, actually, while we wait. Giljadi. Okay, who's he up against? Wait, Malian's on Baltic? Poogers? Oh, it's Corvinus. Yeah. What? I mean, we could probably, like, chill watch this. Oh, wait, no, we can't. Sorry, guys. Debated. Voldemar just let me know they are on the lobby now, so they should be starting soon. Marlians is OP. Gully Deckle, ladies and gents. Guy who plays Marlians, HRE, and... HRE. I'm kidding. Delhi has kind of similar timings. Yeah, I'm curious to see if Delhi really ramp up. Yeah, like the Malians, I mean, the interesting thing is like Malians would be OP on water if the coastal navigation actually like affected demos, but it doesn't because demos already move too fast. So the 15% extra movement speed doesn't change anything. If it did, they would be bonkers for sure. All right, I think they just launched the game, so it should be underway in a sec. Or they remade the lobby. One of the two. They are going to be using the new UI, by the way, so we will have the proper caster UI for the team games, which is pretty bog. It's a shame the devs couldn't just add that by default. Crazy idea, I know. Are they in-game? Don't know who we just clicked on. I'm going to restart just to be safe. And hopefully, when we get back on, they'll be ready to go. Team games. Whoop, 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 whoop. Will you play with me in future? No. Sorry. Maybe if you queue into me when I eventually start playing. Need a new PC before I'm doing that, though. Get new PC, then do Ona Bagisha only challenge. Boom. Why add tasks to the sprint when indie dev will do it for you? I mean, at least still the indie devs work, right? But they don't even do that. They just leave it. Like, you know, at least Valve, when they see that, like, Pimp Muckle develop something really good, they steal it. Meanwhile, Microsoft devs, this smiley face, sad face, cryy face. I wonder if there's going to be any drama around some of these bugs, by the way. I'm actually curious now. Like, dude, could you imagine if someone's tournament run gets ruined by, like, a wild bug? I'm a little bit paranoid about that now. I think it's a really bad look for the game if it happens. And it could happen. Oof. Alright, let's check in a message. I think it should be starting a sec. I mean, it's not even the devs at Relic anymore, right? Like, I don't think the Relic team works on it anymore. They're fully off the project, right? So it's World's Edge and Forgotten Empires. It is going to happen, and like the likelihood that it's going to happen kind of depresses me a bit. Like, imagine your tournament run just gets ruined by a bug out of your control. We already spotted a few, right? Like the stupidity that bombards can kill. Like basically bombards or knights can basically hit multiple units at once. They can go Lancenet mode. Like imagine if you have villagers shuffling and a knight connects at a point where he kills like, you know, hits 4 villagers at once or whatever at an early stage of the game. That's wild. I don't know. I'm kind of a bit worried. Like what else? There's obviously the walling thing. That's going to happen 100%. Someone's going to think they've walled properly and discover they haven't, and they'll like lose the game off of it. Because the way that bug works is you can't wall to like outcroppings and whatnot if it's through Fog of War. You have to see it. As in like you have active vision over it from a unit. And there are a few others in there, right? Oh yeah, like you can't double pump monks as the Mongols, which is kind of wild because that really screws with like a fast castle type build. Bro, like I think they're drafting. In fact, let me check AoE2 thingy, because they might actually have a draft on there right now, which would be perfect. Yep. All right, we have the draft. Let me... In fact, let me switch over to it now. All right, there you go. So Team EU are going to be playing Japanese, French, Rus, and Abbasids. Team Vietnam, which decided to clip off. I'm just going to change them to be called Vietnam. Are going to be playing English, French, Rus, and Abbasid. So pretty interesting balance here, right? Like you've got an infantry focus civ in the Abbasids and the English on each side. Then you've got the double knight commitment. And then finally, you've got the fast castle knight commitment with Japanese Abbasid. So it looks like both sides are going to be playing the same meta. which kind of lines up with what Baltoon was telling us that he expected to kind of go this way. I think actually Abbasids has more punch in a team environment once they catch up to Castle on a delay, right? And they can inherently play 2TC while fielding units. So I think Team EU might take a bit more of a greedy approach here, and Vietnam need to be more aggressive. They do have the advantage of the Abbasids detail, right, playing into relics, but I'm wondering maybe Team EU will insulate themselves. For example, maybe they go for the Rus warrior monks to try and pick up relics to contest. Whereas I don't think you want to be doing that on Vietnam's side. Like if you have warrior monks and dervishes being pumped, it's very greedy, and you're conflicting with each other. But yeah, pretty close overall in terms of drafts when you think about it. I wondered if one side was going to try to take a more defensive format. I'm imagining we're opening on Dry Arabia with a draft like this. This is a very Dry Arabia-esque, more open map where Knight-type civs can dominate more. And remember, they can choose strategically where people spawn, right? In 4v4s and 3v3s. So you can decide which people are on the flanks and which are not. People molding about more things being broken in AoE4. Oh, it's like I want to look away, but I can't glance away. So another one's kind of interesting, I didn't even really think about at the time, is when you observe a game and come out of observing a game, it used to be on that player's profile still. Now you go back to your own profile. I'm not sure why. So like, for example, if I go here, and then I go like this. What the hell, Kiljadi? I thought you were the Chinese guy. Big fan of Chinese. Good old Kiljadi. Believes in them. Very strong civ. So yeah, if you go like this and you quit out, probably won't work because I don't think I didn't click on his profile beforehand, right? Yeah, so if we do... So here you go. You go like this. And then you click on a game. And what it used to do is you view replay, and after you're finished, you come out and you'd be looking at their profile again, right? Which makes sense. It really does make sense. Like, if you're checking someone's data, you want to check it. Like, you're trying to check it, right? But now, apparently, if I now go back to the main menu, I'm going to be staring at my own profile. Which will have many games on it, because as you guys know, I play a religious amount of AoE... Wait, okay, it doesn't even do that now. Alright, so someone misread what it does. Now it doesn't even show any replay at all. Like, any profile at all, which is weird. Alright, nice. Looks like we're good to go, though. What we really came for. And we were right. It's going to be Dry Arabia. That surprises me. Baltoon not being on the French is like his signature thing. But he has got Sassy on his team, right? And usually you'd be like, Sassy take Rus, but I guess Myriad's most comfortable on Rus, which kind of fits, right? Like, Myriad most played civs over the years, like English, Ottomans. Rus fits in there as well. And we have got the VN clan, the full VN clan. Yo, what's up, Kvayu? Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome back to Swarm. We're still in the north. I mean, if you're British like me, you're not in the north. You always believe the line is just above you. You know that kind of classic one where, like, if you ask British people in different parts of the UK where the north starts, they will give you different answers. We never agree. We're like, oh yeah, the north is just like, 2 centimeters above where we live. All right, so it looks like they went with the 5-minute delay, so 4 minutes until we're good to go. Huh? Dude, what the hell? I just looked at... there's a post about a guy in, like, 2017 that got impaled in the ass with a fence. Alright, that wasn't what I was expecting to scroll through and see. But yeah, like, what was I going to say? Yeah, there's rumors... I don't know if you know, guys, there's actually rumors now that Biden might drop out of the race, which is kind of wild. It's crazy. It's like, if it's going to happen, it's crazy that they waited this long. So I think what people don't realize is like there's an inherent advantage that Mr. Trump has then, and the reason is that it's very difficult to get elected when you're going up against a guy that has like history as a president, right? And there's not many candidates that you can actually pit in place of like a Biden for that situation, right? You'd think that all the things like, I don't know, grabbing the pussy, inciting rebellions, and everything else would matter, but really, weirdly enough, a lot of people will just go with the logic that that person has experience. My genuine take, neither of them are like fit to be president, dude. Like the oldest freaking presidential candidates you've had ever, I think. Which is just wild. My favorite part is just how often the race has turned into each other, like, you know, each other's side calling the other old, and I'm like, bro, they're both old. They're both retirement like home levels. Yo, what's up, Gukowski? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, I don't know. Most like Western political systems are a mess right now. We'll see how mine does now that we finally got the people that actually speak for the people but don't know what it is to do like a normal day's work because they're almost spoon their mouths out of power, aka conservatives gone. We'll see how my country does. Ugh. I mean, it's not just party politics doesn't work. Like fundamentally, the idea of career politicians is flawed. If you think about like originally when the American democracy system began, it wasn't people that like went, I'm gonna be a career politician to be president in 20 years. It was people from different backgrounds who just knew like their sectors, right, and relied on specialists and wanted a betterment of the country. Like fundamentally, the idea of career politics is flawed because what it does is it drives people to doing what it takes to get reelected instead of doing what it takes to do what is right or do whatever their policies were, right? Like the whole political system in that regard is screwed. Parties and also first past the line and all that kind of stuff is just another layer to the flawed cake. It's so crazy. Like, I don't know. I still find it weird. Like in my country, we just had a landslide victory for Labour. But if you look at the majority of votes, right, we just had one of the lowest turnouts for votes in a long time. But also the total vote count for Labour this time was lower than Jeremy Corbyn's last time. And he lost. I don't know. It's just kind of wild. How many votes would it take to give America back to Britain? I don't think we want them. We already got our own mess. We don't need to open that ball as well. Dude, that's like having daddy issues and going to a counselor to deal with it, and then the counselor bringing in someone else with daddy issues and telling you to counsel them. Nope. Can we have the professional, please? Oh crap, we're gonna have to tweak this, aren't we? I just realized. We've got the thingy overlay. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry about this. Wait, why is this? That should all start despawn, but it hasn't. Okay, so. 1 second. We just get the right one, and then we should be good to go. Perfect. That'll do, pig. That'll do. One and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. That is right, we have got a show match here, a best of 5, Team Vietnam versus Team EU. Let's introduce the players. We've got a lot of familiar faces here, at least from Team EU. A lot of you will know them. We've got Baltoon in the orange over here, playing as the Abbasids. Myriad to the north of him on the roost in the pink. We're going to have Sassy. Oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. How many do we do that? Because it's north side entirely. Okay, that divide confused me. All right, one and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. It is time for a best of 5 show match in 4v4 format between Team EU in the north and the Vietnamese to the south. That's right. For us to contest in 4v4s, we had to basically bring the entire continent. For Vietnam to contest, they basically brought one country. It kind of fits, right? Vietnam definitely love their team games. A lot of these names are going to be familiar. We've got Hung ADC, we've got Khan over here, Lumber, and Vovo Van. And I think at least two of these regularly change their names, so don't think that those are the true ones. On the north side, a lot of familiar faces, though. We've got Balsun in the orange playing as the Abbasids, Myriad next to him in the Rus in the pink. Meanwhile, to the right side is going to be Voldemar in the yellow, the kid, the Dane, playing as the Japanese. And finally, Sassy on his signature French, because that's pretty much all you see him on these days, in the red. So pretty interesting drafting format here, actually. There's no bans. They just got to pick what they want. You can only pick it once. But notice how similar the drafts are. You've got 2 raw cav civs. You've got 1 infantry civ, Khan on the English, and then you're going to have Baltun in the orange on the Abbasids. Then finally, you have the Boom Cav Civ. Got Voldemar over here on the Japanese, and then Vovovan on the Abbasids. So very similar dynamics to be expected here. What's intriguing is the opposite flank spawns of the infantry players. So this is usually what we see happen a lot in team games, where one side will lean hard to the left, one side will lean hard to the right. Because realistically, it's just easy to get a win there. And the players are already configured in a way that it supports that. We are, by the way, using the custom UI. Big shout out to the modding community who actually brought this together and made it happen. Thank God, because these games I know are very difficult to follow otherwise. So you guys can see all the tech ups as they're happening. Very interestingly, there is one missing. I'll just highlight that one for you guys. It's called Vuvovan on the Abbasids. That one doesn't quite show in the UI. I mean, you can't blame us. It doesn't even show in the Capture Age one. He's actually going for the military wing reinforcement. So everything pretty much as expected here. Eco Wing might seem a little bit puzzling, but keep in mind, like, military wing isn't really that advantageous when you're playing team games. You know, getting 4 units out in the grand scheme of things on a map this big doesn't change much. So Eco Wing just makes a lot more sense, because even though you're playing infantry comp, you should be going for at least 1 extra TC here as the Abbasids. It's too valuable not to. He has a decent spawn ahead of him for it, right? Like, you could see him actually playing retracted towards the deer and berries, or going on the full for the double deer pack. I imagine to begin with, we're probably going to be looking at something very condensed. If he wants to go free TC, it'll be a TC on the stone line, and then you connect across. Or you'll see something like on the gold in the wood line, just to kind of layer his base safely. And yes, Uncopia made this. So big shout out to him. He's the one that done the triple kill mod that had the picture of the Manta style on it. That was the mod that we tested in community games, where when you got 3 kills, your unit duplicated. Let's just say it was a little bit broken with Ottomans. You can guess why. Tech up's coming in. I just realized, actually, we should probably stick up some predictions here. Let me get that ready. So who will win? Team EU. Give you guys 2 minutes. Go, go, go. Voldemar just checking his resources. A lot of fort spawning here. Unfortunate for him as well. It means that the outpost split's a bit rough, right? Like, I love that he's going for berries very early on. No Takazaiku coming in. I think it can be worth it if you feel like you're going to be pinned in your base. One thing that is a bit worrisome, we need to check his sheep count. Okay, so he just doesn't have them home yet. That's kind of wild. He's running around with 13 sheep right now. Hope he doesn't misclick, because that would be his entire game over. And wow, Baltine, pressure comes in from the Ibid player. Forces a more defensive TC format here. So this is kind of suboptimal. You're not really guarding the gold fully, and you're not optimal for the tree line either. Desert Raiders, man, just such a pain in the ass. Meanwhile, we've actually got the Roost going to TC as well. So Myriad goes to that second on the deer. Other side of this, we're not seeing a mirror, by the way. Hung ADC is hanging in there with just the 1 TC build. So more pressure ramping up now. Hung doesn't look like he's in position to do much with it, though, right now. Second Desert Raider is going to be there to be a little bit of a nuisance. It looks like Baltine will get the TC up. But I'm a little bit confused, man. Like, the stable timing is a little bit underwhelming out of blue. If your goal was to try and ruin Myriad on the other side, or ruin one of the players, like, you're now just behind, right? You can at least ramp up pressure to try and punish Myriad for a very loose town center. That's going to take time to get in position. Yeah, and it's crazy to think he got 520 bounty, and yet things are this delayed. Myriad, meanwhile, just outshining him with 630 bounty. This is one of the wild things of when you have a Roost player on each side. I think you can afford to kind of deny a few deer as you go as the other players in the lobby if there's only roosts on one side of the map. But when there's roosts on each side, it just feels like you have to leave everything for them to get, because otherwise you're potentially griefing your own teammate. No second TC out of Lumber either. Teal should be ramping into early Lombo pressure. In fact, he's already in the move in. And Sassy might look to punish that. 2 spinmen here. A lot of knights, but looks like Lumber's too close for a contest. So it has to back away. Now, the interesting thing, actually, about these formattings is the position of Vuvovan and Voldemar. Voldemar is an internal player, which means he's a little bit more protected because he's not just full on the flank. But on the other side, Vuvovan is that flank player. There's a lot more risk for him if he goes for a greedy tech up. So keep an eye out for that, because it might develop into a push from Baltoon, where Voldemar, if you try to pressure him, you've got a Knight Spammer on one side and potentially a Knight Spammer on the other. So there's a very big risk of this convergence where you just get slapped from both angles. Might actually lead to them just having to stop off in the base of Myriad instead. Floating gate on the way. This is a little bit bugged. Don't trust it. Vuvovan has not triggered his tech up just yet. In fact, he's actively reinvesting into Mass Desert Raiders. What? Okay, I don't think Mass Desert Raiders really works here, folks. We saw this in a 1v1 format where, like, Mass Smart Samurai can just beat Desert Raider Lancers, especially with Onimusha. In fact, this type of game, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just flat-out Lancer spam. There's not many spammen right now from Khan. Onimusha will feel a little bit countered by Mass Desert Raider and Lombos. But they are sending it in. Voldemar, he needs to be protected. Sheltered. This sweet, sweet innocent boy from the outside world, because there's nothing else here to help him. And now he's on the run to the high side, far off in the north. In the meantime, this might be a bit too greedy. Myriad now teching up into Castle Age as well. Okay, dude, they need a defense. I think there's been maybe kind of a disagreement over who's meant to boom here. Like, obviously you decide this as a team, but double Castle Age is way too greedy here. You can see the punishment coming in. The military mass lead. Baltoon also being an infantry player, he's nowhere near to help out. Floating gate is also denied. I think this is game 1 Vietnam. They need to get them out of the base right now. Sassy needs to assist, but limited in what he can provide here. Only a handful of knights. Desert Raiders debuffing him means the Roost Knights on the other side can easily win. Not to mention the fact there's French Knights here as well. It's a cancel of the landmark. Voldemar in trouble. I mean, this is problematic, right? He hasn't got the food anymore. Lost a little bit due to the burn damage done. And now what? You're going to have to build your floating gate in the northern corner. Not ideal. Baltoon sends in a Camel Archer to try and debuff. Tech ups starting to come through. So Myriad has reached up into the third age. He's next on the chopping block. Cavalry mass on the move. Baltoon snakily finding his way up as well. Military wing is going to be the target. Camel Riders, a solid solution to a mass cavalry comp. 2, however, might not be enough. Oh my god. This is just not coming together for them. Yeah, I'm curious, how many people just default banked on the EU team based on the names? 100% of people. I can't say I'm surprised. I thought that was going to happen here, but you guys got to wake up and realize this Vietnamese team will play together regularly. Myriad, I don't think he plays too many team games. Sassy here or there a little bit. Voldemar, I don't think he plays that many team either. It's mainly just Baltoon. What a mess this is now turned into. Myriad trying to rely on Horse Archers to get him out of a jam. Horse Archers that will be getting debuffed by the Camels, by the way. And with no bonus damage, that is a true 20% loss in damage. Still no signs of Castle Age on the other side of this map. They are committed. Voldemar. He's teching again. No. Not again. They got this right in the first timing. Are they going to read it right again? Very well might. No certainty, so no move here. Voldemar will get to Castle Age without being dove for the second time in this game. Baltoon now aged up as well. Vuvovan may need to consider going for the fast tech up here. You need to be efficient, you need to be fast. Instead, let's just go for a greedy one. Voldemar now in castle stage as well, so that's 3 players in castle versus full feudal. Who's going to feel the pain, though? It looks like Sassy's the target. The one guy left in feudal on this side of the map. Village is not safe. Have to dive away. But nowhere to run here. Nice cutoff. Lumber moves north with the Knights. Desert Raiders will start to snipe them down one by one. A lot of villagers dead here. Sassy is losing his full economy. 15 villagers safe for the time being, but the rest are all but dead. Only a handful left able to move away. Onimusha opening now from Voldemar as he reaches into Castle Age. Lombo should be able to buffer away the initial units here, but they need to kill a player now. If Sassy isn't dead by the end of this push, it is 3 Castle Age players versus full feudal. Lombo should complete that position. The risky part, playing the infantry player, right? If you overextend, you're always bailed on here, so Lombos are going to go down. Vuvavan now looking to go up. It is going to be the growth wing. The greedy choice is being made here, and that may give a boon over to Team EU. TC almost down. Horse archers are massing up. Camel riders rather here. Onimusha are whittling away at this, but it looks like they will not be able to save it. Sassy is going to lose the town center. His eco is going to stall out at 36. Villagers with the last second repair. Maybe. But the breakthrough looks like it might be a little bit too quick. There just ain't enough gravy to put on this smash. Villagers pull out on the south side, but they're going to have to pull out entirely. 14 run for the high hills. Sassy vacates the base and will now be roommates with Voldemar. So that's 1 player stopped from escalating at least, and that's Sassy, not likely to castle up anytime soon. But now Vietnam need to make up for this in their own special ways. Tech ups need to be on the table. Vuvo Van is waiting to pull the trigger on an amassment, and it looks like the target is going to be Ghoulems. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we need to see similar moves. Khan should probably be priority here to move into castle. Hung and Lumber can still provide knights, although if they do so, they are going to be hard counted by mass pew-pew ponies, both ladies and men. Yeah, remember, Horse Archers and Onimusha are substantially effective at taking out mass knights. It's the kiting factor, the range factor, right? Like high base damage on the Horse Archers, not to mention Onimusha get bonus damage with their base against Cav that are heavily armored, or even infantry, right? So there's a lot of good answers actually coming out from Northside. I'm impressed, man. I thought that game was going to be over, but it kind of feels like Vietnam didn't have the good game sense to just follow through. There should have been a send into Voldemar's base to ruin his tech up and just keep him out of the game. And although they did remove Sassy from the checkerboard for the time being, I'd say Sassy is less of a threat than Voldemar inherently is now in this game. Crossbow Trickle is going to get sniped. So Vietnam able to buy some time here. Royal Institute now on the way for Lumber. Overall, I'm a little bit underwhelmed by the damage Vietnam's done. I thought they would have gotten a little bit more out of this. Yes, Sassy definitely suffered. Voldemar as well. But Myriad and Baltoon on 2TC has kind of made up for that in the gap, right? They still lose by 10. Pretty cool, actually, from some of these players playing true flank resources. It's unlikely you're going to get scouted there anytime soon. Meanwhile, other side had to, of course, install some walls, considering they didn't have great map control. Desert Raiders trying to creep in and be annoying. Instead, they're going to have to go after gold here. And those are indeed veteran Desert Raiders, so Baltoon is going to lose a few. Horse Archers should be able to clean this up. I mean, it's awkward because you do have to suffer underneath the Camelanese, but cost efficiency-wise, you should feel good about these fights, right? Similar attack speed, but the difference is you do pay less for the Horse Archers. And you do have plenty of them, good lord. 43 now. I mean, this is kind of out of control, right? Like, if Myriad finds his way to the south side of the map, you just spread out. You just go after different eco pockets, right? That's the whole point, the value of cavalry when you play in these team games, is you don't have to anchor yourself to shutting down one player. I think in some ways that was a mistake maybe coming out of the Vietnamese team, is they just kind of sent it into one base in the end, right? There was no splinter. There's no 5 knights heading over to Baltoon's base, 5 knights heading over to Myriad's. Onimusha do have Cabrini now, so Voldemar understands this timing. Lombo's not ideal, though. I think really what Voldemar needs to be doing is moving west side of the map. You don't want to be on the east because that's where your counter is. Khan with the Lombos can kill you. Damn, Baltoon might get the kill against the Ibis. Check this, Vuvavan Left on his own to defend against a player that has a substantially better economy. In fact, that player is also on free TC, so even more problems for Vuvavan to worry about. Mango, an even bigger concern here, as Vuvo does not have a great answer to that. He's relying on crossbows to hold this back. Looks like Sassy is going to lose a few of the remaining knights he has. Only 2 now behind this remaining. We are getting a TC reboom. He's starting to repair. No more than 3 villages, right? It gets too expensive otherwise. I think, really, just Vietnam needs to find a way to go in. They're all cast slaves now, right? They need to try and take these Lombos and pressure towards something. Leverage the fact that Spearman can't counter you. Leverage the fact that Onimusha will struggle against Lombos here. And get in a position to do some eco damage. Because right now, you're the ones that are suffering from that. Second TC also now being added in by Voldemar. Eco lead brother has built to almost 50 now for the Northside team. AKA Team Europe. Now Europe ready to head down under. Finally in position, Horse Archers do raid onto the eco. Vuvavan looking small right now. 43 villages in total. Not just that. Look how much Lumber's been suffering as well. He actually has less eco than Sassy now. And this is the tough part. Like, find that timing in a team game to try and end a player is difficult. If you don't get all the villages, they will come back with a fury, with a vengeance. And that's the risk they now run. That's why they need to send it. Do more damage. That Lombos now in position. Onimusha, an ambitious attempt at a trade out here. Valsian now look at the keep drop in the center to try and divide the map. In the meantime, it looks like he is going to get cleared up. Backstab does come in from Hung ADC. And that should be enough to stay Vuvovan's execution here. Nice backstab, good timing. A lot of damage on those knights, but a lot remaining alive to kind of finish off here. Second TC drop now on the way for Vuvavan. Horse Archers in the meantime have proven to be a nuisance though. He just needs to keep hunting with them. There's more targets for Myriad to exploit here. Looks like Lombos did lose out in the end, but to be expected, right? Like, you're basically in a 2v1 when it comes to ranged, and the other issue is your knights from purple can't really assist. It's Onimusha Mask who just die. Horse Archers as well. So he does decide to back away. Realistically, he couldn't have done more than this. The Lombo army can't get out. That's the one issue playing infantry, is if you get caught out, you're dead. There's no easy surrender. There's no easy back away, rather, where you don't end up surrendering the entire army. Baltoon, what a nice guy. Give Sassy what he needs. He's like, dude, you're embarrassing us right now. Okay, get with the castle program. I can afford it. Here's my credit card. Myriad also having a good time. His high armory now on the way. This is so much rougher when you have to run away from Onimusha like this as well. The Kaburia is just wild for the chase down. Number. So close, man. If he could have just got around the back, he could have wiped Onimusha and pushed him into the Lombos, but good reaction as a team from EU. Voldemar now able to punish an even easier target. Remember these knights. Yes, they're fast to disengage, but with Kaburia, you're quicker. You also get bonus damage against them. Meanwhile, Lombos, they'd be able to fight back, right? So you have to be a bit more careful about that, given the fragile state of the ladies. Guildhall now on the way. So that's going to be a big bank for Sassy down the line. I believe we had some similar out of Lumber, right? No, that's right. He went Raw Institute. So even worse, really. I mean, what worries me, what's concerning is Lumber went Raw Institute, but do you guys see Raw Bloodlines anywhere? He doesn't even have cantled saddles. So at this point, like, why not go Guildhall? You haven't got any value whatsoever out of this landmark. I'm starting to wonder if Lumber ever will now. I mean, this would be quite the bloody turnaround. That early feudal pressure seemed like it could crack the game wide open, but now everything is looking Europe up. 3 sacred sites locked in. Trade also being prepped behind it all. And you can see that Vietnam, they're struggling to get an army together to defend in one location. Things just keep getting divided against them. Onimusha now moving in to trade out. Horsemen have been layered in, so a little bit more difficult to get those good trades. Smart read actually coming out from blue and purple here. Horsemen are the winning condition. The problem is, if you don't have a nice layer of knights still in there, There is always a risk that Sassy comes back into this, because right now, so far, this is Europe winning a 3v1. A 3v4, rather. If Sassy is ever able to come back into this and provide substantial Night Mass, that's when I'm concerned for the Vietnamese. That eco lead truly is just getting a little bit out of control now. 80 ahead for Europe. Byzantine pretty much where he wants to be when it comes to economy. 120 is a good place to find yourself. You just need to get the troops together now. So he's going to be pushing towards his base with Vuvovan. Dubious as to whether we'll have enough to break through here. Yes, you can maybe deal with the initial defenders, but going beyond that is a challenge. Mirad, are we actually getting Streltsy? Finally. There we go. Took a long time. He was playing mass horse archers, right? But we've got the transition coming. This is the winning army. The Streltsy are how you get the GG. The horse archers are simply the continuous raider. And actually, to be honest, being imp like this with that damage increase, they're still good at taking out knights, especially with no real bloodlines. Right? It's now 17 damage from these guys. Purple just not feeling safe in his own base still. I think we have got, wow, 3 TC. Farms spread out quite a bit here. Voldemar would benefit from just having that extra level. He's only got the level 1 on the Daimyo, which is kind of shocking here. But the stone is being dropped everywhere else. Finally is actually gathering from the outcropping, so we'll probably see that transition soon. Meantime, looks like they will cut down some of Voldemar's army, but Tanagashima Gunsmith is now in the way. We could easily see Voldy now move into an infantry comp to try and send this. And it would be a great time. Consider what's just happened from Vietnam. They've gone pretty hard into horsemen here. If you pivot into Onabagisha, you win the fight. Horse archers are just going to try to assist. A little bit difficult to do so, though, with this slow attack speed. But it will make way for the second wave. Dive into Green's base here. Just looking for the eco right now. Green in a bit of a pickle. 60 villages, not a great place to be, especially considering on the other side of this, Sassy has now caught up 75 villages for the guy who lost his primary town center. I'm not really sure what Vietnam is meant to do from here. This is a tough one, right? Like, Vuvovan has the food for tech up, Hung ADC has the gold, but no one really has the gold. I mean, the other thing that you have to remember is when Khan did tech up, it was a white tower to stop himself dying, so no eco escalation there either. Did go for a second TC on a delay, but I think this has hurt the timing significantly. Another problem is when you're like 25 minutes in the game, you have to start playing out of your base under risky resources. Look at what your opponents are pumping. You've still got a bunch of horse archers around here. You've still got more knights coming from Sassy. We have an Onabagisha switch up. There's going to be pressure upon you when you do move out for those flank resources. The fact that Byzantine is building a ram in the base like this. Oh, we'll have to clash. Here we go, and the keep drops now. Stonewall's going up, so no flank options left anymore. And a fight in the base is not actually working out too well right now for the Vietnamese squad. I feel like the Horse Archer's got more damage than you'd expect here. Spearman also arriving, another problem for an army that is majority horsemen. Voldemar is getting the goodies together. Spearman, Onabagisha, Samurai. This is a full infantry comp to counter everything in the south. And it really does when you think about it, right? Like, this is about 75% of the defense force being cavalry when you don't look at the English base. And you don't have to look at the English base because Khan isn't going to come over to the center. He doesn't have that mobility. Curious to see how they're going to switch it up deep in the series, by the way. Just a reminder, we have some interesting maps here. So we have Gorge, Hill and Dale, Lipany, and I believe it was Baltic was the 5th map. So a nice mixture there. Lipany plays similar to Dry Arabia, but still has its differences. I think Gorge in particular is going to be interesting to witness. Remember, it has a unique formation of spawns. Dry Arabia, confident opening for Europe. Trade wing now on the way. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just call GG the moment that comes in. They were barely holding back Baltoon with his Castle Age army. Tech up's now coming through. Samurai Nobushi arriving. Nice spread just to try and hold on with the hand cannons at the backside of this. And reinforcements have arrived. Streltsy from the west, looking for the sandwich. Hong able to shift south side just in time. But there's only so far to go before you reach your base. So far to go before you have to defend. That's going to be a hard defense at that. Like, who has the ability to assist you here, right? Vuva Van has a total of 20 military. We already mentioned Khan's immobility. Lumber with only 17. He's not going to save you either. Hung doing something insanely greedy here. He's going for a tech up. High Armory now on the way. I have many questions about the reality of this happening, though. Like, realistically, the timings don't really think that they align for him. They feel like they're going to work against him, and they've just called GG. That's going to be it. A wave of the white flag. The tech up is enough to convince them. Game 1 will go the way of the Europeans. Team Vietnam needs to reset and show us why they're to be feared in the 4v4 format. Because so far, all I'm seeing is 1v1 pros dunking on team boys. Whew. 1 down, potentially 4 to go, though. Remember, it's only the first. There's opportunity to strike back here, but definitely a moment for the Vietnamese squad to kind of return to the drawing board. I think the Feudal all-in kind of looked good, but it only works if you're attacking multiple players, and they weren't. They attacked one player, shifted to another, then came back and realized they just kind of returned to where they'd been. They then all-in Sassy, and the all-in, I think the issue is that they're so focused on making sure all their Feudal army is in position to win against one player, they're not splitting up and hunting all players, right? Like, imagine if they hunted north of Voldemar with just a few troops. Would have been huge, detrimental, destructive in this game. Because reality is, in that situation, Voldemar was dead. If he gets hunted on the gold, he has no tech up opportunity. No way to do it, no chance of having Eco to do anything with it. But I do think that, to be totally real on it, Vietnam kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Like, credit actually to the Europeans. They played really well to get control of that game again. But if you want to play that long in Feudal, you need to be finding multiple eco pockets. Because shutting down one player and allowing 3 more to get the castle clearly isn't it. Sorry, just checking a few things. Okay, so we've got draft underway. Oh, I can't remember what map 2 is. I've got a feeling they probably picked Lepony. Like, I've seen the team Vietnam play before in show matches, and they have this habit of going towards kind of similar maps again and again. Oh, God, why am I so tired today? I think it's because it's so hot. I don't think... Wait, could this be Gorge? Maybe Gorge. You have the Rus and French player that back positions. HRE is second from front, and then you frontline with Abbasids. They pick civs. They pick all 4 civs. You pick all 4 civs, no bans. That's how it works, Bandaro. This is interesting. I think this might be Gorge. Because then what? You frontline with the English, French right at the back, Chinese and Abbasids are pocketed in the center. Could work. I don't like Vietnam's draft if this is Gorge, though. This feels more like Lipany. English, Chinese, Abbasids can kind of defend themselves, French can raid. You know, you can see that Baltzin's team still has more of a attack-heavy lineup. You've got Rus, you've got French. H are really likely to just go fast castle. Not Hillendale. Hillendale, actually, you might be right. Hillendale could kind of work here, right? I like the idea of Rus on Hillendale to wolf the whole team. It's quite a stretch, though. You got double boom sieve. That would explain the Chinese as well. Good memory, Alex. I totally forgot about Hillendale for a sec. Let's have a look. Oh, no, dude, it's Rocky River. I'm not the biggest fan of Vietnam's draft for Rocky River. It's a very hard map to wall at the center point on a team format. So, like, having double cav versus solo cav is a pretty rough situation for Vietnam. And, like, what, Balting can potentially play fishing to get a bit extra eco. Actually, I might crack another Red Bull. Jesus. I don't know why I'm so tired. I felt really tired since I got back from Norway, and I don't know why. It's not jet lag, because I don't get that, and it's not enough distance, but someone's felt a bit off. All right, guys. I'm going to go grab another Red Bull can. Be right back. Oh. May not be COVID? I don't know about that. I've had a dry cough for ages. I already been ill before I went to Norway. So I don't think it's COVID. I think it's just the heat. The heat is actually really exhausting. Like, no cap. Oh. I just hate summer, man. If it was up to me, summer would be a myth. Oh. That's the good stuff. But yeah. Just have to get a degen's night's sleep for tomorrow. So that I can be ready for Mr. Krakedy to open Red Bull Chololul. You have to say it in full French like that. That is the rule for all casters now because it's basically Marine Law's event. Do you think they just like kidnap? They should kidnap Marine Lord and lock him in a tower like Rapunzel for a few months. I think like they should just record footage of him like with long hair and he's like stroking. It's like, which player will come and try to save me from myself in El Ganado? I'm starting to realize more and more that it's almost like my French inspiration is what's his name from Johnny English? It's not just John English. I always forget his name. Begins with M, last name, right? John Malkovich. It is just the John Malkovich voice, Jose French guy, Pascal Savage. The occasional. Alright, anyway, I gotta stop. Yeah. This is gonna be a curious one. I'm wondering if Vietnam's trying to go for an. No, you're not even going. I was about to say you're not even gonna be going more all in feudal here, right? Like you pick China. I guess you could Chuka Numas and just send it. I just really don't like Vietnam's draft for the mid game. I think Europe's is a lot stronger. The tech time is very aggressive. They get a lot out of it on the ones that do, and the rest can just scale into mass feudal force and try to end the game. So yeah, kind of a spooky one, man. This game it has the potential to be much quicker than the first one. Just it comes down to whether Europe plays slow. Like if Vietnam gets the walls up, game entirely changes. All right, I believe we're about ready to go. I should hope so. Hello? Huh? What's going on? Okay, that was a very long hang. I thought we were going to crash. Good to go, though. Why does that keep coming on? Oh, chat, I know why that keeps coming on. Because technically, the overlay is correct in coming on. It's just because it, like the way I registered the overlay, like yeah, like that. See that I done that thing? That's how it comes up. That's why. All right. This is very weird looking. What the f... All right, all I can think to say is why wouldn't you just pick Juji? Holy crap. One and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. We're here for game number 2 of this best of 5 between Team Europe in the south and Team Vietnam in the north. Some changes in the drafts this time around. We are actually going to see a very big pivot from Vietnam. They've switched the Abbasids to the Abbasids. They've decided to stick with the French, but they've got the Chinese instead. English remains the same, although with a different player. On the other side, though, Baltun continues his trend of playing the Abbasids. Myriad is going to continue the trend of playing the Rus. Sassy is going to continue the trend of playing the... You can see where this is going. Pretty much everything but Voldemar has remained the same. He's switched over to the HRE. And man, Rocky River has a funky spawn, right? Like, you guys are seeing this. Line formation for free, and then one is kind of a bit more exposed. I do prefer the draft of Europe for game number 2. Game 1, it was quite mirrored. They had a lot of similarity between the two teams. This game, very different, I'd say. Like, in this particular game, what you've got is a really good boom timing with a lot of feudal age pressure that comes out from the European team. This side is more greedy, right? Like, picking Abbasids is going to mirror, but the Chinese is going to be much more greedy than anything here. Voldemar's is a greed of timing, right? Fast castle into relic grabbing. Chinese is a greed of greed. Sit at home, TC boom, and vibe. And I can't favor that here in a 4v4 format at the highest level. It might work in your casual games, but in these type of games, there's going to be more pressure points. Even if it falls back to greed, you have to remember at the end of the day, you're talking about a Civ that can rush Imp and get a lot of eco value there as well. In fact, let me switch these guys. I'm going to switch them around. There we go. So, Europe team on the right, Vietnamese team on the left, which just makes sense given their position in the game. And we have got an interesting development. Okay, now I'm a little bit more curious. This is very different to game number 1 from the English pick. Last time, we actually had the Vietnam team go for English, but it was for a longbow timing. This time, it's going to be about Abbey of Kings. That's kind of cool, actually. With knight production, I can see that being pretty impactful, but this is still like, what, 2 players making room for 2, I feel like. Vu Van is going eco-wing, as is Baltun as well. But I don't think you want to be layering infantry quickly as green here, right? Like, I think you and China are probably going to play just greedy defensive. And the logic is now that the English king can provide a lot of extra power to the French knights, allowing them to in and out and heal off for combat. Oh, we should put predictions up as well, right? as we have got another game. So outcome was indeed a shiny one for Team EU. Let's kick up predictions for game number 2. I just realized the position on that prediction is kind of weird. Here. There we go. It's because the UI is different. Roost and Atria, S tier and 4v4s. Actually, French are really, really good as well. I'd argue French are S tier. Because, like, the thing is, the Roost player usually shouldn't be being greedy. You're meant to be the Knight spammer. Right? The reason why you're seeing Myriad be greedy every time, and I think he's going to do it again, is because you're on a team with a French player. Roost bounty, the bounty is going to be basically 500 for both. Yeah, Myriad 520, and probably, like... Oh, wait, sorry, we only got one Roost player. I'm not used to saying that. I think Myriad probably could have got more out of the map here if he kind of rushed the enemy side, but the deer is always weird. Like, it's still good to get 520 considering the way that deer spawn is in the center, so people can try to deny you pretty quickly. Yeah, I'd be surprised if a Roost player isn't getting 500 bounty in a 4v4. There's way too much bounty value on the map. It's too easy. Barbican drop now coming in, so Khan quickly into that Song Dynasty. We'll be looking for the fast unlock on the multi-TC build. Voldemar, meanwhile, already trending towards Castle Age, as should be expected here. Looking at the relic spawns, this is a really good one for them, actually. Triple relic in this type of area is a very easily defendable area for the European team. And then he's got extra relics behind his base. This could very easily be a 5 relic rushed game. And then the others are up for contest afterwards. Because what you have to remember is the Vietnamese team, although they chose greed in the form of China, that is not a fast castling greed. That is a TC booming greed, which means there's more time that Voldemar has to play with to try and get these relics. Second TC already online for Baltin. I think it's going to be mirrored and mirrored only, right? Yeah, so Vuvavan is not going to be going for a third TC. They're both just sticking on 2. Makes a lot of sense. Last game, we saw Baltin done 2 TC into a much more delayed third TC. Regnit's now on the way. You just see the comparison, right? There's no contest to this. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, are they playing defensive? Yeah, this is really bad, guys. They're playing fully defensive right now, the King and the Knights. The problem right now for this team, for Vietnam, they're reactionary. You have the King. You should be attacking. But this is the difference, right? It's like the potential for 2 Knights versus 1, I think, left them more defensive because they were anticipating Sassy and Myriad would both send it. Myriad's only sending it into the greed department. Second TC now on the way for the Roost. Not even a stable was dropped yet. This is another fast castle game from Myriad. And indeed, third TC now on the way for Balt. Mirrored by Vuvavan, so they're at least in sync on what they're doing. Second TC now coming online for Khan. Castle is complete. Voldemar could actually just go Spearman here. Probably the easiest way to secure relics, just escorting the prelates, but Knights works as well. Just to give your team that mass. For the time being, it's just going to be a prelate pump. It's like first relic already in the way home. So Voldemar, off to a good start here, has options all around him, realistically, and I think that's what's going to be really frustrating. When you look at the Northside team, they only have one player who's really pitting an army. Very difficult to split up and grab, or rather block, all relics on the map. Especially if you know that Sassy's doing this, right? Like, Sassy theoretically can control 1 by 1 these relics. If he finds a knight there, dead. So I really do feel for Lumber. It kind of feels like he's got his work cut out for him. He has to defend their economies. He has to block the relics. He has to look for chip opportunities. But blocking the relics alone splits his army to the point that he'll lose. Good vision coming in, hung ADC. Looks like the King will be able to find his way across here, but the Knight's already on the way. And they see the relic coming home. This is just rough for Hung. There's no move to be made. He went 2 TC as well. I think Vietnam, it's kind of wild, right? Like, game 1 was them trying to not be greedy. Game 2 is them being too greedy. Wall's going to come out. Joke's on you, mate. That don't work. Oh, the heals, though. Oh, that is sick. Well played by Voldemar. And it's crazy because Hung actually hung in there, assuming he could get the kill. And that made him look like a... I'm not going to finish that sentence. Brutal the way this is playing out, though. We talked about this tempo, the timing that really favors the Regnit's power. Voldemort moving in for another. So that's soon to be 3 relics. In fact, it already is 2. I think he's going to have another one on the way home soon. Meanwhile, no tech up yet. Hung ADC ready to pull the trigger soon, but still not there. Revoke. Actually scaling camel archers here. We've been seeing this a lot, right? The logic is they have good base damage. It was actually a classic choice. If you guys remember, nowadays what we're seeing at the moment in like Abbasid 1v1s against fast castle civs is they scale camel archers because camel archers can contest from an age behind, right? They deal very well with heavily armored units. So that's why you're seeing that coming out with Vuvo. Boltzian, meanwhile, is not interested, right? He's just focusing on greed and then an eventual tech up. He's going to add in the racks at least to protect against spears. Against knights, rather. Khan. You might be wondering what the hell's wrong with this guy. Why is he going Imperial Palace? You're playing on a 4v4 map. There's not that much value out of going Clock Tower. It's too long of a distance to cover at this point in the game. The other cool thing, by the way, this lets you see all the economy. This also protects you at home. You'll see any raid. But the really important thing is if your opponents are playing pocket ecos, for example, like Myriad, you can now just press one button and get that info. And I think we just did. Dude, look at the buff on this, by the way. Remember, they increased this from 1 tile range to 3 tiles of range. It allows you to see so much free info. Not only do you get to see the eco, you get to see what your opponent is building, right? They now know that Byzantine is going for archers and racks here, right? He's playing standard infantry comp. They now know that Myriad is prepping archery ranges because he's building it up with the tech up. They know so much of what's happening in this game because Imperial Palace is nuts now. That's not even that big of a cooldown, right? Like 100 seconds to go again. Yeah, I think Imperial Palace is too good. It gives them so much value now. They know how to react to what's coming. Block on the relic here. Looks like it is going to be 5 relics and Palace of Swabia on the way. So we talked about these timings, right? Like, how are you punishing this? When are you punishing this? Because you have to punish it soon. Another problem that you have with your Team Vietnam is that Voldemar is the forward spawning player. Dude, what? Okay, what? 7 relics. And here's the problem of Voldemar being the front-facing player that you have to punish. Emplacements. And easy eco replacements as well. Right, this is not your ideal target to enter on. I can't believe that. Voldemar just getting banked. Remember, there's, what, 11 relics on the map? He has 7 of them. Maybe more. No one is contesting this still. Hung finally produces the first monk. Khan hasn't done anything like that. This relic is known about, has started to be targeted. I mean, there's even a play in the center potentially, but that is going to be it. They just call it. They just go GG. They see the imp, and they do not think there's a way to do it. What a quick game here. Voldemar with a fast imp up. 7 relic, easy clapping. What a game. What a quick... Wait. Yes, okay. So they are admitting defeat. I got confused for a second there. Because the Southside team did drop. So GG called. 2 games in a row for Europe now. Can anyone stop them on the Vietnamese team? Have to find out in the next. That is technically a Europe win. Vietnam left first. Wait, they're rehost? Oh, for God's sake. Really? If I wanted to be nitpicky, I would say that Europe had an overwhelming lead there. It's like very early to call it, which is the frustration, but like 7 relics is really bonkers. I'd be kind of annoyed if I was Team Europe. All right, rehost it is. What's up, Arkleaf? They typed it in game and Baltoon was like, yeah. The Baltin's like that a lot. He's very welcoming to like remakes and whatever. I think I meant to tell him, like I was saying, send him on the other players. Sometimes you just gotta be a ruthless dick. If you believe something wholly, like yeah, that was our game, you weren't ever winning that, just call it. Yeah, I know Balt doesn't mind rehosts. But I'm saying like sometimes you actually have to stand your grounds. Because you can't let people, because if people know that they can just get away with remakes whatever they want against you, it's like very ridiculous. I'm always reminded of, like, it does go both ways, right? So like in theory they should be kind the same way, but like you're trusting a stranger in that situation. It doesn't always work out. But like I'm always reminded of PPD from Dota 2, Peter Pandam, who I think he'll like blunt. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't mean this in like a mean way. Like when it comes to those type of decisions, he's an asshole about it. Like as in within, like he doesn't break the rules, but like he is religiously about the rules. Like I've seen games where there's been a pause, right, and you have like 5 minutes of pause time in a game, and the second 5 minutes is reached, he types what's going on, and then they'll be like, I've seen it in a game where they're like, we need a little bit more time. Can we have your pause time? And he'll just say no. Unpause the game now and just go. Ruthless like that, right? And he knows he's going to get it back the other way, right? That's the trade-off. But, like, he never gives anything over for free, basically. Yeah. It is, I do feel bad for them because I think that they've genuinely, like, I put, like, 65%, 70% at that stage. Like, 7 relics, H3 already input 12 minutes. They're about to come into the game, right? And it's scary. And the other side doesn't really have any answers. I don't know, dog. Imagine if the spawn is bad for Voldemort this time. I also think remakes are pretty freaking crazy in like AoE4. Because the strategies, right, that you apply. Like in general in RTS, the same with StarCraft. At a certain point, when players have such a reputation, surely players will refuse to play with against such a player? No, because if they're in tournaments, you have to play them crackety. Like, technically to them, like, to the person that would be like that, they're playing within the rule set. They're not breaking any rules. They're actually, like, they're leaning into the rules hard. It's like, it doesn't, that thought process doesn't work. Because, like, for example, if the logic is, in that example, you know, you have 5 minutes of pause time, and the 5 minutes are up, the 5 minutes are up, right? So I don't think it does work out that way. Hey, sub Fablop. Thank you very much for the gift of sub, buddy. It cracked those sick emotes. But yeah, it's like what we're talking about. You're talking about from like they wouldn't be invited things. Like it doesn't work that way, right? So it's like in a tournament, you know, as long as you're not arguing with the admin that like they say it should be a remake, and it should be like, you know, you do it within reason, right? So what I mean by that is I think quite often when it's like when a remake idea is flagged, a lot of people know for very nice. And what I mean by that is like a remake will be flagged, and they'll be like, yeah, okay. Even if they believe it, like I think it's more that we're very polite in AoE4, and sometimes if you truly believe something, you should just stick to it. That's my take anyway. More like if a player is behaving excessively unsportsmanlike. Oh, no. I'm not saying unsportsmanlike, but like if you believe something, if something's meant to be a certain way, right? Like there's difference between being sportsmanlike and just kind of being silly. Like for example, that PPD game, like he'd seen how those guys, like they literally have internet issues every day. So it's like he doesn't want to wait an extra 20 minutes and be tired for the next series because he knows it will take 20 minutes. But like I see players where they look overly nice and they'll do that to themselves. And then it's pretty rough for them, right? Like, you see it sometimes, for example, there's good examples of how the sportsman like approach works out where like, you know, Marino's been told it's going to be a remake. It's like, yeah, I lost that game anyway. Or like, yeah, you know, like that's fair, whatever, right? But then there's like other examples where I've seen people who had control of the game, they deserve just a win, and like a remake or something gets called for, and they just like, they go with it, right? I've also then seen extremes of like people where they don't like an admin ruling and threaten to drop out of a tournament. That is cringe as fuck, and you're a bad person for that. My take is if you're that type of person and you were to do that in my tournament, I'd ban you. Because the difference there is that's like an admin ruling you can disagree with. You haven't provided proof that you disagree, and you haven't talked me out of it. You've legit just decided you're going to like try to crash the entire tournament. But yeah, I think like more to the case with this game, I think that lead was substantial for the European team. And they might get blocked more in this game. All right, let's rock it. Game number 2, we had a remake, and it's kind of unfortunate for Team Europe because Team Europe, I'd say they're a 65-70% favored when they got to the 12-minute mark. But now the plan is known. Can Vietnam do something with this information in the remake? Unfortunately, they did have a crash, but we are back for game number 2 of this Europe versus Vietnam show match. We're going to be heading into Rocky River. A very different draft to Dry Arabia. We still have the cavalry comp on one side. As a very different draft, it feels different in the way it has to play out. There's a lot of cavalry focus coming in game number 1. We can still see a lot of that potential from the European team, but when you look across at the Vietnamese team, it's a more greedy type approach this time. Abbasids, Chinese, even potentially English, all civs that can, and previously, before we had the remake, did do multi-TC builds. Sorry, what was that about wholesomeness and not being toxic? And then I just re-cracked it. To be fair, Vietnam did need the handy. Bro. You're so toxic. Oh, Crackety should know. He did beat them in a show match before. What was it? Was that the one with you, Lash? Who else was on it? It's a 3v3, right? It was you, Lash, and someone else. Where I believe it ended up being a clean 3-0. Then again, you were a Val Juji spammer back when it was broken. So I don't know if that counts. So yeah, the goals with these strategies are very different, by the way. They both have greedy elements, but their stylistic approach is completely different. So Voldemar, for example, is just here for the relics. He looks to absorb this. It's all about timing greed. You escalate fast into castle, fast into your advantage. On the other side, you've got a Chinese pick which doesn't escalate quickly. It will grow to be something big over time, but what you're doing in the meantime is forfeiting the map. It's very difficult for this comp, when they play TC booming, to play out into the map against this comp. You didn't spam usually when they're broken? No, but you did do the meditation garden when it was bugged on Lipany. Do you contest this point? Because I have the replay saved somewhere. With that dirty ass, was it 170, 180 resource? Woo! The big boy. This is also unfortunate, by the way. Voldemar as the forward spawning player was beneficial in the last game because more relics spawned near him than they have in this game. That's going to be a little bit vexing because last game, you basically had relics 80% of the directions around you. This time for Voldemar, the close ones are pretty much just on the forward. So definitely going to be a little bit of a rougher game. In that previous game, Voldemar was able to get to 7 relics, which is insane for the HRE. This game, realistically, you're probably looking at 4 or 5, which is still good, but notably worse than what he was cooking with before. Can't fault me for repairing my lab. Oh yeah, the classic, right? Like, you know when you're like doing an exam or something, you have a cheat sheet, but you don't use the cheat yourself. You drop the cheat sheet in front of someone else, and they pick up the cheats and start using them, and they're like it just assumed that it was allowed notes to the test. You go, whoa, I didn't cheat, all right. I may have put the exam. Like, I didn't look at them. He did. The poor guy that burns down that meditate garden not knowing what comes next. Oh, dear. So Lumber, much earlier timing to aggress. I like this. This game looks very different to the last one. I don't think I'm going to chain them together just because the way it abruptly broke out. But the difference in Vietnam from Game 2's remake to the original is last game they played reactionary and it was bad. They basically lost the game because of it. Right? They stayed at home. They had king plus knights, which is really strong, and they just rotate around their own base, worried about sassy raiding. This time, they've learned. They've gone, that is a quick way to end up losing a series 3-0, and now they are looking to be the offensive party, as they should with the king able to heal these knights so quickly. You give others cheat sheets to get them disqualified? It's genius, right? Because, like, if they get caught with the cheats, they're out. Oh, man, this is awkward, though. This is very sticky to try and get on top of this and reliably protect that prelate. So it looks like Voldemar will tech up, but the first prelate denied. He's going to have to go wide flanks here, man. You can't play directly into the center. It's too easy for Lumber to defend. Very different game now. We have got the same follow-up, right? The eco state of things is no different. Vietnam done this TC boom with all the players last time. The difference is what they're doing on the map. Activity has escalated. Meanwhile, it's going to be 2 TC from Myriad. Into Fast Castle here, right? I think this might be the blunder, the change that needed to happen from Game 1 to Game 2, or rather Game 2's remake to the original. Like, similar to Game 1, right? Myriad played a very greedy ruse. He's doing it again. I would have rather have seen 2 free knights in the other game to allow Voldemar's timing. Like, Voldemar is your win condition, right? Enabling his ability to pick up relics is paramount here. And by going for 2 TC and not adding any stables units in, you've actively hurt your boom player's potential. Voldemar intercepted north side as well. This is looking rough. I mean, Voldemar has no relics on the way home yet. Knight count looking scary as well, as Lumber does have the advantage. I love this from Vuvovan. Just a single Camel Archer to provide that debuff to get an edge. Baltoon has not done the same. Instead, he went raw for his free TC without helping any of his allies. Yeah, you can tell that Baltoon has played a lot of team games. He's familiar with the idea that I can't trust my teammates, I must trust myself. So build more TCs and come out later. Sassy may need to try and find a way to 2 TC as well. It's just not easy to do here, right? Like, you're in a race, but it's a race you've kind of already lost, right? You're 2 knights behind at any given stage. It's going to feel like more than that because the King Aura are just healing up all the injured ones. White Tan now on the way. Remember, Hung did go 2 TC with condensed format, so easily protected. Love this as well. Check this out. Lumber peels the injured knights back, camps on the Abbey of Kings for the fast heal. Camelot now arriving. Sassy in a bit of trouble. Myriad needs to bail him out soon. Hyde Trade House is now on the way. Get your numbers in, folks. Get them in fast. Milliwing also coming through. That's going to provide the Camel Riders to try to just debuff these knights and swat them away. Imperial Pass also coming through. Dude, this landmark is broken. I just genuinely don't think that the buff was needed. I get it. Like, people know how broken the siege is, but now that I'm seeing it, and you'll see it a lot in team games, it's busted. The reason you go Imperial Palace is because when you're on team maps, it takes too long to get siege in position. But check what happens here. Tech up completes, and watch the vision. Look at this. Look at everything they get to see for free. He knows about the archer transition. He knows it's going to be mass horse archers. He can see the racks as being actively added in here. This is absolutely bonkers. The buff from 1 tower range to 3 tile range changed everything with this landmark. I'm still expecting a lot of siege and clock tower play from Chinese in 1v1, but I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing plays into Imperial Palaces quicker. Because now it's not just about the Yuan dynasty factor to get that movement speed. This landmark contributes a lot. Vuvovan now taking up as well. He goes Culture Wing, so that's interesting actually. In a prolonged castle age, this could favor Baltoon. Remember, this gives a big edge, right? Boot camp is huge with 15%, especially if you're spamming Golems on both sides. Then the potential for composite bows, especially considering like someone's going to have to blink and add in spears, right? So if you just have the much better archers to back that up, you can always easily support your Knight Mass from Sassy and the other Cav from Myriad. And Voldemar, oh my dear god, it's still only 1 relic. Well, I'm trying not to vomit. It's going to get better though. 2 more relics now on the way home. These ones will not be intercepted. So Voldemar, it's not 7 relic good like last game at the 12-minute mark, but it's still better than it was trending. And what on earth is happening here? Like, maybe just one of you Ooh, Vuvavan didn't complete it though, so that's an exposure point. Still easily raidable. And it's awkward that he didn't actually fully finish off that wall, as there is a lot of berries in the area that he wanted to have access to. So we'll have to come back over soon. Alright, it won't be the quickest breakthrough. But soon. Whoever in the backside will find 1 or 2 eco. Tech up's starting to funnel through here though. Center of the map. Sassy goes for the clash. Camel Riders are in as well. Contesting up against the English Knights here. Not the most desirable trades. Guillem's are laid in as well. Finally a bit of a readjustment there. Sassy will reinforce the fight. Remember, they have the Camel on knees here. So it should be an easily winnable fight for Red French over Blue. Especially considering the Camel Archers aren't near this engagement. We are seeing that Vuvavan is leaning hard into them, up to 7 so far. But he's choosing to raid instead of actively fight. And that may be a mistake because, as you just heard behind this, Voldemar is getting more relics. This could be big. Other side of it, we are seeing Hung ADC playing for relics as well. And he actually pulls one from the center. So good timing there to retreat. We'll deny one of the more easily accessible ones for Voldemar. House of Swabian now on the way, so H3 just playing that boom game again. Myriad really wants through this wall, man. It's just taking so long. And thank you, Zuby0T, for the resub. Welcome back to Swarm. Yeah, this is awkward. You actually can't outplay Horse Archers here. They have better range. 4.5 to 3.75, right? So you'll always be in range. We'll just back away. Looks like more balls coming behind us from Vuvavan. Meanwhile in the center, Sassy blocks the retreat. Lumber. Got to right away, though. God, right now, Sassy has an overwhelming lead here. 23 to 13 Knights. Lumber slipped. This is the problem. He chose the tech up, right? Sassy, meanwhile, continues the previous age, and it gives him an advantage now to move in. This could get ugly. Green. That's the front-facing TC. White Tower is behind this. It's not protecting the wood lines. Meanwhile, west side is going to be shift through. Myriad. Uh-oh. Is that an opening? It should be. I'm pretty certain that is an opening. So an easy flood in here. Myriad moves on in. Camel Archer mass not big enough yet. In the meantime, Knights are going to shift away. Myriad. This could be big. Another tree line that he needs to get through. Another palisade wall. That will hold him back. But the denial of resources on the west side here could be huge. Khan going huge in a different way, though. Chinese now teching up with the Spirit Way. Nice keep defense in the area as well. Love this that Lumber's kind of just layering his own base, but also protecting the economy of the Chinese. So far, we haven't seen them active in this game. Same for Voldemar, but that is changing soon. Such as I just have to shift away. Final count looks like it is gonna be 5. Wait, 6? Okay, Voldemar. Much later timing though, right? He's missed out on a lot of surplus gold here compared to his previous run, but he does at least get back up to 6. So, in some way, justice is done here. Baltim, what an army. Scary one at that, right? Like, mirror it to what Vuvavan's providing, it's 4 times larger. Crossbow Golems are the backbone, exactly what they need here. Kind of feels like Vuvavan is trying to mirror Myriad, right? Build Camel Archers to block Horse Archers. This does leave you weak to a direct engagement, though. And it's a much more expensive investment into Camel Archers compared to Horses, right? So the Horse Archers can act as a raider unit more freely than the Camels, because if you lose these Camels, it hurts a lot more. Looks like you shouldn't have to worry too much, though, because we have now got the Camel handling. So these guys now move as quickly as Horsemen. Good wall in the center from Sassy, just dividing the map. And did we get 7? Let's double check. 1, 2, 3. 6 right now. 7th on the way home. Okay, sick. Voldemar, what a recovery. But look at this march forward. This is a good timing. Probably want to prep some siege here when you get close to the base. Problem right now is the farms are on the backside of the White Tower, so not an easy target. Nice hide in the tree line there. Springs the attack. No attack speed or a hung. This is a mistake. This is not a good fight. Tries to retreat away. Gulam's already on top of him. Knights are going to follow this up and punish him for it. Big mistake made. Hung comes out of the base when he should stay at home. And this should be a dive. Now that they've got the crossbows here to assist, the Knights can easily front line. Attempt to commit by Blue. He needs to try and help out on the defensive, but remember, one made a choice to tech, the other did not. Double the Knight count for Sassy. Pressure begins. Gulams do throw themselves away. A little bit subpar here. Balsoon is now following up the crossbows, though. Now, this is where actually, if it was just crossbow versus crossbow, Hung can win the fight. Remember, he's got production advantage and the attack speed, so Balsoon knows better than to hang around. He's done what he needs to. He's opened the door to allow Sassy in. A little bit of chip damage being done there. I'm wondering, maybe, does Sass just continue in deeper? Behind this, bloody hell, Balsoon now on the way up with Tradewing. And guys, he's already prepping it. Check this. I mean, both of them are. Makes sense, right? You don't want to trade with a neutral trade post here. It's more exposed. I think he might look to just trade with the corner trade of his teammate. So Myriad's already set up for him. In fact, Myriad... Roos and French are already trading. They're going for the better trade. Balsoon hasn't got a villager out here. Maybe you could change that, though. Like, realistically, you only need one, right? And then you need to pivot over. Now, we do have trade on the north side as well. That is all lumber and lumber only. I think we did just see Vuvan starting. Yeah, so he's a few deep. On now with the pass guard. Men-at-Arms are arriving, though, so Voldemar is the perfect answer, but he does need to get the elite tech in. Spearman also being added in, so he's just the cannon fodder front line to enable. Makes a lot of sense as well. With the marching drills, they'll arrive very quickly on the front line. Once again, Green stuck outside of his base without that aura. I mean, Spearman could just front line this right now, right? Like, they can deal with the Knights, they can absorb the crossbows. So many Knights removed from the chessboard here. Lumber down to just 12, he recommits them. There's going to be none left over. Sassy, in the meantime, is in age 3 now with the upgraded Knights and the mass on his side. Able to pinch targets. Crossbows to the trade out. And no chance of holding this area, so Hung ADC is going to have to fall back. Lumber has practically nothing left. They need a flank attack. They need some eco damage. Vuvavan now on the move there, but we already see the reaction coming in. Myriad does have mass horsemen scaling up and has the farms to do it with at home. Good backbreaker and a much needed one, right? Like, eco-wise, they're kind of outscaling. They don't want to let it get to the point where Khan can run the flanks with mass palace guard. Instead, they're now just forcing him to defend in the center. Bouncing. No elite tech yet. Coming through on these crossbows is really surprising. Big delay, but finally queues them all up. 30 seconds out. Actually, was that a big delay? I feel like there was a slight delay there. Oh, this is sick as well. Guys, he has camel support on the way. This is a big deal, remember. The +2 armor. Dango. You might have to group up on this. Voldemar. We'll go for the dive in. Balsoon is on the way. I think they may have overestimated this fight, though. You want to kind of skirt it. You don't want to hard commit. Kind of respect the fact there's a defense now. And just back away. Like, you have your techs coming. The only way this gets bad is if you throw away your lead. Pass guard are beginning to show up. Crossbows should be making for the wall. Good start step from Balsoon to get damage done. Meanwhile, Sassy, check this. He went for the farms. Khan. He needs spears right now. Someone needs to defend this. I don't think Khan's even noticed yet. I don't think any of them have. They're distracted on the front side. Sassy strikes into the eco. Back behind the walls in the meantime, the center of the map. A big flood is coming. Finally, Khan reacts, but not before he takes a heavy hit to the jaw. All farms now idled out. Khan, no food in reserve here. No gathering going on. It's an absolute massacre, and one that can leak over into the trade. They need to go now. If they can't return damage after this, they're in trouble. Oh, there's these choke points. Difficult to break through. Camel support now in. And this is huge. It works on the men-at-arms. Camel support truly is the support for team games. What a clutch up. The +2 armor is huge here. Crossbow's just not denting it quick enough. The pass guard taking longer to get through. The mangonels are still annoying. The wall is going to break soon, but they may have done enough here to reset this. More troops are on the way. They need to be in a position ASAP, but the damage on the backside is still happening. It has not been cleared up. And they need to go fast. Palace Guard are in, but they need targets. I think he knows it. Keep drop on the way from Voldemar. Men at arms will look for the recommitment. And this should be wave 1 going down. Now remember, Khan had a huge gap in his production because of the farms going idle. So this wave is the only wave for now. A trickle is on the way to follow up, but no 20 plus, 30 plus quickly behind this. And that might actually give them what they need. It might stem the bleeding to a point where they don't get overwhelmed. Wave 1 down. Crossbow mass does still look good. What they need right now is Myriad. Myriad who... Oh my god, he's got his own problems. Vuvo, we wonder where he was. He's been pressing him. Guys, we actually might have a series. I can't believe this. Center may look good right now for Europe, but not for long. If they don't have something to remove this siege soon, they're going to have to remove themselves from the center of the map. I can't believe this. I think they were all relying on Myriad to eventually show up, but Vuvo Van says, move your van to the back of the map because I'm coming in hard. Camel Archers here. Just so damn good, but the Camel Riders as well. Just answers everything that you want to do if you're the Rus here. And I think the other issue is Myriad is trying to get Streltsy together, but that takes a lot of time. I do have to wonder, was the trade just a mistake as well out of Myriad? It doesn't feel like it's necessary when you're 2 TC. Key drop now coming in. I mean, you got to praise the Vietnamese squad for this, though. Like, what a play in the end to take control of this game. The difference really is that Sassy, after brute forcing Lumber's army, reducing that knight count, he kind of just sent it in the eco, which at first seems like a good idea, but the great read by Vietnam was to understand that that left them weak in the center. And now the late game is kind of undeniable, right? Like we mentioned that Europe had this timing, especially around the HRE, where they reach Castle, they reach Imp a lot quicker. They can do a lot more with it initially. But now we are knee-deep in Imp. Khan is building Palace Guard, but with hand cannons being layered in, the pyrotechnics is going to be the GG. You just don't have an answer. Trip Mango tries to be that answer, but unfortunately there's no front line. Voldemar throws away all the siege. The one hope of just setting this back, of setting it ablaze, but Hung ADC does not overextend. Voldemar just now trying to play front line and back line in these engagements. Culveron's at least arrived, so we'll be able to help with that. But the issue I now see, and what worries me is, you still don't have a sizable front line to protect siege with here, to counter the crossbows with. That's the educational lesson Lumber's about to give. Knights will charge in on the flank. Second wave comes in for the body blocks, but Lumber has only one target in mind. Siege. Meanwhile, on the west side, Myriad, has he started to recover this? Second wind comes in. Streltsy mass has started to build, but he needs to slow down. The castles are still a problem here. Another issue is he can't stonewall, remember. He's only got palisades, so realistically, they're going to want someone to come through and block that area eventually because Camel Archers will become a problem later in this game. But now, though, the static deployment coming out, dude, this is sick. I think Baltsoon is subtly carrying this team. That's not to discredit anything anyone else is doing, but this detail here, playing a true support player, sending a camel everywhere is paying off, right? Remember, he's providing an aura in the front, he's providing an aura in the flanks. That aura is critical here. In fact, there's a missing right now in the center. I think Baltsoon needs to get another camel over here because that +2 armor would be enough to just kind of send it. Remember, I believe it also still works on siege, right? So +2 armor there, pretty substantial when you're getting dove by knights like this. Here he comes. Second wave in. Okay, no, I just double check. Camels do not give armor across the siege. I could have sworn they once did, but maybe I'm imagining it. Second win here, though, man. A lot of siege this time. Voldemar, they needed to pivot. They find it. The Red Palace is going to be underwhelming. Up, but immediately down here. We'll be able to snipe out some of the siege, but a strong landmark now lost. And an overextension by Lumber has to get what eco he can out of there. Baltsoon is just slinging food left, right, and center to get his players together on this one. A breakthrough with the Palace Guard. They're moving to the backside for the trade. Chase is on, but needs something strong than this. More are coming. This time, Knights from the French should be enough to clear this up. But not before some damage can be done. Keep drop is coming in from Myriad. This should be too slow, though. He has got textiles. It's simply not good enough, so it's going to be a keep denial. Does buy time for the knights to arrive, so although it's going to come at a cost, this should now get cleared up. However, that pole may have offered an opening here. I say that. No one is backing him up right now, so it's actually just Lumber's knights and only that. West side fight has gotten very messy here, but the Streltsy mass has gotten very big. 29 gunners now. Vuvavan has a problem. One that's not easily solved, especially considering that he did not go boot camp. Nope. No military wing here, guys, which means no camel support and no 15% extra health, which is going to be critical to actually beating back Streltsy. Oh. Or they could just run into mangoes. That also works. Oh, we should probably look to toggle the score on, actually. I can do that. Let me have a look. We toggle score. So this is the BO5, and let me get it. Okay, I'll toggle score later because apparently it has an extra UI attached to it. The score right now is that Team Europe is leading by 1 game. Dive in. Nice snipe here. Sassy is going to find the siege. Fight in the center is going damn well. Baltune, check this. That's a lot of hand cannoneers. Remember, he's got the trade to do this ad infinitum. I use that word a lot. That's because it's a cool bloody word. Full castle going down. They're starting to lose territory, man. I think the only weak point might be a lack of full production. We've still got a lot of troops running a long way. So I'd love to see Baltune just drop a proxy base in the center here, considering he's providing infantry and he has no movement speed. I can't believe so. Camel support. What a busted looking tech. So much value in this game. Voldemort channeling his best CGQ. Almost gets pinched. Let's pull back a little bit. Lumber is lurking around on the flank. Bombards slightly overextended here. It looks like the hand cannon is going to stand their ground though. And it's a smart choice because right now there's just this attack click on the siege. So hand cannon is getting a good trade. Follow-up waves are coming in. Just feels like Baltune versus the world. He needs some assistance. Sassy is on his way now. In the meantime, a push continues, though, and a breakthrough on the horizon. Myriad and Sassy are moving in. And Cannis not reacting either. Vuvavan a little bit distracted by this. Center mass is going to be reinforced. Voldemar arrives just in the nick of time with the men-at-arms. Has got the inspired tech as well. Love that detail. You're on a team of Baltune. You can guarantee he's telling you to get inspired tech. This is huge. The +1 armor, the extra 15% damage. Add that in with the camel support as well, and you are out of control in these games. And a big break on that center fight. And a flood through on the west. Look at the military now. Almost 100, actually over 100 military pop advantage for the Europeans. A game that looked like it was about to slip against them, looked like it was going to end with a GG and a 1-1 scoreline. All of a sudden, we are on the verge of a 2-0 up for Europe. They just need to find their way deeper. Looks like the pass guard react. That was a good choice. Notice what happened there. Sassy goes past. He bypasses. He hasn't got many knights left. He just needs to find eco. Does mean that Myriad's going to get sacrificed here. But this many Strelts, he should be able to trade well up against pass guard. In theory, at least. Good choice to frontline. Just allow the siege a chance to potentially get away. Meanwhile, in the center, more territory being taken here. As Baltune and Voldemar continue to move in. Stonewall's also going up, so flank opportunities will be removed. Trade is getting out of control here. Yeah, we're talking about 50 trade for Myriad and Sassy sitting on 38. Over here, it is going to be, what, a solid, I think, 35 for Baltune. So everyone's getting paid. Other side of this, it looks like we have got 60 traders. Bloody, wait, what? That's more than 60. Lumber has 80 traders. What? That can't be right. Let me double check this. Okay, yeah, that sounds more logical. 53. China even getting involved in the trade now. Baltune, the 3.5k casual food drop. Myriad should have enough to start spamming Horsemen. It's kind of what he needs here. Horsemen with Boys Fortitude substantially effective as a front line. Knights also effective. Sassy with so many. 62 knights in total. Good lord. Looks like a few men-at-arms did find their way to the backline, Eco. Scary point in the game, actually. There's a lot of openings to kind of crack through, right? Only palisades, no stone walls to protect this. Myriad or Sassy realizes it. That's an easy snipe towards the backside. Trade will be exposed. But now they don't make the move, though. They know they need to be on the front line in the main fight. Sass, mass, royal, French knights. That charge, they could easily just wipe a fight. Hand Cannoneers just trying to eviscerate on the backside. The Palace Guard aren't able to stand for long here. Again, that camel support proving to be huge here. The Knights do not benefit from it, but the Hand Cannoneers do, as do the Men-at-Arms. A leak over on the west side. Palace Guard front line is about to break, and after that, the Hand Cannoneers are going to be fully exposed. Stab on from the right side. Hung moving in with his army, but it is going to be crossbows versus Hand Cannoneers. Yes, you have an attack speed buffer, but it's not good enough. No front line to really protect him here. It's a break on the west and the east. Second wave arrives. Lumber now just trying to push this away. That will be the support required. Sassy holding it back as long as he can so they can strong-arm the east side of this fight. And now look to re-engage on the west. Myriad versus Vuvavan has turned into a one-on-one. Streltsy should be able to win this very easily against Hand Cannoneers. Key drops now coming in, so a secure attempt on the center. Jesus, Rocky River. What a boomy map. I mean, it's kind of broken the way you can kind of trade the entire backside like this. Sassy. Hand Cannoneers aren't reacting, Khan. Well, he does at least get the activation courtesy of the Spirit Way, but not before losing a handful of the Hand Cannoneers. Not much left of the mass here. Baltoon just needs to hold the east side so they can keep pushing. Looks like instead Voldemar's going to keep chasing onto the Hand Cannoneers. And it's giving me a re-engage on the east. I mean, they are losing territory. The issue is you need more full production. It looks like that answer is now coming. Baltoon drops the forward archery ranges. Sassy, full French mode around the keep. This is what was missing. This is how they break through. Siege overextension here. Hung. Once again, getting caught out. And he's starting to leak through, isn't it? Yeah, Voldemar has found his way onto the back farms. There's no reaction straight away. He's got more troops just Congo lining that way as well. It's starting to crumble. Damn, this game has to be so demoralizing as well. Like Vietnam, they had a phenomenal opening this game, a good answer. Late game looked like it was going to be their king. But Europe refused to just roll over. And what a morale boost for them as well. Like, the 12-minute GG reset required was rough because Voldemar had a great start to that game. 7 relics in a rush. And HRE just not even being dented at all. No map control coming from Vietnam. Glad to see they adjusted that, but even more impressive is the way that Europe, even when they lose that advantage, they still find a way through. And yes, it may be a continental team versus a country team, but that's kind of a BS argument if the country is hard into team games and the continent is not. And if you look at the team leaderboards, Europe is not hard into team games at all. This might be their final stand. A few men-at-arms are forcing reactions to trade. Keep drop down the way as Baltoon tries to split the map. West side of this, Myriad is clearing it all up. Full production is being taken out. Sassy now starting to flood in. Intercepts the reinforcements. Spears are now arriving. He doesn't care. Rural Bloodlines will do that to you. Hand Cannoneer mass has gone deep though. Baltoon. A slight overextension here. May have to think about a reset. Tanky French Knights don't make it the best of trades for him, but does find a way out and resets the aggro across the Camel Archers. Turns out that Camel support was doing a lot of work here, and a handful of Spearmen. And the breakthrough is about complete. Voldemar moving to the backside now with more of these heavy mace men-at-arms. Keep drop from Baltoon is going to be a success, so it has a reset point here. They're on the verge. I think we're just moments away. Mango's also now just starting to get some payday. Seems like Team Vietnam don't quite see it. They think there's a way still back into this, but this has been a spiraling affair. They need a way out. Vuvovan is looking for it with mass horsemen to try and raid, but the walls are everywhere, and just in time. In fact, I don't even know why that wall is allowed, but sure. Huh? Vuvovan is looking for an opening he simply won't find here. I think the only redeeming factor right now for Vietnam is that it's been Voldemar coming to this eco. I think actually Voldemar shouldn't be the one going. Sassy should be sending maybe some knights up there because like Voldemar's army with marching drills is quicker than standard men at arms, but it's still slower than Cav, right? And they don't hit as hard as individual knights, so I think you probably go much further if Voldemar just front lines in the main engagement and Sassy sends 10 to 15 knights in. We might be at that point. Sassy now starting to reach towards the farmlands again. The Abbasids placements are a pain. He will still find his way in. Farms about to get idled out in Khan. 3,000 food may seem like a big reserve, but it's not when you have to spam this many units. Knight straight towards the trade. Sassy knows what the premium target is here. I mean, look at this. At 145 gold, this is 100% the thing you should be killing. That's going to draw even more attention, which means a weaker front line, and you can't afford any weakness right now. This game is already out of your hands. If you have to split attention, it's already going to be over. Voldemar now moving in deeper. Infrastructure begins to crumble. No Abbey of Kings for a strong heal reset. Crazy game. I wonder, like, you know, Vietnam should have map choice next, right? 'Cause I think they've lost this, but do you go for Hill and Dale, right? Because it feels like you want to play a defensive format, but seeing how easily Europe was able to find a way to weave it in the late game in a situation where you would have been favored in most people's eyes on the draft. I have to wonder if instead maybe Vietnam just goes for an open map, something like a Lipany or a Gorge, and they try to exploit a timing here. Because so far, I think realistically, their game one had a clearer opportunity to win than their game two. You know, the opening looks so succulent. They almost broke through, but compare that to game one where they basically eradicated Sassy. I think that strategy worked better for Vietnam than this. And yes, so much is happening on the map that my PC wants to crash. If someone knows a PC sponsor, please. I need it. Mango's now walloping into the crossbows. Although it looks like Voldemar, apparently 7 relics is not good enough. The man goes for the yoink. The outpost on the front side is not going to work out, but he has one right here. Just walk. Oh, you fatty, just walk. Lazy guy. So even more gold. Not that he really needs at this point. Sassy now just holding back the entirety of Khan's army. I mean, the Chuganu, you might be wondering why is he adding Chuganu. That's to trigger the Spirit Way. It's really effective for hand cannoneers. Problem is, these fights don't last long enough that having more than one Chuganu really matters. He just dies so quickly. Nice surge round as well. Sassy catches him standing still. Hand cannoneers are not getting out of this. He might survive the tail end of the fight, but it's going to cost him a lot to do so. And that trade, I think it's close to getting shuttered, right? Like, we've almost breached past the base. Looks like things have slightly grinded to a halt in Hung ADC's base. So maybe they get the trade for a little bit longer. Dude, this is actually obnoxious. I feel like this game should be over, but somehow, you know, every time you think Sassy's going to be able to break through or Voldemar's going to go in again, there's a blocker to accessing it fully. That being said, it's still a sizable lead of 60 eco, right? I think the issue is we're just not seeing any counter raids either. No play under these flanks, right? The stone walls, especially from Baltoon, guarantee that. Yeah, I think what they're learning the hard way is England is annoying. It's kind of like you need to remove these auras, right? Once the auras are done, it's easy to fight. And it should be easy to remove these auras for the most, right? Just snipe out the outpost and it's going to be gone. Don't really seem to be targeting that. God, so many raids. What player is not being attacked as hard? There we go. Go Myriad. His pings are more or less on one side of the map. Sassy. Oh, what a timing as well. They thinned him out a little here. Blue did send some knights to reinforce, but Sassy brought substantially more. It's essentially a 3 versus 1 here. Hung ADC. This is the farmlands. If he loses this area, he can't afford bio anymore. A few more knights from blue are on the way, but still more from red in the engagement. The double keep is not doing enough here to keep him alive. Wave after wave continues to just Congo into the base. Myriad, meanwhile, almost at breakthrough point here. This is big. Break the palisade, go in. This is the weak point right now. They do not have any keeps defending the west side of the trade. And Myriad, with 22 Streltsy, could shut it all down. The man who looked like he was just going to be a carpet, a runway for Vuvavan to just run on in, may get the deciding moment of this game. No, learning English is annoying as a recurring theme. You think the game is easy, and then you're like, I'm ahead and dive in English TC, and then you're like, God damn, this is stupid. Kind of like licking a light bulb that's on. You have to learn every like 5 years that it's a bad idea. There's only one way. No, don't lick a light bulb. I'm not going to endorse that. Khan Nearmas does try to assist from Khan. Front line, I just don't see it lasting long enough at this rate. Streltsy. Ooh, what? Hold up, Myriad got reset. We might have a problem here. He was meant to be the chosen one that broke through the end of this game. Instead, he's at risk of ending himself here. All siege overexposed. Few horsemen are going to ride in. Center blob looks much better though. Baltoon just proving to be the backbone of this time and time again. Hung now on the march, but guys, he has no aura in this area. Right now, Baltoon's about to turn and look at him. Full Gandalf mode. You have no power here. Especially with the knights arrive, the mangoes, to push him back into the depths of Mordor, where all English players are spawned from. It's becoming harder and harder to believe in a comeback for Vietnam. I mean, the goal just isn't looking impressive anymore, right? Khan. Sustaining this number is not easy with the income you're looking at, right? Like, what's his income amount? Okay, ignore me. He's got 2K. He has enough traders. This is just kind of a bait. Still, it doesn't seem to be enough. They call it. That's it. GG. No disconnect this time. Vietnam will have to give in at 45 minutes. And Europe on track for a 3-0 stomp if they can get one more lined up. Woo-hoo! Damn. What a game. Camel armor. What a power, man. Okay. Camel support OP. Alright, there we go. Let's put 2 points on the board for Team Europe. That was that last draft, so hopefully we'll get to the next one shortly. How many kills? A lot. Baltoon, dude, I said Baltoon was carrying. Look at that. He lost the least troops, killed the most troops. Guy's a monster in team games. Got the most gold, even though there was an HRE player with 8 relics in the end. Damn. What a Chad. And Voldemar with that strong pump throughout practically the entire ending 10, 15 minutes of the game. Yeah, dude. Like, what a Chad. Was it Corcopia? I always forget the name. No, Uncopia, right? I keep want to say. I always say when I say the name, I want to see Cornucopia. Is it Uncopia? Remind me the name. I always get their name mixed up. Damn, dude. They should all just give Baltoon the money for the series. He earned it after that game. I think it's Copia. Let's have a look. Uncopia, that's it. Yeah, Uncopia, big shout out to them for making that. Yeah, I think like Vietnam just need to play fast AoE. If they play slow AoE, they're going to lose. And it'll just be a quick 3-0. Alright, looks like we're getting ready for game numero 3. Let me have a look at the draft. Let's have a look. Ooh. Is that an OP Ottoman pick for Baltoon, I see? I think it is. Guys, check this out. Okay, so Order of the Dragon, Ottomans, Abbasids. Wait, is this Baltic? Dude, this might be Baltic. The French pick is a little bit weird, but this might be Baltic. Because I think they said Baltic was in, right? Or is it Gorge? That's Hillandale, okay. I was living in a dreamland, man. I should have known when I saw the Ottoman pick that it was Hillandale. Because what was the map? So Rocky River, Dry Arabia, Lipany, Hillandale. And I think he said Baltic was the 5th. No, it's Gorge. Sorry. Yeah, I'm imagining Baltic's not in this one. It's Gorge. Okay, so no water map, Sag. Oof. So it's Uncopia. Need to remember that. Where's the Rampart background? Oh, I think I switched it for a broadcast. Yeah, I feel weird about my... That's a fair point. I forgot about that. There's my love. There's my life. Oh. Becoming home free streamer. GG. Bye. What a game. Right. So we got a few minutes to go. You want Vietnam to get a point on the board? I don't know if this is going to be it, though. Feels like West Side has a really strong timing, right? Maybe they even send it in Feudal. Like what? Order the Dragon, English, then Ibid's Otto's Fast Castle. I mean, it's a really good trade game as well, Otto's. Obviously, Abbasids trade is better. Oh no, I think there's ways that the Vietnamese squad can do it. Oh, we need to check we need to get the score thing right, don't we? Because it's being a bit weird. Because it has a thingy. Let me have a look. Oh, is that because... Wait, he changed the UI sleeve for his King of the North one? I think he did. That's why. Give me a sec. That's not it. Wait, isn't that going to be too high? I think that's going to be too high. I need one that doesn't have a stupid goddamn logo. Maybe War Chiefs? I think that's going to be too high, though. King of the North. Maybe Master of Realms might work. I think Master of Realms might work. Actually, that one might. Alright, we'll check that one. That one might work. Whoop, whoop. EU doesn't have Feudal Knights. I don't think it really... Like, it's Hill and Dale, though, right? Like, it's very hard to use Feudal Knights in Hill and Dale. Their only real weakness is they don't have a roost pick to wall them in, which is really strong. Like, wooden walls, palisade walls is really, really broken for them. Yeah. And this is standard, right? This isn't... So, this is the Hill and Dale where it can spawn trade posts in the corner, right? I'm pretty sure the EGC one's the one that spawns them forward. So this, like, really favors trade. Maybe if they do... I think maybe you just do Chamber of Commerce. Nah, Chamber of Commerce sucks. I'm not even going to defend that, dude. Like, just take the production speed. You can build trade afterwards. Just do trade with the Abbasid player. Do trade wing, right? And then I think what you do is you actively trade as Sassy here. That's probably the best way to approach this. So you go for the Sultani trade network, but you actively send the traders across. And then what? Myriad's probably rushing castle. I don't know. It's kind of weird with Order the Dragon and Abbasids. I think actually Myriad should just scale Horsemen and let the Abbasids rush castle. And then they take the relics. And then once you go tech up as well, they'll give you the relics. Because, like, at that point, you're deep in the game. Baltoon should be, like, free TC and doesn't care. Whereas Order the Dragon need gold. Like, they can't function without gold. And alongside that, like, what? Voldemar's probably getting castle as well. You don't really want to go for longbow all-in timing here. Because Horsemen, like, Myriad's Horsemen can't support you. They'll have to bail on you. Then for, like, this team, I mean, Chinese are going to want to hunker down. Abbasid is going to want to trade. Maybe Rus and French just send it into the mid-map of Knights. But I feel like the Order Dragon Horsemen are pretty decent at dealing with that. We'll have to see. Right, one sec. Let me fix all that broken UI stuff. Okay, I think that works. That lines up pretty well. Let me flip the scores, though. Predictions? No! Never! You gambling addicts. Oh. Boom. Oh, okay. Wait, that's a weird spawn. That is actually a really, really weird spawn. Oh, wait. Let me flip the UI as well. I actually did have it the right way around. Hillendale team game competitive format. The last time I cast Hillendale in a team game competitive format, it was defined by wonders. We live in a time of aggression. So please deliver us from that victory, because we are here for the Team Europe versus Vietnam Showmatch. Vietnam 2 games down, back up against the wall, but Vietnam have a history in tournament play of dunking on people in Hillendale. In fact, I still recall a particularly infamous 3v3 match that was decided by mirrored wonder timings that came down to a server tick. But it did get Vietnam the win. Sometimes that's all that has to count here. So, an interesting draft as well. Meanwhile, in the South, we have Vietnam just kind of playing chill, meta, what we've seen in the series so far. You look to the North side, and we've got, couldn't be much different from what you've used up to this point. Baltoon switches up a little. It's not going to be Abbasid, it's going to be Abbasids. Myriad goes to Order the Dragon. Sassy is going to go on his home civ here on the Ottomans. And finally, there is then Voldemar. The good old kid, which I've clicked on the wrong one, up here in the yellow, is going to go to the English. Interesting. So, Someone highlighted very early on that there's more cav civ power for Vietnam and thought that was going to be a good thing. But something you have to keep in mind here is that you are talking about more cav civ power on a map that is inherently harder to use that cav power. That's why, for example, you're seeing Myriad have Order Dragon. You're seeing Sassy with the Ottomans. English coming out. Abbasids that don't really get cav into castle. It's because realistically, walling should be quite feasible here. What I think could be cool is if we actually do get cav from Myriad in the form of horsemen. That will give you a way of controlling the mid-map and poking back at your opponents. What on... Alright, that I did not expect. Hung ADC has actually gone for the Culture Wing. By the way, the 4v4 spawn is rough for trade, I just realized. Does this usually... Like, can someone, like, help me on 4v4s here? Is this a usual spawn for Hill and Dale 4v4s? I know 3v3 still gives the sides, right? So you can actually trade to the corner a lot. But I feel like I haven't seen this type of spawn for 4v4s much. Yeah, it's kind of funky, right? It's also weird that one side got a line and the other one got, like, a staggered formation. I'm not sure what that was about in particular. I mean, you know, if you're looking at a list of reasons on why team games aren't succeeding, this is probably one place to start. Is just that doesn't make any sense at all. I do like the 4 trade posts, though, because it means it's just not for free. And I wondered if Sassy was going to go for trade this game. It's actually just going to be a Madrasa Ottoman build. I wonder if they try to, like, send some feudal pressure here. I find Madrasa is better for flexibility to be present in feudal age. Whereas if you're just kind of castle booming up, and you're just trying to be like about the greed later on, the sort of tiny trade network does feel better. And that's true. You can ask your teammate to build a trade post in the corner, but it's definitely better if you can trade with the map. Because remember, the neutral trade post, as you can see there, give you 20% more gold than if you trade with a teammate. So for example, in the Rocky River game number 2, they were getting 140 gold each way. It's notably more. You actually end up getting 170 gold almost if you trade with a neutral. Pickup's starting to come in. Looks like Hung ADC. Although he's going Culture Wing, we'll be going for that standard 2 TC, potentially 3 TC build. Baltoon on the other side of this. What? Dude, are they sending it in Feudal? I am curious now. It's Abbey of Kings, right? Abbey of Kings with Adabegs is kind of nuts to think about here. And you've got the English who can still provide lombos after they go into the Abbey of Kings. You've got Myriad on Order the Dragon, a civ that actually feels very comfortable in Feudal Age. They're very powerful units at that stage of the game. Usually the weakness of Order the Dragon is that it's very difficult to cover all of your angles in Feudal Age quick enough before you get countered. The beautiful thing about team games is you don't need to cover all your angles. You can just focus on whatever piece of the puzzle is strongest for you. And Vuvo has got 535 bounty, guys. This was always going to happen. Like, you just can't deny it quick enough. There's just too much game on the map with one Roost player involved, especially when you consider no one on the West Side team wants to build more than one scout. Like, yes, you could counter out the Roost, but what you have to remember is in 1v1, countering out the Roost's advantage is big. And only costing you 1 scout makes it kind of worth, right? But when you're playing in team games, you dilute that value to a quarter of what it is in a 1v1. It's just simply not worth it. Why no Kremlin? It just doesn't really feel necessary here, right? Like, if I was looking across at the West Side team, I'd feel like they just don't have a way of attacking me early. So I shouldn't need the Kremlin, and we should wall in past that, right? By going Golden Gate, you just get a much more greedy approach to this game. I mean, Vuva Van realistically could just go for a fast castle build. I think you fast castle this up because you know that eventually Order the Dragon or Abbasids are going to want to go for those relics. In fact, it looks like that's exactly what Vuva Van's up to. Has an advantage on the timing here as well, because check it. Stables had to be built early. Adabegs are garrisoned. Are we going to get the Horseman? Or the Desert Raider? This has to be Desert Raider timing, right? Yeah, it is. They are actually going to try to send it. This is sick. Sassy. Already forcing attention off the stone, so Hung ADC can only go 2 TC, no third. A very different ideology here, though. Like, Khan is playing TC Boom. You've got Vuvo Van rushing Castle Age. The 2 central players are kind of in a weird limbo. Lumber wants to build Knights, but then you've got your teammate who isn't going to be helping you for at least 5 minutes. Then other side of this, Myriad is rushing castle. I cannot believe this. Order of the Dragon, the player that you'd expect to build horsemen and play a longer feudal age, is the one rushing tech. Baltun, the player that you would expect to be rushing tech, is just rushing Desert Raiders with 24 more health. That's kind of wild. This is really cool as well because look at what Vuvovan is doing. This play is countered by Desert Raiders. Remember, the monks are cavalry units, right? So they take bonus damage from the Desert Raiders. That is crazy. What a timing by Baltun. Adabegs into mass Desert Raiders. Baltun, once again, looking to play support here to carry the team to the win condition. No walls indeed. Only one set coming up from Khan on the north side. No fortified palisade walls whatsoever because Vuvovan wanted this optimal timing on castle. This is rough as well. I think what Baltun done really well is he adjusted to the map spawn. They scouted the players' positions, right? Whoopsie. So he knows that he's... Oh, for God's sake. He knows that he is right next to the roots. He knows that a boom is an option. So what does he do? He does something inherently comfortable. He counters out a boom play, but also this kind of counters out night play from the roost. Either way, you're in position to do that. Just a cool read by the Swede. And he just got the bad news. Vuvovan. Oh boy. Yeah, you're going to have to turn back, mate. You need more horse archers than this to contest. The wall is complete on all sides here. Myriad. Oh, whoopsie. What a timing. Oh, this is so awkward as well. Remember, Myriad, he can't build prelates at a time. I don't know if Sassy's helping Vietnam or helping Myriad there. That body block definitely worked against him, not for him. But remember, you can't pump prelates ahead of time, so you're very predictable in what you're doing when you get castle age like this as Order of the Dragon. Great block coming out from the French, just to guarantee there's no easy pickups. Importantly, does that, considering that those relics are definitely a target for Vuvovan. And how could we forget the good old Golden Gate fast castle build there? That's sick. We haven't seen this one in a while. Like, sometimes it's good for a second TC timing if you're not going to be attacked. And other times, still valuable for this old school Abbey of Trinity build. I thought it was going to be the 2 TC because although you can't get a TC after 2 exchanges with the tickets, you can just rush over, pick up 50 stone, drop off, and then be good to go. Baltun, just the soul read. Meanwhile, behind this second TC, Sassy now on his way to Castle Age as well. Calm with the catch-up. He's going to go for the clock tower this time. Makes a lot more sense on this map because it's more easy to be in position to react with the Nestor beats. Whereas before, you know, you basically benefit a lot more from Imperial Palace on open maps like Rocky River. Simply because you can see your opponent's eco spread out, and there's also a lot of ways of attacking that eco. Not to mention the fact that your siege just takes too long to arrive, but on a map like Hill and Dale, there's no real point in seeing the eco. You know where it's going to be, on the high ground. But not having a great time here. The other issue is if you don't immediately kill Desert Raiders, this king is going to offset the damage. Wait, Voldemort? Look, wait, Oh, talk about getting bailed on. Baltun's still trying to guard the relics. Prelates are shifting for the south side. This is so smart. So they are systematically unraveling Vuvovan's game plan. They understand that this is an Abbey of Trinity build. They understand it only gets value if it gets relics. So instead of taking safe relics close to home, Myriad is now intentionally taking the ones away that Vuvovan realistically could get. It's smart as well because once these are gone, Baltun can get more aggressive. He doesn't have to camp them anymore. He can go across the map and do more damage. Timing is important here. He needs to get out fast. They chased the wrong way. Now, this is also smart from Myriad. Check this. He goes up to the high ground behind the walls. It's going to take longer to get home, but once you're on that high ground, you're all but guaranteed to get that relic. Needs to sneak this right. Chases on. Looks like Baltun was overwhelmed there. Had to disengage. Tech up almost complete, though. And it is going to be the Growth Wing to bolster his economy. The newly nerfed Growth Wing, remember. Used to have 8, now only 7 villages. Myriad going super wide just to guarantee he doesn't sacrifice this at the last second. So far, Abbey Trinity has netted 2, so Vuvavan got some value there. Myriad, meanwhile, not home just yet, but soon to be rolling in the gold. 4 relics now for Myriad in the next minute and a half. And more than that, guys. Oh my god. Make it 5, potentially 6. Voldemar is also being a very helpful lad here. He's going for the relics. Voldemar, I'm sure, is not planning to be a douchebag about this. This is simply to allow the Order of the Dragon timing. It's crazy as well, actually, guys, because if he gets this much gold, Land Snakes. Land Snakes are overtuned. They are a little bit too strong for what they cost from a population and resource perspective. Okay, scrap that, though. It's just going to be, what, mass crossbows instead? Makes sense, right? In Castle Age, there are 2 units that really form the backbone of a good Order of the Dragon strategy, and those are Land Snakes and crossbows. The crossbows is a more safe army, right? They can't get sniped, whereas Land Snakes are admittedly a bit more expensive and more easily lost. And then if you go deeper in the game, it's going to be into hand cannoneers. For the time being, it looks like Baltoon is going to have to brute force this. Janissaries are arriving, though. Good timing as well. Looks like Baltoon was under pressure. This should be enough to reset it, though. A little bit of a weird trickle, though. Janissaries not able to engage just yet. Remember, meta aura does not affect allies. Drum boys only helpful for the Jannies. Pretty smart as well. Like, realistically, you could try and counter these Janissaries by all-inning them. Because, remember, they take bonus damage from range. But the trade just wouldn't feel worthwhile. You'd lose a lot of units. A lot more expensive units to do so. So good timing there to protect. Lumber, in the meantime, somehow snuck in unnoticed. He's going around the back. He understands this is a map that turns into trade. And Baltoon may get caught in his infancy here. Outrageous what Miro done here. Trickle of troops across, right on the way in. Voldemar is going to start staging the defense here. Has gone mass crossbows, so actually works out perfectly for him. Khan with the misread needs to back up entirely. I love the fact that Khan is trying to actively wall them fully in. He's walled most of his team side, and he's like, I don't know what I am if I'm not building walls. Knight's about to reveal themselves here. This is actually a big deal. Baltoon has only restarted to regain his investment at this stage. He's going to start to lose it out. Wall attempt coming in from Sassy. Is it going to be quick enough? No! Pinches through to make it through to the other side. So wall's going to go up, but issues are already arising. We'll have to shift away. Needs to get more troops back to defend. In the meantime, mass horse archers dominating the mid-map. More walls going up. So once they clear up this raid, they should be protected. There's no brute force entry. Remember, it's mass horse archers. Vuvavan doesn't contribute there. Mass camel archers. Hung does not contribute there. However, if you clear the way for Khan, he can break in. Good timing here. Hung catches Voldemar with the overextension, turns it into 2v1. There is a risk that they are going to exhaust the gold on the high ground a bit too fast in this game. Baltoon. I think Baltoon and Sassy are considering Imperial Age here. This is a little bit dangerous. After the fight Voldemar just lost on the east side, he's going to need some assistance. All the units of Myriad. Myriad went in, but oh my god, dude. I thought it was going to be crossbows. Remember what I said about the beauty of Order of the Dragon in team games is you only build the unit you want. You don't have to worry about ticking all the boxes, which is what makes Order of the Dragon so weak. Welcome to team game Order of the Dented. You want hand cannoneers? Just build hand cannoneers. That is wild. Think about the relic count as well, right? He's got, what is this? I think it ended up being 7 relics in the end. That's more than enough to afford hand cannoneer mass. And I love this detail. Inspired Warrior Text is MVP here. With such high base damage, the increase basically is like having gunpowder tech. Add gunpowder tech in, and all of a sudden you're not shooting a hand cannon. It's more like you're shooting a cannon. Keep drop coming in, so Khan is trying to get pressure onto the European side here. He's going to need to be fast about it, though. Oh, my God. All right, someone break through the wall, dude. Like, these camel archers need to be let loose. Meanwhile, Vuvavan is setting up a proxy base on the center. Rax to try and break through on the walls on the west side. Sassy, with a very greedy move at this stage, going to Istanbul Observatory. Needs to pivot all troops north side. Hand cannoneers need to start moving as well. Myriad's too worried about his own base. He needs to help out in Voldemar's. Because the running risk here is these camel archers can just run by the keep. There's enough of them to do so. It's definitely something that hurt multiple players, as now Sassy is joining in on trade as well. Sacred sites have been locked in, but this is not a good stranglehold right now. South side is a little bit vulnerable. I think Baltun could just contest this on his own. I'm just going to try. I can't, man. Like, the Anabeg's Desert Raiders, I just did not expect this game. And look at that. Oh, my... It's Imperial. It's Desert Raider Imperial. This is huge. We watched at the King of the North LAN just how impactful the Desert Raider timing can be. It didn't win a game there, but it came insanely close. This is such a cool build. So military wing, reinforcements ready to go, and there they are. 7 Desert Raiders. This is insane. Remember, these guys cost 180 resources each. It's over 1,000 resources every 2 minutes. Not a bad deal. I feel like this isn't the fast approach that Vietnam needs. I think they've fallen back on the idea that a Sacred Site victory is feasible here. I'm not entirely convinced, though. I mean, you're talking about 7 relics for Order of the Dragon. You're talking about trade for Baltun and trade now for Sassy, not to mention production. Passive production for the Ottomans. And then English, I mean, when they tech up, which they should have enough gold to do so, enclosures, right? So everyone on the European team is going to have gold, even when they don't play onto the map. These though might be able to get a good trade. Yeah, remember what I said about building only the unit that makes you strong? It does require that your teammates are with you. Bombards are trying to contest up against Nest of Bees, but the clock tower, they don't die quick. Shukin in the meantime, trading reasonably well considering the difference in tech here and numbers. The reinforcements now arrive. Janissaries move in. Backstab comes in from Voldemar, and it's going to be a full vacate of the area. Khan has to back up, but he can't go too far. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. The Sacred Site is unguarded. This is it. This is what they wanted. The breakout to break the win condition for Vietnam. Did Nomad just really throw his own name in the mix for a country mix? Like, how humble of you, Nomad, to put yourself in the same sentences to me. What a joke, though. Put Mr. Merlin there. I have a positive win rate against him, mate. You should have recruited me. Hand cannoneers now on the go, though, dude. I just don't think this is the win condition anymore. So it is going to be going late game. At least they prepped themselves for that trade on the way from Hung and Khan. It looks like also from Lumber on the other side. So 3 out of 4 players are trading. What worries me is Green is not. And Green's eco is pretty underwhelming. By far the weakest of the 4. Break in on the west side. Baltun actually relying on range form here. I like to sometimes just see someone peel the front line to melee and then the back line to range, but it seems like he just wants to kind of cheese kite his way through this. 19 base damage, kind of understandable as well. Lumber in the meantime has found his way with the tech up. Keep drop coming in behind this. Game getting a little bit laggy with everything that's happening. Sassy just trying to assist the best way he can. Baltun maybe in a bit of a pickle, but the Great Bombard has now arrived. And the night count not that high. There might not be an opportunity to break in and do anything about that. The Bombard Warriors are here. Meantime, a decap on the east side. So the win condition about to be removed for Vietnam. The attempt to dive Baltun is about to be buffered away. Horse Archers in the meantime, though, go for the trade. Vuvovan has found a sneak in here. No quick reaction either. Janissaries are not nearby. This could be damage done. I think you just realized as well. Sassy pivots to the west side, but it's going to take a long time to get here. Horse archers, nothing to fear, everything to collect. Center of the map though. Looks like Voldemar is drawing a lot of attention from an age behind, and this is good. Look at what he's doing. Imperial is on the horizon, and I'm hoping, I'm praying this is a Wingguard build. I think Berkshire is kind of a waste here, especially in a team format. You can just build a keep for that. What you really need is Wingguard to get the premium units to give you the easy win. And actually, in this game, guys, I think that's going to be Rangers. Rangers is really good, right? Like, you've got one player spamming Camel Archers on the other side. The other one is going Horsemen, Horse Archers rather, will eventually go into Streltsy. Rangers count as both. Oh, man, Hung now in as well. It's not a good exchange here for Baltoon, not against Mass Camel Archers. Dude, there's so many players back here right now. This is problematic. Incendiary Arrows did just come in. But wait. Incendiary Arrows does not work on Desert Raiders? Oh, wait, no, it's the UI, right? 16. Why is it showing that? Wait, why is it showing that melee? Are you drunk? It does work. It should be working. That's so weird. We're a beta game, guys. We can't fix those things. Another wall going up. Voldemar says, I don't want what's coming. Look at the map, by the way. These walls are just completely degenerate. I just can't, man. Voldemar was a little home away from home. It was a little reaching out V for victory in placement. Baltoon. Looks like they're reaching in to punish him, though. Janissary Mass just needs to decide. Crap will get off the pot, right? You're either defending the trade or defending Baltoon's base. Good heal here. Should be able to stabilize the base, right? Like, Mass Janissary is the attack speed here. There's nothing that the Vietnamese have in the area that can contest this. Militarily, they're actually quite weak. See a huge gap here. Double military strength, actually. But damn, the eco damage they have done in this game. What they have reaped. Baltoon looking heavily dented. 96 eco. Sassy at 94. Less impactful for him, right? He can afford this because he's got passive production with the Istanbul Observatory. Wall's now going up. You need to be quicker about this, though. Uh-oh. He realizes, Hung, not again. Not like this. Oh, for God's sake, just build walls. Just build. Please build quicker. Please build quicker. Please build quicker. Oh, no, not again. Oh, God. I mean, military is smaller, but it kind of just doesn't matter if you get to keep doing this. And Crackly is correct. The eco lead is insane. 120 traders to 44. I am flummoxed right now by this. Time and time again, they have wiggled their way in here. Yes, Stonewalls will be there to stop them next time, but what about this time? It looks like they are at least going to run into Janissaries, not to mention that the Desert Raiders are around in the area. Oh, that's sick as well, by the way. This is so cool. Baltoon with the Abbasids was able to give the camel support. This time, he gets the camel support. Remember, Abbasids, it works in reverse. You get armor for nearby infantry. That means the Janissaries of Sassy is giving him the extra armor to contest camel archers versus Desert Raiders. Oh, that's so cool, man. I love these type of little mutations you see in team games that you will never get at 1v1s. I just can't. It's like no trade. Baltoon's like, it's okay, guys. I've started rebuilding. What? They're in again? It's going to be the sandwich, though, so that'll put an end to the raids. So we have to start looking at the mid of the map, guys. Military is starting to look like a problem for the Vietnamese team. I think they need less eco, more military. Like, they've kind of overboomed, right? There's a lot of games where you want to be 150, 150, 150. I just don't think this is the one. Because of the units you're pumping. Like, Gulam's... It's not like you've got hand cannons. Like, a hand cannoneer player can kind of get away with 50 hand cannons and only that. But I think if you're doing things like maybe like the Knights can kind of maybe work, but Palace Guard, Spearmen, I don't think it can. Streltsy as well is kind of a deceptive one where I think you want to have Horsemen to support that. I'd think differently if they were like fighting the same spot, right? That's the thing. If you're going to the same spot, for example, Vuvavan could then go 150 pop and only build 50 Streltsy. But because he's fighting on his own here, and there's no one realistically always here to assist him, he kind of needs horsemen. He needs the front line. Especially considering he's being pressured by 2 players. Great bombard's now moving in. 10-pin keepski. But this ain't a keeper. Castle goes down. Center map is going to be a pressure point for Hung. Voldemort looking to hold back the eastern flank here. Nestabes are going to forfeit over ground, though. It's just inevitable at this stage. And where? Oh, where is Myriad? That is what I'm wondering. Why does he only have 17 military? It looks like he lost the hand cannon near mass. He's also struggling to get the gold together. Yeah, this is big. He needs this area. Like, yes, we've got all these relics, but even then, hand cannons are insanely expensive. 240 gold per unit is a big investment. I can't believe this is looking insane. I mean, it's active reduction as well, but remember, he's getting 7 of these for free every 2 minutes. And they hit hard. 252 HP on some, 210 on the others. 16 damage on those bow shots, and they attack every 1.25 seconds. By the way, should he ever reach Golden Age 5, which is admittedly quite a way off, they will attack 20% quicker. This is wild. 20% quicker. At that stage, you're attacking every second. You're basically a Gilded Archer on horseback. Those Gilded Archers on horseback, they go into melee mode. Love it. Straight in on the clash. An opportunity to take out the siege and overwhelm here. Hung ADC has to vacate the area. All C's left behind. Khan, a heavy loss for him here. What a read by Baltoon. What a surge point now. And Vietnam will be looking back at this game afterwards wondering, did we go too hard on the eco? Most definitely so. The difference is huge here. It's over 100 population. That population could have went into military. And for the Europeans, it most definitely did in this game. What a way to lose that. I mean, it looked like they had it in the bag, right? Just looks so good for so long here. But now, things are kind of in a death spiral. It also feels like Vietnam is now reacting player by player, right? Like, you've got these armies coming together. Voldemort and Baltoon and Myriad. Meanwhile, look at the way they're engaging on the other side. Lumber tries to come in on the backstab, has to pull away. Finally, it turns into a 2v2, but before this, it just turned into one player losing the army, and the other then trying to pick up the bill. I think these knights are dying too quick as well. This is brutal. Remember, the camel unease is in effect. I think realistically, like, if Baltoon just peels 10 of these into melee mode, he'd make it so clean. A little bit of a mistake there, exposing the Gilded Hand Cannoneers. You want to try to protect these guys. They are the premium unit. One thing that is missing right now for Myriad is, of course, the Blessing. I think the Blessing is a bit weird, though, right? Like, when you have Blessing and you want to use it in these type of fights, usually I think the priests do prioritize healing, which means you'd be healing camels instead of buffing hand cannoneers. Reset for the time being. Looks like a keep drop now on the way on the front side. That high armory is down, so no cheaper siege here for Vuvavan. He is gaining a bit of ground, but remember, this is because Baltoon did vacate the south area and move center. So there is always a risk that once again, he gets zerged down here. For the time being, though, the focus is on shuttering the center of the map. Hung ADC has got 29 hand cannoneers moving in. Lumber has got the knights to support, but right now they are not engaging as a team. The A-click. Uh-oh. Hung's wasting time. Wasting time that he can't afford to do so with knights just get peeled. Oh my god. Second wave is on the way. They need to get this right this time. That was a bit of a mistake. Hung was A-clicking in. He just wasted a lot of time attacking mining camps and other things. I did mean that Lumber threw away about 15 knights for nothing. Look to go in again. Voldemort has been a bit quiet, but that's because he's feeling oppressed here. The Nestabes is still a problem he hasn't answered for, right? It's kind of like he's relying on someone else to do it. Just right now, that answer can't come from elsewhere. It has to be from him. And Vuvavan now looking to march in. Credit to them. Look at what Vietnam have done. They've fixed the issue here. They've got the military this time. Masapahi, Janissary, Asasi, but Right now, where are they fighting? It looks like they're trying to bite back here. They march south. Slight overextension for the front line of Streltsy. A good fight for Sassy to be engaging with here. And one way could find his way onto the siege. And goes to Springles, try to stand their ground, but that's simply not going to work out here. Everything is going to be going down. Siege will retreat towards the keep. We'll be able to keep some of it alive, but a lot of dead Streltsy and a good fight finally for Europe because the last 2 minutes have not been going their way. Hung. Hunting north here. Hankan health is still looking good, and this is why. The numbers are holding steady because he's got the full production. That is a lot of disputes. It kind of feels like you just need them to go off the economy, but the time it would take you to get there would cost you everything, would afford you everything in the mid-map, right? It would give Vietnam what they need. I don't know, man. This is suddenly looking really good for Vietnam. Also got to keep in mind that camel support. The thing that was so critical in game number 2 for Europe is now critical for Vietnam. That +2 armor makes this really hard to den. It's a sizable loss of damage, especially for your camels here. Credit to him, somewhat quiet on the east side, but by doing so, he's kept Voldemar muted this entire time. Nesta B is just simply never an answer. I think that's been the big sore point for me, is like no one has addressed this, so Voldemar's never been let out, and now instead, he might be put down. Byzantine just trying to do everything again. Desert Raiders finally ride out, so Nesta B's may finally get answered, but it's come at a high price. Map control is no longer with them. Vietnam now dominion over the entire center map. Desert Raiders will at least be able to force one reset here. Hand Cannoneers are standing their ground. All siege going down. Voldemar now researching out the base. The Hand Cannoneer attack speed, able to take out wave number 1, but wave number 2 coming from the south. Hung with the move in. The Camel Aura also here to assist what's left of the Chinese army. Hung Agency may not be able to be everywhere at once, but by the time he arrives, he is the dominant factor. Trade going on to keep the slings going. Vuvo Van sees an opportunity. Sassy with the reboom on the south side. This is the issue as well. Sassy can't afford to peel and go hunting on the north to assist. He has to keep Vuvo Van contained here. I would say team games are underrated, but the fact that you can trade with teammates makes them kind of trash. And yes, Wingard. Wingard is 100% the way you go here. Problem is, Voldemar hasn't really been using it. In fact, we haven't talked much about Voldemar's north side fight. I think the mistake here was going into anything but Rangers. Wingard Rangers is critical here, I think. Men-at-Arms are Spim as the front line, then Rangers to just kind of win out against Hand Cannoneers. Instead, he just had this awkward fight. You know, even against Nesta Bs, you outrange them, right? It's a big edge, a big advantage. Now the push comes in. Wingard not going to be able to get a defense out together quick enough here. Myriad now switching to Siege to try and recover their position in this game. Keep drop on the way. Hand Cannoneers once again masked up. Backstab coming in, but Byzantine, that's simply not going to be enough to stop this. Streltsy will mop him up. Second wave from the west side. I don't know, man. I think that they're sacrificing north side to secure Byzantine's base again. Understandable because they need it to protect the trade, but Voldemar up to this point has been struggling to hold. I don't know how he holds without you. Dude, I feel like this game is never ending. Why did they have to pick Killing Tail? Hung now with the dive, sees an opportunity. Myriad hasn't got the troops together yet. And he doesn't have a front line. We talked about this, right? He's only building Hand Cannoneers. This has become a weak point for them. Every time they see him, they jump him. And this surely has to be the end. There's just no front line, right? No one's coming to assist Myriad in a rush. Sassy is simply on guard duty in Baltoon's base right now. I don't think they misplayed their positioning here, by the way. Like, the reason why Sassy is guarding Baltoon's base is he has Janissaries, right? A better defensive unit than an aggressive unit. Meanwhile, because Baltoon went mass Desert Raiders, he can attack across the map. Maybe an argument for a mistake here is Baltoon not pivoting hand cannoneers. Like, you have Mamluk's Bravery. That is an insane buff that can allow you to win out against Streltsy, yet he never made the pivot. It was always only Desert Raiders. And I get why, right? Like, cavalry is king. I feel like in this game, it just led to you running around like a farm and putting out fires. Well, a pyromaniac has just been running around the village, setting too many ablaze for you to address. Bombards now moving in. Castles are not going to last much longer here. $20 Robotiquins with units inside. That's... I don't think I've ever seen anyone try that. It's an intriguing idea, but like against hand cannoneers. That's kind of wild, right? Like against hand cannoneers, I feel like you just melt. Especially against Chinese hand cannoneers. You kill them quickly enough? Yeah, but you can't get in range against hand cannoneers. Dude, Crackly, shut up. Yeah, but what do you do when you build 20 Robotiquins and he builds 20 Nesta Bees? Alright, that's going to send him off on a run. I'll keep him busy for 5 minutes. Oh no, the mangoes. And the Desert Raiders need to not clump up here. Remember, they are a ranged unit. They do take bonus damage against that. Baltoon to the rescue again. Myriad, a state of execution here. How the hell did they get back out of the base, though, is what I don't know. So many dead Desert Raiders here. EU has no chance against Asia without USA backing them up. I mean, I'm just going to say, technically, at this point in history, we colonized them fine, but chill. Ooh. This has to be game. I think we're approaching the end now. It's just not going to stop. Now, Traders once again getting shut down. Myriad has proven to be the weak point here. Not because he is the weak point, because Order the Dragon are the exposed point here. Gilded Hand Cannon is inferior, very powerful, but against Mass Royal Knights, against the Abbasids with this massive hand cannon they look like a baby in a cage fight with a lion. So we will get a deeper set, folks. I'm wondering if there's a different way Myriad could have played this. Maybe... I don't think Gilded Knights just feels bad against camels, right? Maybe Men-at-Arms could work a little bit better. Can I select one of the Gilded Hand Cannoneers? Yeah. He has got Gunpowder Tech, if that's what you're wondering. He did stop pumping Prelates, though. That is kind of a problem. That's a lot of damage increase missed out on. It's actually a bigger deal than you've realized as well, because not only are you missing out on extra damage, it's the armor. +1 armor when you're in a clash against hand cannoneers that have the +2 from camel support. That's kind of wild, right? So yeah, I think that did cost him a little bit, but I don't think that was the biggest issue. I think the map got split way too early. They didn't deal with this concern on the flank, and they had to address it with too much. Battle Team probably would have been better off going hand cannoneers, and then you just basically defend your own base. Like, because if you, I genuinely think if you play late game Abbasids versus Rus, as long as they can't get mangoes, hand cannoneers win for the Abbasids because of Mamluk's bravery, right? It's an insta buff after you kill, whereas Strelts you need time standing still. Well, we'll get one sick little engagement for Sassy here with the Great Bombards. Credit to Vuvavan, by the way. He's essentially just played doormat so his team can win the game. This entire game. Yeah, Team EU is basically... Well, this is the thing. When you're the defender, you feel like you need to add more units to tick more boxes. I think Voldemar especially has just been playing this weird little vacuum game on the right side that never favored him. Because once again, he never went Lombos. He never went Wingard Rangers, right? Like, if you're going to be in a vacuum fight against the Chinese, that's the way you do it. But it's, like, tough. I think he worried a bit too much about the Nesta Bees, but, like, Nesta Bees have less range than Rangers. I think he's also just worried about the Camel Archers, but even then, like, Rangers can beat Camel Archers. Especially if you play Walls, which clearly he wanted to. But this is the panic, man. Like, you know, when the game starts to set against you, when you're on the defensive, we talk about this a lot in 1v1s, especially when the game first came out. Playing attacker is a lot easier than playing defender. And that really does hold true here. Team games, the permutations haven't been explored. There's just too many. So inherently being the attacker offers up a natural advantage. Especially when you start to divide the map. I think the biggest thing I would change, if I had to choose one thing for Team Europe that would have led to a better game, walling these flanks, man. They had a good idea to wall the forward. They never thought there was going to be a flank attack coming in. It's bad enough it happens once, but then the second flank should never be allowed. I think that's where the game really began to unravel. Vietnam should have had an easy close from there, but admittedly, their greed with trade did make this more difficult. So after they recalibrated, game became cruise mode. I believe the game is just moments from ending now. Yep, we just got the fast forward option coming in. Okay, that is horrendous. I'm never touching that button again. Yeah, at this point, the boys are just processing it. So, potentially 2 more games, Lipany and Gorge to consider. I think actually, you know, the openings from a technical standpoint, like, you know, technical skill and approach on your comps has been better from the European team. I'd say go Gorge. Gorge is about that early mid-game tempo and also the way that you balance your forces. I think that offers up a bigger edge than Lipany. I think Lipany as well, like the thing is the European approach to kind of go for tech, meanwhile the Vietnamese try to go for attack in that game 1. And if they recalibrate compared to that game 1, they could get a win there. So GG comes out. The show match goes deeper. Finally, the Asians are on the board. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I told my partner, I think this is a 3-0. Cook the burgers for 30 minutes from now. That game took 45 minutes, and the series is still not over. Crap, dude. I want to eat so bad. Oh, no. I guess we're just going to ride the hunger. Yeah. Kind of a wild one. I think I just heard a door as well. Did you just open the door? I think my food is on the way. Oh no, I heard someone else. My food is not on the way. But I am a hungry boy, holy crap. What the hell? Reinforce England? France? I don't even know what that means. He just made England... Whoa, hold up. Hosen. Poland's out. Pog. Higher base gather rate for villages. Can choose between 4 landmarks? Well, of course, they got to have early, like, Cav the strong, because they got hussars. Wait, they don't have racks? Okay, they just don't have unique units and racks. Got it. War wagon. Functions as a movable wall on which archers can get on. Whoa. Dude, Hosen's been cooking. What the hell? That crap is wild. Dude, that sounds so fun. Barracks, none. Well, I assume that just means no unique units, right? I think that's what that means. But yes, at first I read it that way, that they don't have racks units. Could you imagine Doc none? Yeah, Poland just sucked as a navy, bro. Didn't even bother. Wait, what was Voldemar sent me?
You had mostly hand cannoneers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
What the fuck is that sound?
Wait, is Core in the lobby? Dude, it sounds like someone's doing shisha. The fudge? What is that? Are you ready, guys?
What the fuck is that sound?
Someone's blowing bubbles in their drink, right? Wait. Is someone doing a crack pipe?
Somebody on the toilet.
He's grabbing coffee. He said he was grabbing coffee.
Nah,
That doesn't sound
someone's
like
got a bong,
grabbing
man.
coffee.
That's a bong.
That's how they make coffee in Britain.
Ah, I forgot to mute, I see.
What, are you on the fucking loo or what?
Myriad
One.
100% took a piss.
Yeah, I just went to have a piss.
I called it.
Oh, the mouth.
Oh, that's on stream, Myriad.
No. Like my stream was muted, but like I forgot it's a different hotkey for Discord. So
Dude.
It's on my stream, you idiot.
Dude, have you guys never done that before? That's a power play. I remember I was like 14 years old. Someone gives me some smack talk. I'm in a lobby with them with Call of Duty or Rainbow Six. You just go to the bathroom. Don't mute. That's a power play, man. That's a power play by Myriad. He intentionally done that. Right? Like, he looked at that game. He's like, man, my gilded hand cannon has done nothing. He's like, there's only one move right now. Everyone has to listen to me take a whiz. That's the power play. Taking the headset and the webcam with you. True. And then you stream through to... Yeah, but you almost stream through to your stream, Crackety. You have to stream through to, like, someone else's. The power play is getting them banned. I remember I was younger. Like, dude, can I find it? Like, okay, it's kind of wild. Let me see if I can find it. It was Rainbow Six Vegas. Yeah, I saw Litter. Okay. Gotcha. I don't know like what response I can have to that though. Alright, I'm trying to find it. So basically, my friend, when he was younger, he's playing a game of Rainbow Six Vegas. And legitimately, like, these people were shagging. And they hadn't muted themselves. Trying to see if I can find it. Forget to mute, maybe? Oh, dude, why can't I find it now? I showed it to a friend like the other week, and it's absolutely insane. It's just unhinged. Alright, damn it, I'm not gonna be able to find it now. I'm so gutted. It was absolutely hilarious. Forget to mute. I don't know why Rainbow Six Vegas is just bringing up Siege. My friend, yeah. Dude, like, what? What are you on about? You know how old I was when Rainbow Six Vegas came out? I should hope it wasn't me having sex. Pretty sure I was like 13. Rainbow Six Vegas. Mute. Couple sex. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna find it. But like, it's actually freaking hilarious because this guy, legit, he's trying to play the game and then you just hear, right? It's just, and then they're really getting into it. The girl's really getting into it, and the whole while it's just this kid politely going, "Excuse me, your microphone's not muted. Hello? Excuse me? Hello?" The entire time. I'm not going to be able to find it, man. Oh. Wait, they went back to Japanese? Oh, my back's a bit stiff. This looks like a... I think this is probably a Lipany draft, right? Kind of feels like a Lipany draft. Intriguing. It's like, wait, what's your boom play? Japanese versus English's boom players. Like, that heavily favors the Europeans, actually. I sound kind of biased because I've said that a lot, but I do feel like I just like their drafts more. I think they kind of... Like, the last game was a little bit misplayed, but... even then they had an opportunity to win, right? Also, the early game's been cleaner. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this matchup, Japanese just contributes a lot more if you have mass cavalry scaling than English do. Because like English are going to build knights, right? Which are great when you're defending, but without the aura, you're just an extra knight player. You don't change anything. Japanese transcend that. Their mounted samurai are just more tanky and do more damage. But the alternative is you could just go Onimusha and you allow your teammate to front line, because then Onimusha just disintegrate the fights. Kind of a spooky situation. All right. With that, though, I believe they are in game, so we can get ready for le party. God damn, I'm so hungry. I don't know if Emma started cooking the food. Probably did. Oops. Yeah, it's Lepony. Called it. Wait, is there a new season of Path Exiles that just started? Contemplating it. I don't know. You start that life, you sink into it permanently, right? Sorry, just checking messages. All right. Should be good to go. God, my throat. Wait, what? Wait, you can't rebind fresh foodstuffs? What? And the cycle through villages gathering food hotkey is bugged because it works on fishing boats as well. What? Dude, there's so many weird little bugs appearing. I can't believe. I mean, I have to laugh because if you don't laugh, it's just depressing. We're 24 hours away, less than 24 hours now from starting Rebel Wolo, the biggest event for AoE4, the one that everyone's been like building towards. And we've just had a pack. I can't understand it, man. Like, how do you, if you're gonna do this, okay, like, dude, it's really simple, Microsoft. If you're gonna do what you've done here, and also thank you for the bits earlier, Nomad. I didn't see that originally. If you're gonna do what you've done here, where you're gonna drop a patch just before you begin Rebel Wolo qualifiers for the Showmatch, drop a patch on Tuesday. You either do Tuesdays or Thursdays. You're renowned for doing that. Do it on the Tuesday so you at least have time to drop a small hotfix on Thursday for any quickly ironed out mistakes. Or, bare minimum, do a test server or something like 2 weeks beforehand. It's wild to me, man. I mean, I guess I should be grateful they haven't dropped it mid-tournament, because that happened multiple times somehow. But it's still pretty rough, man. I don't know. God, I kind of wish I went and got something else to snack on. Watch this now go 5 games deep. I can already sense it. I mean, if I'm really not hungry, I technically could raid through to one of the players. But then I'd feel really bad about not seeing it all the way through, baby. Lepony. Damn. Japanese feels even better now that it's Lepony, right? Because you've got all the extra berries around you. So you can kind of surge. But like the way I see this playing out is, you know, this is 2 cav civs versus 3 cav civs, right? Because I feel like if your goal is to go fast castle and just build knights as English, there's probably a better civs to have done that with, right? Like, you could have just done Abbasids, for example. I guess that would feel a bit weird. Nah, I don't think Abbasids, Abbasids on the same team feels too weird. Also, I don't know. I think both sides are going to have the camel archer support, right? And it's just simply going to come down to English versus Japanese. And a map like Lipany is just so open that it's very difficult for English to do anything but end up going knights. So, like, maybe if it's a flank spawn for the English, they could just play an all-in strategy around an English push. But if I'm not mistaken, based on what we're seeing in the lobby, I think Khan is going to be a central player, which means he'll probably be spawning further away from the enemy. So you get less value out of a longbow all-in. Your timing's just heavily delayed, right? And there's a lot more exposure trying to head to the enemy base. All right, let's get ready to go there. Let me hop in the game. I've got to say every time with this. Oh god, that trim. Were we right about this? Oh no, okay. So the loading screen position didn't matter. So he is closer. Still so far to go. Alright, let's get ready to go. Could this be the beginning of a reverse sweep? Let's find out. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. Vietnam is finally on the board in this team game show match between Vietnam and Europe. Baltun, Myriad, Sassy, and Voldemar representing Europe are still leading on match point in a 2-1 scoreline. We head into game number 4. Can Hung ADC, Khan, Lumber, and Vuvo Van bring in some Vietnamese pride and force that game number 5 decider? Let's find out. Lipany is going to be the map. And the drafts have some similarities, but some big differences here. Rus and French coming out on both sides. That allows one to TC Boom, the potential for double night spam. And we have got the Abbasids, but the game changer is going to be this. Baltun on the Japanese. Khan takes to the English. This is interesting because I was just saying in this matchup, if this is a fast castle approach from both those players, that is a fast castle approach and an overarching composition that heavily favors the Japanese compared to the English. Fast castle is usually good for one thing for the English, and that's going to be the night spam. For the Japanese, it can be either the mounted samurai or the onimusha. Both options will counter mass knights. And as we can see, the backbone of both of these civs, mass knights, is likely the goal and outcome. Looking at the spawns, actually. Voldemar's position is a little bit annoying. I think you would have preferred to maybe have the Abbasid player as a flank forward, just so he's closer to being able to contest. There is a world in which they just kind of send it down the east side, though, right? Like, into the English player is a little bit awkward and dented, but, you know, let's say it's one of those builds where Khan's going to be greedy, which he is. There is a timing where Japan plus Abbasids can kind of overwhelm. It's probably a lot safer to head west, just because Hung ADC is going to be maybe a little bit less protected from a total perspective. And what players do you have over here? So you've got French plus the Rus. I think realistically you would have preferred to have had these two players on the west side. Given this lay of the lands, I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a fast castle approach from the European team into mass cavalry, right? So you have the Knight Mass from Sassy after playing along Feudal. You'll probably have Myriad trending fast into Horse Archers from Castle Age Rush. Abbasids will likely be trending towards Castle Age Rush, where they'll just go for, like, what, Mass Gulems plus crossbows. And then Baltun, you probably are going to open Mounted Samurai here, but Onimusha shouldn't be far behind. And yet, little detail that is different here than what I would have expected. Khan is going to go for the archers. So, probably looking to pile the pressure onto Japan. Very difficult if you don't get a good spawn for it. And I'd argue, like, Japan has a fairly defendable spawn. If you just outpost here and then short wall the edge of the map, Lombos can't do anything, right? Because coming around on this west side is way too dangerous, considering knights can come from the left side, right? Kind of crazy already the eco lead you can see building for the French as you begin the tech up. Eco wing on both sides. I think that's the only difference we had, right? Well, obviously, the differences are going to be in the Japanese and the English, but compared to what you'd expect here. So probably going to be getting 2 TC from both Rus. And 3 TC from both Abbasids on a delay. Let's have a look. Vuvovan. Oh, sorry, Lumber. 340 bounty. Myriads. 485. So maybe an opportunity to block that tier 3. That's a big edge in a mirror situation. Very slow tech up out of Baltin as well. I feel like you usually see a few more villages on it for the Kura storehouse, but it's because he needs the wood for the early outpost. Love the fact that he's gathering hard off the berries to begin with. Mira could at least push these in. Come on. But yeah, you want to be going for berries first here, just because with Lombos coming, you won't get to sit here for long. The question mark is it really going to be Lombos coming? Because Khan is going for his second TC. This almost feels like a bait to get a defensive reaction out of Baltoon, and it will work. Do you think it's worth it to use Shinobi to disable TCs? No, because usually what's going to happen is you're going to blink in and die. Like, sometimes you won't even get the sabotage off before you die. If your opponent's really quick. Because remember, the Shunshin range is like from here, right? So you're in TC range by the time you look to Shunshin. So a high-level player will just garrison. And the first arrow shots will just kill you. It's just, you have to basically catch your opponent not looking. It's a really big gamble. And every time the gamble fails, there's 120 resources down the drain. First Knight for Sassy is going to march in. TC drop is going to be on the stone here. So I'm going to TC. Definitely go free TC. Voldemar will be mirroring. This is Voldemar on his most comfortable civ, by the way. I know a lot of people like to say China. He likes to still act as if it's China. But I'd say Voldemar's best civ is by far Abbasids. Dalton will soon be upon that moment of truth. With timings like this, the Mounted Samurai are just too good to give up. Like, your opponent has a grand army of 4 knights. Actually, I think that's 5. I don't think you're really phased about having to face up against that Mounted Samurai. The other big problem here is, like, for them to try and contest you, it's so far away. Right, like, to me right now, the problem for Khan, he needs to build Spearmen, not Lombos. So he needs to be fast into probably double racks here just to feel safe. We'll see the OP Yumi rush. Well, considering it's not a 1v1, I hope not. Yes, mass Castle Age Yumi to beat Feudal Age Knights. GG. A little bit of an unfortunate spawn here with Baltoon's positioning. Yeah, so his worry was the Lombos, right? So he positioned the Kura storehouse more defensively, but now you're going to miss out on additional farms. Due to the fact that this will now get torched down, and the new ones will come here. So good little play there from Vuvo. Voldemar quickly on the move to say that problem is not my problem. You can deal with that on your lonesome. Free TC is online. A little bit of a delay from Hung ADC. His is much, much slower here. Ah, so he wasn't calibrated for it. He went for the gold originally, looking for fast castle. Meanwhile, for Voldemar, he was always looking for the free TC build. So that explains the difference. Second TC from Miran is going to be dropped loose. Lumber. He's doing another 1 TC build. Oh, this is interesting. We saw him do this on Dry Arabia, right? In the game where it looked like Vietnam was going to do enough damage to just get the win outright. Of course, that's not the way it trended in the end. It did backfire. In that game, the difference was Mirio had a forward spawning TC. So he had a lot of exposed investment there. This is very different, though. This is the game where it's a retracted TC, further away from pressure. And a lot of food to boot. Some weird wolves coming in, Khan. He's still going to just turtle up. Would be a great wolf if he can get it, considering all this blockage from the cliff sides, but good play coming in. Baltoon will just try to buy time to get through. Tech up complete. First Knight's now being queued up, but a good dive in from Vuvovon to intercept Baltoon. Well, he's distracted right now. He's got the resources, but he hasn't started pumping Knights whatsoever. It's actually paid off pretty nicely there. In fact, Baltoon still hasn't produced 1 Knight yet. Scout going down. Dude, what is going on? Baltoon. These mistakes, they seem small, but they're very expensive, right? So, like, there's a risk now that your opponent might be able to get the walls up in time. Because A, you lose the scout, and B, the Mount Samurai timing is delayed. He's on the move out now. So Wolves are definitely going to be going up as he pivots west side instead. Has to react to the dive. Good damage being done by Vuvo Van. That's going to be a Vavavoom deep into the base of Baltin. Eco exposed. It's going to be a lot of losses here. He has to garrison shuffle. I mean, he's more Mount Samurai, right? That gap in production may have cost him dearly here. Vuvo Van, a great strike in. Good damage done. Baltin now down to 27 eco. They need to return far into hardway soon. Sassy looking to do that. But into the base of Hung ADC feels like the worst target, right? With free TC, he can easily replace any losses here. High trade house. So Mirai just doing the same thing. So 3 out of 4 games in this series has been Mirai doing the same build again and again and again. Admittedly, 2 of those games at their completion led to a win. This is the third we'll have to see. But so far, 100% of the time, this build has won the game for them. Because of it, I'd say usually it's because of Baltin. Baltin's having a hard time this time, man. Voldemar on his way with the spears to try and assist. Makes sense, smart choice here, right? The kid has now walled himself in, so he doesn't have to defend at home. Everything can be pulled into keeping Baltin alive, and he needs it, man. 28 economy. Yet to see 1 relic banked as well. He's playing out for them, but with the amount of knights in the mid-map, it's difficult to do so. Oh, and thank you. For some reason, that lagged out. Let me just get the trims down. Hung, now on the way to the military wing. The edge they have, actually, is that they've got multiple players going towards castle. Look at this. This is kind of wild, right? Baltin got thrown under the bus, but it allowed all 3 other players to get what they wanted. This cast stage timing is kind of disgusting, and right now, Vietnam don't really have much to show for not being on their way to castle. Their armies are not substantial to the point that they can dive and punish. Love that Sassy's going Raw Institute. Big edge here. Especially with his position close to the enemy base. Tech out complete. Hung will have to dodge out. Sassy should have the tech up queued up, so veterans, he should be on the way. There it is, 30 seconds out. And these are some weird walls. Hung does not realize yet that he's walling in part of Myriad's economy, who has snuck out for the deer. Right next to Hung's base as well, which is kind of wild. Interesting approach, right? He allowed Sassy to have the close by deer and took the risk on the flank. Although, not going to work. Vivavan now trying to ripple across the west side. Voldemar needs to react to this fast. And Sassy needs to do some damage on the other side of the map because he's about to take a heavy dose of damage himself. Dive in. Vuvovan sees an opportunity and strikes. Gold workers are going to get blocked out. He can go deeper than this, though. There's no army to react to this just yet. So much greed coming out from the south side team and an opportunity now to punish it. Vuvo dives to the back. Voldemar is just going to wall the issue away. And Sassy needs to dodge death here. A shift to the north side. Kremlin might be able to protect them temporarily, but they need horse archers. They need something permanent to chase this down. Tau also coming in at home, so it looks like the Mount Samurai raid is going to try to do some chip damage. Won't be enough. Villagers now found Sassy. Slowing the pull away. About to get stabbed from the other side, so no easy retreat coming in for the French here. Other side of this, it looks like there was an attempt to dive, but an outnumber here. Horse Archer's not able to do enough damage. It is going to force them all the way back. Okay, this is getting messy. It's a 10 eco lead, but I could see this easily swelling up. Knight still just diving deeper, this time now hitting to Myriad's economy, and where the hell is the pull? I mean, he's got 6 tickets right now. That would be enough to repel this. Instead, Myriad distracted, doesn't realize it. Horse Archer is now trying to defend, and still no gremlins to defend. Man, I can't believe that. That's such a whiffed opportunity there. Gremlins could have bought him time to get the Horse Archer defense together, but Myriad, a little bit tunnel vision, didn't realize it. Had a little bit of food there. Probably not enough for the mass pump, but could at least got 6 out to try and stabilize. Instead, what a raid, man. You can't take anything away from Vuvo Van. single-handedly building this eco lead for his team. And the reason you go horse archers here is to have mobility. There are 4 players with potentially all having exposed eco. Horse archers are great for that, and they're also high base damage against knights. It's actually a really good unit choice. Problem in this game is you need a front line for it to be good, and you just don't have it. Byzantine, that's 2 relics at home so far. Voldemort is going to wall his comrade in. And I think we might have a forced macro game on our hands. Be a raid attempt to west side. So Vietnam with a really healthy lead here. I think the goal should be to send it. I hope they don't get greedy about this and just kind of hunker down. I think that's the way you could end up losing this game. Like, you've exploited the greed of your opponents and now tried to actually punish them permanently. Because the problem is, if you take more of a greed-focused approach, the lead is big, but it's not that big, right? Like, your goal should be relics, absorb the map, attack the opponent. That's why I like to see Vuva Van still sending it. We'll just about dodge death here. Looks like a little bit of hesitation there. Vuva Van now on the move north side. The gate, I mean, it could get him out. There's just nowhere safe to be. Oh, no. Bouts in. Not reacting again. One of my spears on the way. Will actually scare green away before he gets any kills there. Meanwhile, west side, it looks like blue was able to repel this. So it was just a break-in to get the villagers out. Nothing beyond that. In the meantime, knights were sacrificed. Vuva Van now down to just 14. Soon to be even less. Not looking healthy for Sassy either. Only 11 in total. Remember though, Vuva Van is yet to tech up, and it is going to be the Royal Institute. So smart choice here. You prefer Guildhall in this situation, but your opponent already forced your hand. And if you don't go for the Royal Bloodlines play, it's going to give a huge edge over to the Southside team. Voldemort should be able to hold this area for him. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like Voldemort's carrying this entire east side. I mean, Byzantine has a grand total of 7 military, 38 eco. It's all on the kid to kind of deliver in this one. He's the only one really intact with a lead. What worries me is, you know, you're mirrored by Hung ADC here. So at this stage, it's undeniable just how far ahead the Vietnamese are. Voldemort kind of had to wall himself, because otherwise his eco is going to get exploited, right? Like, when you have this many villages, a group of knights massacres you. So I actually don't think Voldemort was wrong in what he done here. He saw that the whole village was on fire. So what does he do? He checks his closet. He sees that he's got some fireproof cloth, enough to cover one house. He covers one house, right? You could give some patchwork. Dude, this is a terrible metaphor. You give some patchwork fireproofing across, but at best, that's just going to slow the fires for everyone. They're still going to burn. And it's like you've got enough. Okay, better way. You've got enough food for one night. You can either split that between 4 people, and everyone will starve over time, or you just eat it for yourself and get a chance to maybe find additional food. Yeah, you've got a raft. I like that. Arc Thieves going the right way. You've got a raft that can keep you afloat, or it can slowly sink with 4 of you on it. Voldemort. Now making sure he makes up for it on a delay. Push comes in. Almost slightly overextended, but considering Spear's pushing against him, should feel confident. I gave so many different metaphors. One of them has to hit. Ooh, easy one. Houses. You can either afford the full mortgage cost of one house, or you can basically give 4 unemployed people 25% of what they need to buy the house. And then they can lose it to the bank a few months from now. Voldemort's living in a mansion. Yep, the other people are homeless, but he can invite them over. They can stay on his lawn. Good strike back here between Mira and Sassy, just kind of containing Hung right now. It's an interesting dynamic, right, between the two. They're able to hold back the strong Abbasid player. Meanwhile, the strong Abbasid player of Europe is holding back everything else. Spearman should not be doing good against this, but it's working, weirdly enough. Break for attempt as well. Keep in mind that nobody's really coming to assist against this west side assault. That's a problem right now. Like, Hung is counted. He doesn't have spring horns, he's got mass crossbows. The The Mango player, or play rather, on point from Myriad. Sassy. Now looking to march north. Green really thought he could take that fight. He got baited though. There's just so many spearmen from Voldemar. Still so many more coming. Nice breakthrough. I can't believe he done that. Against longbows of all things, it should be able to contest spearmen and crossbows. Voldemar's raw number advantage is just too big. More walls on the way. This is sick, man. Did Voldemar... Like, this is crazy. We had the game where Baltoon just full on carried. Voldemar now showing that he can do the same. Looks like crossbows are going to be engaged on now. Knights have to dive in. Have got the royal bloodline, so should be able to clean this up, but it's going to come at a high price. Vuva Van putting it all on the line. This is all of his knights. Nothing after this. Meanwhile, Sassy has got 17 knights to run rampant with. Just needs to start moving soon. The issue as well that I see with what Vuva Van has done here, he reveals the transition to horseman ahead of its time. So now Voldemar should know less crossbows needed. Golems is going to be the play. In fact, it is a mass Golem spam on the way. Transition's just succulent in this game from Voldemar. And the belt of constriction are made up of cavalry and mangoes starting to wrap itself around the neck of the Abbasid base here. Hung ADC needs an out, and he needs it soon. Rus Knights are on the way. But against French Knights, they'll just lose that fight. Remember, it's Royal Bloodlines, cantled saddles. Not good engagement. Mangoes finally being answered. We have got double string of play. Meanwhile, center fight starting to go against Voldemar. Needs to respect this aura. It's not something he really wants to be fighting into. Mount Samurai have arrived to assist from Baltoon, but Baltoon still isn't there yet. He's got 2 TC, made that free. He is bolstering up, but his income isn't at a point yet that he can dictate these fights. What a dictatorial move from Voldemar. Imperial Age now on the way for the Abbasids. Makes sense, right? It's up at 145 eco. Meanwhile, look at what happened to Hung. 113. He lost a lot of eco here. Right now, the Abbasid players are the difference. Looks like there's going to be a breakout attempt. Mangoes could turn around here. Actually, he really needs to. I think Myriad needs to trust that Sassy's going to cover him here to protect them on their retreat. Instead, Mangoes are going to be exposed. The recycle comes in as Sass goes for the recharge. Golems are going to go for the strike back, but not quite able to find the Mangoes. The Knight follow-up will, though. And looks like the crossbow is going to keep on pushing. Horseman now arriving on the flank to distract. Might give a recovery arc here. One Mango stays alive. Repairs come in clutch, and that should be enough to make Hung think twice about this. But Lumber, with the second wave of Knights, is going to look for the commitment. Yeah, this is tough, right? Like, Sassy's going to have to commit Mind, Body, and Soul to defend, but he can't afford to, so has to bail. Mangoes get another shot out, but Crossbow's now able to reach deeper. East side flank. He's starting to stabilize. And a lot of full production. This is big. Spearman massing up. Voldemar has to take it all on the chin. Dives are reaching everywhere. Lumber looking for any exposed economy with a limited count of 20 Knights. 20 Knights is a lot here, unless Sassy can start carving them up like turkeys. Camel Archer's in the mix now, which is heavily debuffing these Knights. He needs them gone right now. Kremlin's not going to be able to defend on his own. TC fully garrison to try and assist. If he can get through the Camel Archers, he can look to protect this. But right now, Voldemar needs to do more than just defend the eastern flank. Imperial is complete. Tech up should be being queued. Right now, he doesn't have the bandwidth to protect west and east. Now Myriad doesn't really have much to his name. Only 13 military here. Eco starting to be exposed. I don't think this was the wrong choice by Voldemar to go into Imp, by the way. It's just a raw number game. He doesn't have enough to protect everywhere. If you try to, like, your military is just going to get split thin and you're just going to get divided and conquered. The issue right now is Baltoon just needs to be contributing more. It's just hard from his position, right? He got dented for that tech up and has been in recovery mode ever since. Starting to feel more and more like a game number 5. Hung ADC, now in on the primary TC. Rams being built up. I just don't think they've got it together anymore. an admirable attempt, but the reality is you're just crumbling on a flank. Byzantine has arrived. Maybe he can deliver them from defeat. Horseman and Mount Samurai need to time the attack. Kremlin is definitely going to be going down, so they can't hold there. They need to forfeit territory, but Myriad doesn't really have much to give over, much that he can get out. It's all villages that can leave, but that means farms, everything else is going to be left behind here as he has to leave his home base. Actually, Don, AoE 4 does reasonably well in Vietnam. Like, me and Mike has been playing a bunch. Q has, like, always been there, right? It's definitely, AoE 1 is definitely more popular for Vietnam, but yeah, they have some players that do love AoE 4. A lot of cav. I feel like they need to take a fight soon. Does Voldemar stabilize the center? It looks like he has. He might even start pushing forward soon. Bombard is now on the way, so the keep drop maybe at risk for Khan. And this is intentional, by the way. They're actually hugging towards the buildings. They're trying to force the fight towards the choke points, towards the relics. So they have defender advantage, right? Positional play matters a lot here. Mass Cav do go in for the dive, though. They need to league around on the flanks. Not many spearmen here. Full surround. Hung ADC may have overextended. Cameronese is helping out a lot, but not enough here. So it looks like Hung ADC is going to lose the forward army just in time to protect the relics before they be grabbed. Myriad sneaks back in on the west side, goes for the reboom on the TC, and will look to re-grab those relics. Good timing there, good coordination from 3 players to reclaim the western side flank. And good hold in the meantime by Voldemar, doing it all on his own. Ango now also pushing longbows away. Bombard is going to sneak through the other side, baits the French here. And the Berkshire on the front side may be a mistake. Bombard. Voldemar getting cheeky. He might even be able to keep it alive. Bombard is going to be repaired. Berkshire looks like it might go up, but not in a healthy state here. Half HP and a Bombard in range to try and snipe it. This need to be dealt with. Khan has got them in AFK mode. Double Mango should be able to brute force this. Trade Wing is also on the way for Hung. Rough time for it though, right? Taking up while retreating, and what a recovery now for Byzantine. East side is coming back into this. Japanese online. Tanegashima Gunsmith drop. Now on the way. Bombard trying to deal with the Berkshire. I don't think it's going to be quick enough here though. Realistically, you're probably better off taking out the east side keep first, then dealing with the Berkshire afterwards. Instead, going to commit a few villages to repair that. Keep drops now coming in, so Magano line defense initiated. Myriad is going to try to recoup his entire base this way. Villagers did get sniped out, so it looks like the Bombard will win out against the Berkshire. Dive underneath the secondary keep. Khan needs some assistance. Vuvavan just doesn't really have much, though. It's kind of crazy, right? After that heavy push, Voldemar forced so much of a commitment out of them, they have no standing army between them. It's all on Hung ADC, and although he gets away from that battle, mostly able to build up a replacement army, the reality is out of these 2 Abbasid players, one is doing a lot more right now. Yes, Blue got that damage done. Yes, Mira took a heavy hit. But I'm worried about what happens in the next 2 minutes. Berkshire is down. Keep will not last long behind that. There are 2 players at risk when they're facing off against the one here. This really is a story of the Abbasids. However, considering that Voldemar is holding everything else off, look at what happens here. Sassy and Myriad bite back. Baltoon, he must be prepping a wave. I'm wondering actually what the strategy is next. He's got Zutsu being queued. Horseman as well. And I believe we are going to get a full infantry transition. So this could be just mass Ona Bagisha. Instead, Samurai on the agenda for Baltoon. Yeah, there is a big gap for Baltoon here, right? Like, he threw a lot into that mass cavalry to defend the west side. So there's going to be a stopgap before he rebooms. But he does have the Shogunate effect, right? So these farms are insanely impactful now. Red Pass is on the way for green, though. Positioning underwhelming. Is it me, or are they just kind of leaving teal on an island here? I mean, this could kill him. Khan doesn't have elite in men-at-arms yet. That's still not in. Hasn't even queued it up, in fact. Oh, sorry, it just triggered. There we go. Crossbows are still normie mode. No elite tech there. Hanken is also starting to be scaled into. Meanwhile, Hung ADC reads it perfectly, sees he's overextending. That was a trap, man. They were waiting for it to be sprung. 3 sides to try and get the pincher. But Hung switched on in this game. Now trade being switched on as well. I mean, funnily enough, from all corners, they control 3 of the 4 corners. This is actually sick. It means that the European team actually cannot trade in this game. A little bit of overextension here. Voldemar trusted a little bit too much in the position. Knights were able to punish him. Attack speed aura proving a problem here. A shaky game about 5 minutes ago, right? But I think this is mostly stabilized now. I mean, the problem I'm seeing is Myriad. He needs to be the saving grace. He needs Streltsy for the late game. He's got the resources for a tech up. It's finally on the way. Good trade coming in here. Good surround. Knights a little bit late on the reaction. Lumber doesn't pull away. So a heavy loss of troops here. In a game where he's now going to be trailing behind. It's going to be 4 imps versus 3. And that is a lot of cavalry. Red pass being built. It's going to force the fight. Hung has to go in here. Spearmen, they are elite. However, the Knights are able to scare him away here. A little bit of reluctance sets in. Hung ADC realizes that it would be a Hung fight that takes too long. So I'm going to keep making those jokes. And it would mean he's fighting underneath the red pass. So gives her over, admits defeat there. Meanwhile in the center, it's like Voldemar starting to be defeated himself. Lumber now with the Spaskai Tower on the way, so he doesn't actually go for the high armor himself. It's hard to see which way this is going, right? I mean, it's a notable eco lead still for Vietnam. But I feel like, you know, fights have been a little bit better actually coming out of Team Europe, right? I think they found better opportunities to overwhelm, outnumber. But maybe they've been relying a bit too hard on Voldemar. Someone else has to step up and take the torch here. But that's going to be it. Whoa, okay. No, GG gets called. Voldemar waves the white flag. He taps out here. So a game 5 is going to be required to decide who is the champion of the team environment. Is it going to be the entirety of Europe? Or is it simply going to be one country from Asia? Right now, it being 50-50 looks damn good for the Vietnamese. And, oh, for God's sake, Voldemar crashed. Of course he did. I mean, I felt like it had to be a crash. I think I just wanted food. Guys, I think we're going to have to come back to cast this another time. If this is a remake, I need to eat. Unfortunate. This series has kind of been played with crashes, right? We had that crash in game number 2. That led to a much longer game, and a crash in game number 4. It's going to need a remake. Yeah. They discussed it. It looks like it is going to be a remake for game 4. This series going a lot longer than expected. Felt like basically a 50-50 game state. Agreed. I thought maybe there's someone I didn't see that led to the GG, but yeah, it definitely feels like it's a DC and a remake. Guys, I legit think I'm going to have to then raid through to one of the players playing. I'm getting too hungry, man. Like, I should have been eating my food like half an hour ago. It's probably cold now, and I'm too hungry. We've been going almost 8 hours, so... we can probably catch up the rest of the series and cast it all later. I think what we'll do now, I know that a few of the players are streaming, so we'll raid one of them. So you can get the POV on one. And maybe we resume this on Monday if the games are still there. God, that's so annoying. That was going to be an epic game. But yeah, like, I can't... Realistically, like, if we now cast the entire set, it's going to be another hour, hour and a half, right? And I need to eat. It ain't healthy to keep not eating. So, what I'll do... We'll raid Voldy, so if you guys want to watch it live, you can. I'll try to catch it later. But a good old 8-hour stream. I'm going to be streaming. I'm going to be casting tomorrow across an EGC. So you'll be able to catch me there. But remake or two? It's a remake. It was a 50-50 game. But guys, I'm going to raid through to Voldemar. You can catch part of the action there. You'll be able to see his POV at least. Sorry, I did want to continue through, but too hungry, need to go eat, want to spend a little bit of time with my kitty before they go to bed. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow on EGC when we kick off Red Bull Wallow. See you soon.